There are few figures that capture the imagination, quite like King Baldwin IV, remembered by history as the Leper King. It is a story that reads almost like a paradox. A young monarch, stricken by one of the most feared maladies of the Middle Ages, yet ultimately celebrated for his courage, leadership, and tenacity. Baldwin reigned from 1174 to 1185, a critical period when the crusader state stood precariously between survival and complete annihilation. Ascending the throne as a boy, and despite a steady physical decay brought on by leprosy, eventually leading armies into battle against the formidable Muslim Sultan Saladin. Contemporary chroniclers, both Latin Christian and Muslim, documented his life in vivid detail. From the devoted account of William of Tyre, the archbishop who educated Baldwin, to the observations of Ibn al-Athir and others who noted the kingdom's fate after Baldwin's passing, these near-contemporary sources allow us to piece together a rich chronological story. What emerges is a portrait of a king who, against all odds, became the linchpin of the defense of Christendom. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. Off we go back onto another exploration of the time of the Crusades. This time, talking about the great King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem. Well, thank you for those who have subscribed. If you haven't, I invite you to do so. And you may enjoy this entire video ad-free here on YouTube due to the generous contributions of the patrons and members. Thank you very much to them. And thank you for checking out the merch store if you feel so inclined. Now, with all that out of the way, introductions done, let us get nice and relaxed. And we're going back to mid-1161. The son of King Amalric I of Jerusalem and his first wife, Agnes of Courtenay, Baldwin IV was born in mid-1161. He had one elder sister, Sibylla, born a year or two earlier. Through his father, Baldwin came from the Frankish house of Anjou, also known as the Amalrikids, which had ruled Jerusalem for a generation, and through his mother, he was a descendant of the Counts of Edessa. Well, the political climate into which Baldwin was born was complex to say the least. The Crusader kingdom, established after the First Crusade of 1099, had reached its zenith in territory. But there was a problem. It was constantly threatened by powerful Muslim neighbors. In Baldwin's infancy, Jerusalem's enemies were divided: the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt and Nur ad-Din's Zengid dynasty in Syria. But a new leader, Saladin, was on the rise, poised to unite Egypt and Syria into a single caliphate. Internally, the kingdom of Jerusalem was governed by a high court of barons and prelates who jealously guarded their rights. Baldwin's family itself was touched by court politics. His parents' marriage was annulled on grounds of consanguinity, likely due to baronial disapproval of Agnes when Baldwin was just a toddler. Thus, Baldwin and Sibylla were raised apart from their mother for much of their childhood. Sibylla in a convent under the care of her great-aunt Abbess Lovetta of Bethany, and Baldwin under the watch of his father and the appointed guardians of the court. But what about Baldwin as a young lad? Well, reportedly he showed quite a bit of intellectual promise and a lively spirit. This is before his illness. In 1170, when Baldwin was around 9 years old, King Amalric entrusted his son's education to William of Tyre, a learned cleric, who was then the archdeacon of Tyre. William would later recall these years fondly and candidly. He described Baldwin as an apt pupil. Quote, Baldwin was adept at literary studies. He had a tenacious memory and loved to talk. He was, like his father, an avid listener to history and very willing to follow good advice. The boy was of striking appearance, too. Handsome, resembling his father Amalric in face and bearing. He quickly learned the knightly skills expected of a Frankish prince. Despite an emerging physical handicap, Baldwin mastered horseback riding and could control his mount skillfully with his knees, compensating for weakness in one of his hands. It was this determination in the face of adversity that would become an early hallmark of his character. But childhood was not the best of times. It was in this time that William had first noticed the ominous signs of Baldwin's illness. He provides a vivid first-hand account of the moment he realized his young charge might be suffering from leprosy, a disease greatly feared in the 12th century. One day, Baldwin was playing rough games with the other noble boys of the court, a group of boisterous children pinching and tussling. Normal stuff. But William noticed something unusual. While the other children yelped in pain when pinched, Baldwin had no reaction. He endured it altogether too patiently, as if he did not feel a thing. This happened repeatedly, enough to raise concern. William writes, At first I thought it was due to his endurance, but I discovered his right arm and hand were partially numb, so that he did not feel pinches or even bites there. The gravity of the discovery weighed on William. He recalls, I began to have doubts, remembering the words of the wise man, a member that is without feeling is far from healthy, and one who does not feel sick is in danger. And indeed, it's that numbness that's a classic early symptom of leprosy, known medically as Hansen's disease, by the way, a diagnosis that carried dreadful implications. Shaken by what he had observed, William reported the matter to King Amalric. Court physicians were consulted. They prescribed remedies for the prince, the best things of the time, warm fomentations, ointments, even toxic herbs. But nothing would help. Months and years passed, and the numbness Baldwin experienced would prove to be a harbinger of an incurable disease. By the time Baldwin neared puberty, the signs of leprosy could no longer be denied. Lesions and blemishes began to appear. The extremities and the face were most affected, as William notes, such that loyal subjects were touched by compassion when they looked at him. Well, I think that's a very polite way of putting people shaking their heads in a mourning before death ritual, perhaps. Either way, it was clear to everyone that Baldwin had contracted the disease that would forever label him a leper. But what's so bad about being a leper anyway? Well, just quickly, leprosy in the 12th century wasn't just a medical condition. It was a social and often spiritual stigma. Lepers, for fears of contagion and religious notions of impurity, were often segregated from the community, required to live in leper hospitals or colonies, such as those run by the Order of St. Lazarus, a military religious order dedicated to caring for knights afflicted with leprosy. Had Baldwin's illness had been officially diagnosed during his childhood, the law might have demanded that he renounce any claim to the throne and enter the Order of St. Lazarus. We see hints at this understanding in the careful way the matter was handled. The physicians hesitated to diagnose leprosy early on, likely because confirming such a fate for the king's only son would have been a political catastrophe. There was simply no alternative heir of suitable age, and Sibylla, well, she was a girl, and girls can't be king. I know, I don't make the rules, but Amalric's attempts to marry and produce more sons had yet to yield another male heir. His second marriage produced only daughters too. Thus, perhaps by a mix of denial and maybe prudence, Baldwin's condition remained an open secret, but never formally declared on paper. Loopholes. So, King Amalric himself seemed to have been grimly aware of the stakes. According to William of Tyre, Amalric at one point sought to shore up the succession by marrying Sibylla to a powerful European lord. He even negotiated for a French prince, hoping that his brother-in-law might rule as regent if Baldwin's health failed. But all the plans fell through. By early 1174, the 13-year-old Baldwin, though increasingly disfigured by disease, was still the acknowledged heir to the throne. And it was about that time that fate intervened. King Amalric I suddenly died of illness, likely dysentery, on 11th of July, 1174, leaving his kingdom to, guess who, his leprous son. But even by the standard of the day, Baldwin was still a child, scarcely 13 years old by the time his father had died, and by the customs of the realm, he was required a regent to rule until he came of age. Despite hushed concerns about his health, there was no viable alternative to Baldwin as king. Amalric's younger brother had died 3 years before, and the other male relatives in the royal family were far removed or deemed unsuitable. The High Court of Jerusalem convened after Amalric's passing, and all agreed to honor the wishes of the late king. Baldwin would inherit the crown. On the 15th of July, 1174, just 4 days after Amalric's death, Baldwin was anointed and crowned in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Now this date, by the way, is symbolically charged. It was the 75th anniversary of the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem in 1099. So that's a bit of trivia for you, in case your next trivia night has questions like this. Well, in a grand ceremony led by the Latin patriarch, Amalric of Nesle, the boy king was invested with the regalia of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Those present could not have missed the poignant significance. A frail youth with a bandaged hand and blemished face ascending to the throne of a beleaguered kingdom, on the anniversary of the Crusaders' triumph in the Holy City, no less. The scene was both hopeful and foreboding. And so, with Baldwin now crowned, there was an immediate question. Who would actually govern the kingdom during his minority in the light of his illness? According to the law and precedent of Jerusalem, a regent or bailiff should be appointed until he reached the age of majority, which was 15 years old. Not too far off, but still 2 years shy. Furthermore, as William of Tyre shrewdly observed, given Baldwin's leprosy, quote, the powers of the regent must necessarily become more important as the king's disease ran its inevitable course. In other words, the regent of Baldwin might wield extraordinary influence, potentially for the duration of Baldwin's life if his condition worsened. The realization immediately sharpened the political divisions at court. The nobility of Jerusalem was split broadly into two factions that contemporary observers sometimes characterized as the natives versus the newcomers. So the natives, or Pulani, as the locally born Franks were called, were the established baronial families who had lived in Outremer, that is the crusader states, for generations, accruing lands and offices. And the newcomers, well, they were more recent arrivals from Europe, often younger sons of Western nobility, or just people seeking adventures, seeking their fortunes in the East, and frequently found the best posts already occupied by the entrenched local nobility. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Tale as old as time. You know it. Well, these newcomers resented the old guard, and were quick to accuse the natives of having gone soft or even orientalized by local customs. In fact, the chronicler Usama ibn Minkid, I think it's Munkid, yes, Munkid, in a Raya side noted the Franks fresh from Europe were ruder in character than those who were long settled, who had learned to get along with the Muslim neighbors. Well, proximity, I suppose. Well, in Baldwin's time, this factional divide took on great significance. Whichever group could control a regency would effectively control a kingdom. And you can see why knives were certainly out at court, that's for sure. Well, immediately after Amalric's death in 1174, the leading candidate for the regent was Count Raymond III of Tripoli, the most senior noble of the royal bloodline. Raymond III was Baldwin's first cousin once removed. That is, Raymond's mother, Hodierna, was sister to Baldwin's grandmother, Queen Melisende, and he had a strong claim by precedent. He was an experienced leader, about 34 years old, and had previously ruled as a regent in Tripoli during Baldwin's minority. Not a bad resume. So, the High Court, indeed, elected Raymond as bailiff to the kingdom as soon as after Baldwin's coronation. But the outcome of this displeased the newcomer faction at court. Of course, either side was going to be annoyed at whatever outcome. Raymond was seen as aligned with the native barons and known for advocating a cautious policy towards the Muslims. He had even made a temporary truce with Saladin after Amalric's death, trying to buy some time for the kingdom. The newcomers, which included influential figures like Agnes of Courtenay, Baldwin's own mother, who had been barred from queenship but now returned to court, and of course a few of her allies. They all mistrusted Raymond. William of Tyre notes the newcomers saw a chance to advance their cause by installing one of their own as regent, thereby crippling the power of the native barons. Well, you imagine Baldwin just being the 12-year-old boy just wondering what all these people are arguing about. Well, I'm sure we'll give him a little bit more credit. He was probably quite switched on. But all of this going on around you doesn't make things easier, that's for sure. Well, tension mounted between Raymond and his opponents, and the first months of Baldwin's reign were, well, let's say the governance was in flux. An ambitious noble named Miles of Plancy, a newcomer and close associate of Agnes, initially acted as a sort of unofficial regent in Jerusalem. Miles had been a seneschal of the kingdom under Amalric and attempted to dominate the royal council, perhaps hoping to edge out Raymond. Well, this power struggle did not last long. In October of 1174, Miles of Plancy was suddenly assassinated by an unknown assailant in Acre. His removal cleared the way for Raymond III to assume the regency fully, which he did by early 1175. And so for the next 2 years, that is 1175 and 76, Raymond of Tripoli governed in Baldwin's name. Despite factional distrust, Raymond tried to steer a steady course. He recognized, as did many, that the kingdom faced an existential external threat from Saladin's growing empire. Nur ad-Din, the great foe of the Crusaders, had died earlier in 1174. Ironically, the same year that Baldwin had become king, and his empire had fragmented because of it. But Saladin swiftly moved to seize control, declaring himself Sultan of Egypt and Syria. By 1175, Saladin had secured Damascus and was consolidating power, encircling the Crusader states. Raymond brokered a truce with Saladin during these years, judging correctly that the Latins were in no position to invite a major war while the king was a child and their leadership was divided. Within the kingdom, however, intrigue continued. The Queen Mother Agnes of Courtenay, whom William of Tyre tartly calls, quote, a woman hateful to God for her role in sowing discord, worked to increase her influence over her son. By 1176, Baldwin had turned 15 and was declared to have reached a majority. In a symbolic assertion of his personal rule, Baldwin publicly decided to rule in his own right from 1177 onward, thus ending Raymond's formal regency. That's right, you're fired. Well, in truth, and all jokes aside, Baldwin at 15, precocious and determined, did begin to exercise more direct authority. One of his first acts was to invite his mother Agnes back to court and elevate her status. Agnes, now in her late 30s, became one of Baldwin's closest advisors, a backseat driver, I suppose, despite never really holding a queenly title. Observers noted that Baldwin was genuinely affectionate towards his mother and trusted her counsel. Baldwin sounds like a good boy, eh? You've got to be good to your mother. Agnes and her brother, Jocelyn III of Edessa, who was given the important office of seneschal, by the way, formed the core of what some historians dub the court party, or the Courtenay faction. Now guess what? The shift did not sit well with Raymond of Tripoli and the Old Guard. They saw their influence wane as Baldwin, influenced by his mother and her allies, began favoring certain newcomers. The potential for a clash was very high. In early 1180, an incident nearly led to civil war. Raymond III and Bohemond III of Antioch, another relative and ally, marched to Jerusalem with armed followers, perhaps aiming to assert control or arrange a marriage for Baldwin's sister Sibylla that would favor their faction. Sensing a possible coup, Baldwin IV, now about 18, acting decisively, thwarted them by a political masterstroke. He hastily arranged the marriage of Sibylla to Guy de Lusignan, a newcomer, favored by Agnes and King Baldwin. It was a unwelcome surprise, and in April of 1180, it effectively shut out Raymond's plans. Sibylla was now tied to the Courtenay faction through Guy, and any ambitions Raymond had of controlling the succession were completely dashed. Baldwin then pointedly denied Raymond entry to the kingdom for a time, having been convinced by what William calls evil suggestions of troublemakers that Raymond intended treachery. This royal rebuke humiliated Raymond. William writes, "The Count had done nothing to deserve such a reproof," and Raymond returned to Tripoli confused and filled with just indignation. Recognizing, however, that alienating Raymond was dangerous, Baldwin's wiser counselors soon urged reconciliation. Later on, in 1180, Baldwin relented, and he allowed Raymond back. Peace was renewed between him and the king. The balance of power within the kingdom thus seesawed, but Baldwin demonstrated a nascent skill in playing politics, alternating firmness with conciliation when it was needed to maintain unity. Through these early regency struggles, you really can't ignore Baldwin's personal condition. His leprosy was progressive, sure, but by his late teens, the disease had advanced significantly. William of Tyre, writing in the early 1180s, heartbreakingly notes that Baldwin's body grew feebler with each passing year, but the young king's resolve only grew stronger. Baldwin's face and body bore the unmistakable marks of leprosy: ulcers, bandaged appendages, partial blindness. Yet he refused to be removed from public or dwell in activity. Some in his court privately suggested that Baldwin abdicate and retire and live out his days more comfortably on one of his estates, but he rejected the idea outright. Though his body was frail and impotent, his mind was still strong and vigorous, as William attests. The young king labored to perform his duties beyond his strength, concealing pain and infirmity under royal robes. Even at the early stage of his reign, Baldwin was setting an example of fierce dedication, one that earned him admiration among his followers. And, as we shall see, this personal courage would soon be put to the ultimate test. That test is on the battlefield. By 1176, Baldwin had well and truly taken the reins of government, and the kingdom of Jerusalem had to brace for a renewed conflict with Saladin. The relative calm of the early Regency years, when Saladin and the Crusaders observed truces, was coming to an end. Saladin, having solidified his rule over Egypt and most of Syria, was eager to test the young king. For Baldwin's part, despite his illness, he was keen to assert himself as a warrior king in the tradition of his predecessors. At around age 16, Baldwin planned an ambitious offensive strategy. He considered striking at Egypt in conjunction with a fleet from the Byzantine Empire. In 1177, Philip of Alsace, a prominent French crusader count, arrived in the Holy Land, and discussions were held for a joint expedition into Saladin's heartland. But the plans, they ultimately fell through. The Byzantine navy never showed up, and Philip turned his attention north. But they do demonstrate Baldwin's willingness to go on the offensive, even in the most precarious of circumstances. Saladin was soon taking the initiative. In late 1177, learning that the Crusader forces were divided, with Count Philip and many knights gone to attack Muslim targets in Syria, Saladin led a large army from Egypt into the kingdom, aiming straight for Jerusalem. Baldwin's available army was pretty small, and many of his barons were occupied elsewhere. It was at this critical moment that Baldwin really showed his resolve. Though greatly outnumbered and suffering from disease, the 16-year-old king mustered every knight he could, including the ever-bold Reynald of Chatillon, lord of Ultra-Jourdain, who had recently been released from captivity and became Baldwin's close ally. The Latin chroniclers described Baldwin during his campaign with near reverence. He insisted on accompanying his troops in person, his leprous hands perhaps strapped to the reins of his horse, his body armored, and face wrapped in cloth to cover lesions. The decisive encounter came on the 25th of November, 1177, at a site called Montecassard, near Ramla. Baldwin's forces, perhaps just a few thousand strong, caught Saladin's army in a moment of laxity. The Muslims were surprised, possibly dispersing to raid. The result was one of the most spectacular victories in Crusader history. Baldwin, carried into the battle, fought at the head of his troops under the banner of the True Cross, which was borne by the Bishop of Bethlehem in the absence of the Patriarch. With a cry of Deus vult, God wills it, the Frankish knights charged. The Muslim host, though numbering in the tens of thousands, was thrown into complete confusion by the sudden assault. Chroniclers report that the teenage king, afflicted as he was, refused to stay back. He was in the thick of the combat, bolstering the morale. The rout of Saladin's army was complete. The Muslim forces were quickly routed and pursued for 12 miles, suffering heavy casualties. Saladin himself was lucky to have narrowly escaped the field. According to sources, Saladin fled back to Cairo, reaching the city on the 8th of December, with only a tenth of his army. The rest of his host had been cut down or scattered. It was almost a miraculous triumph for the Franks and for Baldwin personally. But many would later see it as divine providence in the fact that a leper king had defeated the seemingly invincible Saladin, and he did it on St. Catherine's Day nonetheless. So stunned were Saladin's followers by this defeat that, as one historian notes, they considered it redeemed only by Saladin's ultimate victory a decade later at Hattin. And so the Battle of Montecassard of 1177 instantly enhanced Baldwin's reputation. News of the victory spread to east and west. Contemporary Muslim chroniclers, typically reserved about Frankish success, had to acknowledge the severity of Saladin's setback. It was said that Saladin was so shamed by this defeat that he swore not to smile until he avenged it. Legend mentioned in later Arabic sources. In the Christian camp, Baldwin's prestige soared. The victory demonstrated that despite his ailment, he could lead and inspire. William of Tyre, though not present on the battlefield, later praised the king's valor at Montecassard in glowing terms. But the win also brought the kingdom precious respite. Saladin retreated to lick his wounds, and for some time the pressure on the kingdom's borders was eased. The young king, however, did not rest on his laurels. The challenge was now to consolidate and prepare, for the next round was inevitable. In the aftermath of Montecassard, Baldwin sought to strengthen the kingdom's defences. One strategic initiative, likely advised by his nobles, and perhaps inspired by the aggressive Reinaud of Chatillon, was the fortification of the vulnerable frontiers. In 1178, Baldwin ordered the construction of a new castle at a site known as Jacob's Ford, up near the Jordan River, north part of it, only a day's march from Damascus. This castle, called Chastelet, was meant to threaten Saladin's territory and guard a key crossing of the river. Baldwin personally rode north to oversee parts of the project, demonstrating again his willingness to act despite any illness. Saladin, alarmed by a new Frankish stronghold so close to Damascus, reacted swiftly. In August of 1179, he marched on Jacob's Ford with a large force. Baldwin, along with the Knights Templar, rushed to relieve the siege. But they arrived too late. In a fierce assault, Saladin's troops overran the half-finished castle. The garrison of Chastelet, many of whom were Templar knights, were slaughtered or captured, and the castle was razed. This Battle of Jacob's Ford was a painful setback for Baldwin. He himself narrowly avoided danger in that campaign. At one point in 1179, the king was caught in an ambush at Marj Ayun and had to flee with a small escort, further humbling the Franks. Saladin had struck back, negating some of the advantage that the Franks had gained at Montegassard, and perhaps gaining back some of his reputation. Through these trials of 1177 to 79, Baldwin's leadership abilities matured. He learned to deal with both victory and defeat. Importantly, he also recognized the need for capable deputies. But yes, there was the problem, his leprosy. It was worsening year by year, and that meant that he could not personally intervene in every crisis, no matter how much he wanted to. It was just impractical. Around this time, Baldwin began relying more on experienced knights like Balian of Ibelin and the military orders, Knights Templar, Hospitaller, etc., to manage frontline defenses. He also started to think seriously about the kingdom's future beyond his own life, which influenced how he handled the succession and his sister Sibylla's position. Diplomatically, Baldwin attempted to rally support from the broader Christian world. In 1180, for instance, envoys were sent to the west, the kings of France and England, the Holy Roman Empire, all appealing for aid, though no major crusade had materialized yet. The young king's plight, a leper holding the holy city against Islam, a pretty poignant call to arms that resonated in Europe. But it did not immediately translate into action. Nevertheless, Baldwin's courage did inspire individual knights, like the legendary William Marshall, who arrived in Palestine in the early 1180s to come and join the fight. By the end of the 1170s, Baldwin had proven himself in battle and managed to keep his kingdom intact. He had survived political intrigues and the tests of combat, but greater challenges loomed on the horizon. The next phase of his reign would be dominated by internal turmoil over the succession and renewed assaults from Saladin, a convergence of crises that would test whether Baldwin's earlier successes could be sustained. And so we arrive in the early 1180s, and with it, a mix of diplomatic maneuvering, family drama, and sustained military pressure to the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Now Baldwin, he was getting older a bit, entering his 20s now. And I only say he's getting older because his life expectancy was probably about 22. But he was beset by both the relentless advance of his disease and the equally relentless dilemmas of succession. The central question was stark. Who would rule after Baldwin was gone? Who, by all accounts, would not produce an heir of his body? Leprosy had rendered him unable to marry or father children. Certainly wasn't a very eligible bachelor. The obvious candidate was his sister, Sibylla, but her marital situation became a focal point of factional contention, and it nearly tore the kingdom apart. Now, as we mentioned, in 1180 Baldwin had already arranged Sibylla's marriage to Guy de Lusignan, a knight from Poitou. Guy was a newcomer of relatively high birth. His elder brother, Amalric of Lusignan, was a prominent figure at the royal court of Jerusalem, and had quickly gained favor with Baldwin's mother at the time. Well, this marriage was a masterstroke for Baldwin. It neutralized a potential coup by Raymond of Tripoli and Beaumont of Antioch, who may have intended to marry Sibylla into their camp. With Sibylla well and truly wedded to Guy, the newcomer faction solidified its grip on the royal family. Guy was granted the title of Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, effectively placing him next in line for the throne as Sibylla's consort. Contemporary chronicles, like William of Tyre, initially had misgivings about Guy. He was seen as, quote, young, of prominent family, but new to the East. Nevertheless, Baldwin seemed content, at first, with his choice, and for a brief time the court enjoyed modus vivendi. Raymond withdrew to his territories. Baldwin ruled with the support of his mum, Uncle Jocelyn, and the new brother-in-law Guy. Everything was happy. But, as we know, the harmony cannot last. Guy de Lusignan's conduct soon created rifts. Latin historians imply that Guy was opposed by a large fraction of the nobility from the very beginning. The native barons mistrusted Guy's coterie of former Poitevin knights, and felt he even lacked the experience and wisdom needed to lead. Baldwin himself gradually got bought over to that opinion too, little by little souring on Guy. The turning point came during Saladin's renewed invasions in 82 and 83. But before we get to that, in 1181, the volatile Reynald of Chatillon, now firmly part of Baldwin's inner circle, broke the truce with Saladin by attacking a rich caravan traveling from Damascus to Egypt. Reynald's lawless raid, motivated only by greed and, well, maybe a sprinkling of religious zeal too, understandably provoked Saladin's fury. He demanded redress from King Baldwin, but Baldwin, debilitated and unable to punish the powerful Reynald, could do very little beyond offering an apology. And that's not going to work. So in response, Saladin retaliated. He imprisoned some Christian merchants in his land and prepared for war. In 1182, Saladin led an army through the Sinai into Frankish territory, bypassing the usual coastal strongholds by marching a desert route to Damascus. The kingdom mobilized in defense. It didn't help that by this time that Baldwin's condition had dramatically worsened. William of Tyre recounts that in 1182, Baldwin suffered a severe bout of illness, a high fever, and that's just on top of his advanced leprosy. The king had lost his eyesight, and his extremities were so ravaged by the disease that he was unable to use either his hands or feet. In effect, he was now blind and crippled, a king who could neither walk, not to mention hold a sword. And it was at this desperate juncture that Baldwin's advisors urged him again to consider abdication for his own comfort. But he still refused to abandon his responsibilities. Instead, he took an unprecedented step. He appointed Guy de Lusignan as regent of the kingdom in late 1182. Gathering the barons at Nazareth, where he lay ill, Baldwin formally invested Guy with control of the government. The young king would keep only the royal title, the city of Jerusalem, and a small annual income. Guy was to rule everything else on his behalf. Vassals throughout the realm were commanded to do homage to Guy as Baldwin's regent. It was a bold attempt to ensure continuity of command given Baldwin's incapacity, effectively a trial run for Guy as heir. Initially, all went pretty smoothly. The lords swore allegiance to Guy, and Baldwin hoped his brother-in-law would rise to the occasion. Well, let's see how he goes, A great test came very soon after. In 1183, Saladin launched one of his largest invasions yet, aiming to finally crush the crusader kingdom. He gathered forces from Egypt, Syria, and as far away as Mesopotamia, and moved into Galilee. The Franks, under Guy's leadership, with Baldwin too ill to ride, though he was present nearby carried on a litter, concentrated their army at a defensible position near the springs of Safuria. For days, Saladin maneuvered, attempting to draw the Franks into open battle. This campaign climaxed in a tense confrontation, often referred to as the Battle of Al-Ful, or the stand at the Belvoir Castle. Sources describe the young King Baldwin being carried on a stretcher among his troops, so that his presence would inspire them, even if he could not fight. And indeed, during the siege of Kerak later that year, Baldwin insisted on accompanying the relief force in a litter, so he could barely stand or see, yet continued to direct his men. At Safuria, however, it was Guy de Lusignan effectively in command. Guy adopted a cautious strategy. He kept the army in the camp, refusing to be lured out by Saladin's provocations. The stalemate lasted some days, both sides hesitant. Saladin feared a full frontal assault against his prepared crusader positions, and Guy feared a rash charge that could lead to disaster. Eventually, with supplies running low, Saladin withdrew his forces back to Damascus without a pitched battle. In one sense, Guy's caution had averted a defeat, but in another, his inaction squandered an opportunity to strike a blow at the Sultan's host. I mean, he was right there. They could have got him, but he just hid in the camp the whole time. It's not really a victory if you don't even fight. Well, King Baldwin was deeply dissatisfied with his performance. In his view, Guy had shown timidity bordering on cowardice by not aggressively confronting Saladin's army when it began to withdraw. The chroniclers suggest personal animosity played a role. Baldwin may have found Guy arrogant and dismissive of advice, and the strain of delegating power to his brother-in-law weighed on the ailing king. By late 1183, Baldwin resolved to remove Guy from the regency. His disenchantment was so great that he even sought to annul Sibylla's marriage to Guy, a drastic step that reveals Baldwin's desperation to prevent him from ever becoming king. William of Tyre notes that Baldwin's enmity burst out at this time, and the king was actively looking for legal pretext to procure a separation of his sister from her husband. Well, the immediate trigger for Baldwin's break with Guy was an incident of Guy's misrule. In early 1184, after the tense standoff with Saladin, Guy allegedly attacked a party of Bedouin nomads under the royal protection near Darum, seizing their flocks, an act of greed, not to mention bad faith. This violation of Baldwin's orders outraged the king. It proved to Baldwin and the High Court that Guy could not be trusted to uphold the kingdom's interests or his sovereign's commands. Thus Baldwin convened his barons and officially stripped Guy of the regency in 1184. Once again, you're fired. In Guy's place, Baldwin turned once more to the reliable Raymond III of Tripoli, restoring him as regent to oversee the kingdom and Baldwin's designated heir. The chronicler Ernol suggests that Baldwin even forced Guy to swear an oath accepting these decisions. More of a public humiliation than anything else. Certainly works. But crucially, Baldwin took measures to secure the succession at this juncture. He understood that his own death was not far off. Baldwin had in 1183 already performed a pretty remarkable act. He had his 6-year-old nephew Baldwin V crowned co-king. In a solemn ceremony at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, little Baldwin V was anointed and crowned alongside his uncle. The kingdom thus briefly had 2 Baldwins on the throne, the Leper King and the Child King. This unprecedented step was Baldwin's insurance policy to guard against a succession dispute. The High Court swore to recognize Baldwin V as the next king, and a regency council with Raymond at its head, and with checks involving the Pope and the kings of England and France as arbiters, was established to govern during Baldwin V's minority. By these acts, Baldwin IV hoped to block Guy de Lusignan's path to power and ensure the continuity of rule by passing the crown to his nephew, in whom the blood of the previous king, via Sibylla and Amalric, had continued. Meanwhile, one more notable event of this period showcased Baldwin's commitment, despite his physical decline, and that was the siege of Kerak in Moab of 1183. Now, the story of this is in late 1183, Saladin targeted the fortress of Kerak in Transjordan, held by Reynald of Chatillon, in retaliation for Reynald's provocations, including an audacious raid into the Red Sea threatening Islam's holy cities. By coincidence, a royal wedding was taking place inside Kerak during the siege. Sibylla's half-sister, the young Princess Isabella of Jerusalem, was marrying Humphrey IV of Turon. Congratulations. A perfect day. What could go wrong? As Saladin's siege engines bombarded the castle, an almost chivalric exchange occurred. Stephanie of Milly, Lady of Kerak and mother of the groom, sent out a pleading gift of food to Saladin, along with a request that he spare the tower housing newlyweds. Moved either by gallantry or the hope of capturing highborn hostiles intact, Saladin agreed not to target that specific tower. Amid the siege, Baldwin IV once again took action. Gravely ill, he nonetheless rode, or rather was carried to the rescue. The king gathered a relief army and marched from Jerusalem to Kerak's aid. It is recorded that Baldwin was in terrible health. He could barely stand up or see. He continued to fight against Saladin and was carried on a stretcher by his troops. The arrival of King Baldwin's forces near Kerak forced Saladin to lift the siege and retreat. His mere approach had saved the castle and the nobles within. A year later, in 1184, Saladin attempted to besiege Kerak again. And again, Baldwin, with Raymond and Guy, despite their differences, all cooperating, drove him off in another relief effort. These episodes cemented his legacy among his contemporaries. Here was a king, almost completely incapacitated, blind, carried around on a stretcher, flesh slowly melting off his bones, yet still leading the armies in defense of his realm. The image of Baldwin at Kerak, wrapped in bandages and borne aloft a shield or stretcher so that his troops could see their king at the head, left a powerful impression. Muslim chroniclers noted the resilience of the Franks under his rule. Ibn al-Athir remarked that the crusaders, after Baldwin's death, had, quote, nobody more influential, none braver, and none more excellent in counsel. To the Muslims, Raymond of Tripoli was the devil among the Franks, a testament to how formidable the Muslim world found the leaders groomed during Baldwin's reign. By 1184, Baldwin had done everything he could to secure the kingdom's future. He had marginalized Guy, elevated his young nephew as co-king, and reappointed Raymond as regent. The final diplomatic mission was dispatched in late 1184. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, Heraclius, led a grand embassy to Western Europe, bearing urgent pleas for a new crusade, and even reportedly carrying the true cross and keys to the Holy Sepulchre as tokens to beg for aid. Although this mission was received with honor in the courts of England and France, it ultimately failed to elicit the immediate military assistance. The great monarchs of Europe were all busy with their own conflicts. Baldwin likely knew that the kingdom would largely have to fend for itself with whatever resources it had. Worn out by continuous exertion and the ravages of disease, Baldwin did not have long to live once these plans were laid. The end was approaching, and with it, the close of an era that many later saw as the last heroic chapter of Jerusalem before its downfall. The year 1184 saw Baldwin IV almost entirely bedridden in the city of Jerusalem. He had moments of rally, enough to preside over councils or greet the return of envoys, but for the most part, the governance was in the hands of Raymond and the High Court. Baldwin's stepmother, Queen Dowager Maria Comnene, and others attended to the young Baldwin V, who had been crowned co-king. Baldwin IV's once active mind must have been quite troubled in these final months. He had done what he could, but the future was still uncertain. Still, contemporaries noted his clear-eyed acceptance of God's will. He spent his last days in prayer, preparing his soul, comforted by the rites of the church. In early 1185, his condition deteriorated sharply. The exact date of his death is not recorded in all sources, but it is known that by March 1185, the 24-year-old monarch was well and truly knocking on heaven's door. William of Tyre, who unfortunately ends his chronicle around 1184, before describing Baldwin's death, had written movingly that he could not keep his eyes dry when speaking of Baldwin's affliction and fate. We can imagine that in Jerusalem, Baldwin's impending death elicited both deep sorrow and grave anxiety. According to the Oracle's continuation of William's chronicle and other accounts, Baldwin died in the spring of 1185, likely in March. He was attended by his vassals to the end, meaning the leading barons were by his side, swearing to uphold his final wishes. The Patriarch Heraclius would have administered the last sacraments to the dying king. In his will, Baldwin reaffirmed the arrangements for his nephew's succession and Raymond's regency. He specifically charged the barons to remain united and observe the truce with Saladin that Raymond of Tripoli had recently negotiated. Indeed, one of Baldwin's final acts of king was concluding a truce with Saladin in 1185, meant to last for 4 years. Saladin, whose own young son had died around that time, perhaps felt a bit of empathy, and he agreed to the truce, giving the kingdom a desperately needed breathing spell. Well, he passed away. In the holy city he defended all his life. His body, wrapped in fine linen, would have been carried in solemn procession to the venerable Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where he was entombed alongside his father, King Amalric, and his illustrious ancestors. The grief at his funeral was profound. Even those magnates who had opposed some of his policies recognized the loss of an extraordinary leader. The High Court and Raymond of Tripoli immediately recognized King Baldwin V, now a boy of 8, as the sole king. Raymond assumed the regency officially, and Jocelyn of Edessa became the guardian of the child, all according to Baldwin's careful plan. Latin chroniclers remark that Baldwin IV's passing was the first in a chain of events that would soon bring calamity. The stability he had managed to enforce began to quickly unravel after his death. During Baldwin V's short reign, 1185 to 1186, the kingdom remained at peace thanks to the truce. But Baldwin IV's fears about the succession were tragically vindicated when poor little Baldwin V himself died in summer of 1186, possibly of illness, or, as some later alleged, by foul play. With the child's death, the delicate arrangements that Baldwin IV had set up completely collapsed. Sibylla, Baldwin IV's beloved sister, seized the throne in Jerusalem with the support of the faction loyal to her, and crowned her husband, Guy de Lusignan, as king. The exact thing that Baldwin IV did not want. He must have been rolling in his grave. Well, the old factional divide re-emerged violently. Raymond of Tripoli and others refused to acknowledge Guy, seeing this as the very outcome that Baldwin had labored to prevent. The kingdom split into camps at the worst possible moment. By 1187, King Guy's regime faced the full onslaught of Saladin, without the internal unity that had characterized Baldwin IV's tenure. The subsequent disaster at the Battle of Hattin, July 1187, where Saladin annihilated the Frankish army and captured Guy, and the fall of Jerusalem a few months later, cast a retrospective glow on Baldwin IV's reign. If you're looking for someone to blame for losing Jerusalem, it's pretty much Guy of Lusignan. Don't blame Saladin. He's just playing his own game. Well, many who survived those events looked back to Baldwin's time as a lost golden age, when the kingdom had been held together by the will of a leper king. Well, how do we sum it all up? What do we even say about Baldwin IV, the King of Jerusalem? Medieval annals sometimes likened him to the biblical figure of Job, who kept his faith amid suffering, or to Constantine the Great, who is rumored in legend to have contracted leprosy and been miraculously cured by faith, though Baldwin, of course, received no earthly quarter. In the crusader genealogical histories, known as the lineages of Outremer, Baldwin is fondly remembered as Baldwin the Leper, and that's not a term of insult, but almost endearment and marvel. It's as if to say, yeah, that's right, Baldwin the Leper, our king, and a bloody great king at that. His epithet, the Leper King, which could have been a mark of shame in a less remarkable life, instead became a title of honor in the lore of the Crusades. In the long view, Baldwin's life illustrates the precariousness of the Crusader states in the late 12th century. He was a king who reigned at the nexus of an immense historical force, the rise of Saladin, and the coming climax of the Crusader era. Baldwin's successors Montecasart, the stabilization of the kingdom, the diplomatic wrangling to secure succession, all significant, but ultimately fragile. After his death, the lack of comparative unifying figures led to a factional collapse, the thing that he wanted to prevent the most. The subsequent loss of Jerusalem in 1187 profoundly shaped both Muslim and Christian consciousness, making Baldwin's reign appear in hindsight as a final stand of an ailing kingdom under an ailing king. Yet the legacy is not merely one of tragedy. It's an inspiration, a testament to how courage and devotion can transcend our physical limitations. The mental image of Baldwin IV, clad in armor to hide his deformities, charging into battle with the relic of the true cross held aloft, became emblematic of the chivalric ideal in later chronicles, and even in modern storytelling. In an age when rulers were expected to be the epitome of physical prowess, Baldwin turned the concept completely on its head. His moral and spiritual fortitude defined his kingship. And he was a king not because of the strength of his body, but because of the will and the loyalty he commanded. As William of Tyre eulogized in a passage written when Baldwin was still alive, but with William sensing the inevitable. Each day he grew more ill, yet each day he grew in virtue. Well, it's a chronicle of heroism under adversity. From his childhood games where numb flesh betrayed that terrible secret, to the grand battles where he stood as the unyielding bulwark of his people, all the way to that delicate negotiations and plans made on death's door. Every chapter of Baldwin's life is an insight into the complexities of crusader kingship. He died young, way before his time, and his kingdom would face its darkest hour soon after. But his example endured. The Leper King, leaving behind that legacy of resilience and faith that has echoed through the centuries, ensuring his name, like the holy city he once ruled, will never be forgotten. The evening of October 14th, 1066, the battlefield at Hastings lies strewn with the bodies of England's warriors, among them the fallen King Harold Godwinson, the last crowned Anglo-Saxon king. Duke William of Normandy's banner flies victorious. Is this the end of Anglo-Saxon England? Not immediately. In fact, the conquest was far from complete. The dramatic clash at Hastings was only the beginning of a tumultuous endgame. In the months and years that followed, Anglo-Saxon England faded not in an instant, but through fire and famine, resistance and ruthless repression. Contemporary chroniclers capture this transition in vivid detail. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written by English monks, tells of how King William imposed heavy tax on the wretched people, and yet let his men always plunder the country that they went over. On the other side, Norman writers like William of Poitiers celebrated Duke William's triumph as divinely ordained and justified. Between these perspectives, we have a complex story that emerges, one of a conquered nation's last stand and a conqueror's iron resolve. So let's go together today to those final days of Anglo-Saxon England, focusing on the aftermath of the Battle of Hastings in 1066 and the ensuing decline of Anglo-Saxon rule under Norman occupation. We're mainly going to look into the insurgencies and resistance movements that flared up against William's new regime, from desperate last stands in the fens and forests to rebellions of the great cities of the north. Our journey is going to draw on primary and near contemporary sources, the plaintive entries of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, the more biased in the Norman direction account of William of Poitiers, the latter reflections of Orderic Vitalis, and the stark evidence of the Domesday Book. Through all these sources, we're going to uncover vivid anecdotes and a lot of the lesser-known details. A queen mother begging for her son's body, a rebel noble who turned into a folk hero, entire regions laid waste in punitive devastation, and even a defiant Englishman refuted to have taunted the Norman besiegers by dropping his pants and mooning them from the city walls. By the end of our time together today, you'll understand how Anglo-Saxon England met its demise, not in a single decisive stroke at Hastings, but in a brutal tapestry of events following over decades. It is a story of courage and tragedy, resistance and ruthlessness, and provides a window into how the medieval world recorded and remembered a people's last stand for their way of life. So with that being said, let's begin in the weeks after Hastings, when William of Normandy moved to make himself a master of a hostile land. But where are my manners? Shouldn't I say hello and welcome everyone to the channel? It's probably a good idea, isn't it? Well, welcome to the channel then. Well, I hope you enjoyed the introduction. I'd like to say hello to any newcomers and invite you to click the subscribe button, the like button, and leave a comment. It certainly helps the algorithm push the video out to more people. And thank you so much to all of the patrons, YouTube members, and those who checked out the merch store. There is a reason why the videos are ad-free, and it is due to the generous support on those platforms. So thank you very much. Now, all of that out of the way, let's get started. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Hastings, Duke William expected the remaining English leadership to capitulate. Yet in London, the heart of Anglo-Saxon power, there was a brief attempt to preserve native rule. The Witan, the Council of Nobles and Clergy, selected young Edgar the Atheling, the last surviving male claimant of the royal house of Wessex, as king. Edgar was but a teenager, and had a tenuous claim at best, crowned only by the desperate hope of rallying resistance. This election of sorts of Edgar never resulted in an actual coronation, but it was a token of defiance rather than a practical transfer of power. Contemporary Norman chroniclers note that support for Edgar was half-hearted. In reality, with Harold's brothers and many earls slain at Hastings, the English leadership was in disarray. William, for his part, did not march immediately on London from Hastings. Cautious on further traps, he advanced in a circuitous route through the southeast, burning and harrying towns in Kent and along the Thames Valley as he went. One Norman source describes how William's forces clashed with English fighters at Southwark, just across the Thames from London. A sharp skirmish that left Southwark in flames and convinced the Londoners that resistance was futile. By early December of 1066, William reached Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire. Here, the inevitable occurred. Edgar the Atheling, along with Archbishop Ealdred of York, Archbishop Stigand of Canterbury, and the remaining English nobles, including Earls Edwin and Morcar, met William and offered him the submission of the city, and with that, the crown. They swore oaths of fealty and gave hostages, effectively acknowledging William as king. This submission at Berkhamsted marked the formal capitulation of the Anglo-Saxon political elite. And so on Christmas Day, 1066, Duke William was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey. The coronation itself became a symbol of the uneasy melding of Norman and English together. According to Orderic Vitalis, a monk born a few years after the conquest, the ceremony descended into chaos and terror. When the assembled English Normans shouted acclamations of "God save the King" in their tongues, the Norman guards stationed outside the abbey misunderstood the noise as a riot. Panicking, the guards set fire to nearby buildings and charged about, causing smoke and commotion to fill the air. Inside the abbey, the congregation, just moments ago rejoicing, fell into confusion as the flames spread. Many attendees fled, leaving the new king almost alone at the altar. But despite all the bedlam, Archbishop Ealdred managed to complete the rites and place the crown on William's head. It was a grimly pretentious start to Norman rule, to say the least. The crowning of William the Conqueror, literally accompanied by fear and fire. But in the months immediately after his coronation, King William tried to consolidate his hold on the kingdom. Work was yet to be done. He seized the royal treasury at Winchester and began distributing high offices to his Norman followers. But he also showed a degree of conciliatory pragmatism at first. Several English nobles who submitted were allowed to keep their titles or lands temporarily. For example, Edwin and Morcar, the young earls of Mercia and Northumbria, were initially treated with honor and confirmed in their earldoms, though under Norman supervision. Another prominent English lord, Waltheof of Northumbria, son of Earl Seward, also swore loyalty. William even married Waltheof to his own niece Judith, an apparent gesture of integration. These moves indicate William's awareness that he ruled a heavily armed and restive foreign land. He needed to secure loyalty where possible, and avoid driving all English nobility into rebellion at once. Nonetheless, resentment smoldered. The heavy geld, or tax, levied in early 1067, noted by the Chronicle, and the billeting of Norman troops on the populace, bred more than a little bit of anger. William soon departed England in spring of 1067 to return to Normandy and celebrate his victory, taking with him English hostages and treasure. In his absence, he left two of his most trusted men, his half-brother Odo of Bayeux and Lord William Fitzosborne, as regents now in charge of England. Their rule proved harsh and tactless, stirring the first embers of English resistance. In fact, it was under their watch, and with the king overseas, that the first rebellions against Norman rule erupted. And so the initial English resistance to Norman rule flared up almost immediately after 1067 and continued into 1068, particularly in the western shires. One notable early rebel was Adric the Wild, also called the Forester or Sylvaticus, a thane from the Welsh border region. Adric refused to submit to Norman authority and formed an alliance with Welsh princes, capitalizing on the traditional Welsh-English camaraderie against outside invaders. Later chronicles recount that Eadric and his Welsh allies launched guerrilla-style attacks on Norman positions. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentions cryptically that, quote, the child Eadric and the Britons were unsettled and fought with the castlemen at Hereford and did them much harm. Now, what is this term, castlemen? The term itself is quite telling, actually. It refers to the Norman garrison installed in a castle at Hereford. Castles were, at this time, a new and hated imposition in the landscape of England. These wooden motte and bailey fortresses sprang up as symbols of Norman domination, a physical manifestation of the new rulers. Nobody likes that, don't they? And so Eadric's 1067 rising showed that not all English nobles had bowed at Berkhamsted. Some, especially on the fringes of the kingdom, were prepared to fight on. At the same time, in 1067, discontent in Kent led to another dramatic episode. Count Eustace of Boulogne, who ironically had fought alongside William at Hastings, turned against him. Eustace attempted an attack on Dover Castle, possibly hoping to stir an English revolt in the southeast. The assault failed. Dover's Norman garrison repelled Eustace's force. But it showed the instability of William's new realm. Even Norman allies could become adversaries if they sensed weakness or opportunity. But the most serious early rebellion coalesced in the south-west of England, centered on the city of Exeter. You see, Exeter had become a refuge for the remnants of Godwinson's family. After Hastings, King Harold's mother, the formidable Geitha Thorkeldsdottir, rather. Excuse me, that's a bit of a difficult name. Well, he retreated to Exeter with a cache of treasure and loyal huscarls. She, along with other surviving English nobles in the west, spurred a local resistance. When William's regents demanded Exeter's submission and an oath of fealty, the city outright refused. According to Orderic Vitalis, the men of Exeter defiantly replied that they would, quote, not admit the Norman king, nor pay him a penny more than they had to the previous king. Of course, an open challenge like that had to be met directly. King William, back in England by December 1067, reacted swiftly to Exeter's revolt. In 1068, he marched a royal army westward in a harsh winter campaign, a testament to his determination to crush dissent before it spread, as usually winter was not the time to be doing this sort of thing. So as he advanced, William took brutal measures to cow the populace. The chroniclers recount that upon reaching the outskirts of Exeter, William captured a group of hostages, possibly the relatives of rebel leaders. In full view of Exeter's walls, he had one hostage blinded, his eyes ripped out. Pretty horrifying warning. Rather than intimidating the townsfolk into surrender, however, this just made them extremely angry, the cruelty seemingly stealing their resolve. The Chronicle notes that Exeter's citizens withstood William for 18 days. William laid siege to Exeter, attempting to storm its formidable Roman-built walls. Medieval sources describe a grim episode during the siege. William of Malmesbury claims that one indomitable defender atop the walls dropped his dax and mooned the Normans, bearing his buttocks and even breaking wind in their direction. Well, in proud defiance at all, after the blinding of the hostage. Not sure how effective it was to crush Norman morale, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Well, such an image as that, whether literal or apocryphal, captures the spirit of the English resistant in those early days. Angry, fearless, and perhaps recklessly brave. Ultimately, over 2 weeks of siege, Exeter fell. According to the Chronicle, the city surrendered only after the Thanes had betrayed them. This suggests that some local leaders lost heart or secretly negotiated with William. The Norman king was merciful in victory by his standards, at least. He did not sack Exeter wholesale. Instead, he accepted the city's capitulation, took hostages to ensure loyalty, and pardoned the townspeople, aside from presumably confiscating Geitha's treasure. Now, speaking of Geitha, Harold's mother, that is, she managed to escape Exeter before the fall. She fled, eventually making her way out of England. One colourful, near-contemporary source, a Latin poem on the conquest, Carmen d'Astingue Proelio, written in about 1067, later recounts a dramatic anecdote involving Geitha. Purportedly, she had approached King William after Hastings and offered the weight of Harold's body in gold as a ransom for her son's corpse. The Carmen says William, infuriated, refused this plea, and instead ordered Harold's mutilated body to be buried by the seashore, on the summit of a cliff, as a guardian over the sea. Whether that's true or not, it illustrates how even in defeat, the Godwinsons tried to salvage their dignity, and how unsparing William could be to the memory of his foes. Either way, Exeter was subdued, and William wasted no time fortifying his grip. If he was on a roll, he was not going to stop. He installed a Norman sheriff and garrison in Exeter, and immediately began the construction of a castle within the city to deter future rebellion. This became a pattern. Wherever resistance was crushed, a castle rose in its place, a stern reminder of Norman authority. Yet the unrest did not start and end at Exeter. Harold's illegitimate sons, who had fled to Ireland after their father's death, launched 2 invasion attempts to stoke the fires of resistance. In mid-1068, Harold's sons, possibly Godwine, Edmund, and Magnus, landed with Irish mercenaries on the coast of Devon. The Chronicle records that they, quote, came from Ireland with a naval force into the mouth of the Avon, that is the Avon River it's referring to, and ravaged the area around central Bristol. Through an attempted assault on Bristol itself, was repelled by the townsfolk. An English royal official, Ednoth the Steward, a former servant of King Edward and King Harold, led loyalist forces against the invaders. In the ensuing fight, Ednoth was killed and the skirmish was quite bloody, but ultimately the raiders retreated to their ships. Harold's sons tried again in 1069, landing in Cornwall or Somerset with a fleet of 64 ships. This time, they were met and decisively defeated by Earl Brian of Brittany, a Norman allied lord near the river Tor. Many of their warriors were slain, and the surviving brothers fled back to Ireland, empty-handed and quite disappointed, one can imagine. These braved but doomed forays by Harold's progeny added a romantic coda of sorts to the Anglo-Saxon resistance. The sons of the fallen king, lighting up that flame of revolt, only to see it snuffed out on the shores of the homeland they sought so boldly to reclaim. By the end of 1068, William had largely pacified southern and central England, He had dealt with unrest in the west, and had either co-opted or neutralized most of the Anglo-Saxon nobility in these regions. Yet the north of England remained a thorn in his side. The Northumbrians, they had their own proud traditions and their own grievances, and they were about to ignite the most serious rebellion of all, one that would push King William to the harshest of responses. Northumbria, with its centre at the city of York, it had never been easily governed from the south. Even under Anglo-Saxon kings, northern England was semi-autonomous. After the conquest, William faced a volatile mix in Northumbria. The native Northumbrians resented the outsiders, and several exiled English leaders sought to use the north as a springboard for resistance. Early in 1067, William had appointed Copsig, a loyal Northumbrian, as earl there, but Copsig was soon killed by northern rebels. In 1068, William tried again by naming a Norman, Robert de Comines, as Earl of Northumbria, but this proved to be quite disastrous. In January 1069, before Robert could even secure his rule, he and his retinue were ambushed in Durham and slaughtered by Northumbrian insurgents. The North had effectively risen in revolt, killing the chosen governor of the king. Sensing a looming crisis, Edgar the Atheling, the same Edgar who had submitted in 1066, escaped from William's court and headed north. Edgar had taken refuge in Scotland for a time at the court of King Mael Colum, that is Malcolm III, who had married Edgar's sister Margaret. But now Edgar saw an opportunity. He joined forces with the Northumbrian lords, including Earl Gospatric, a local magnate whom William had briefly installed, then exiled, and Earl Waltheof, who despite his earlier submission was hovering between loyalty and rebellion. Together, they prepared to make a stand. In the late summer of 1069, a grand alliance formed against the Normans. Edgar Atheling and the English rebels in Northumbria were bolstered by an invading army of Danes. King Sweyn of Denmark, a formidable figure, related by blood to King Canute, dispatched a fleet. Some sources say as many 240 ships under the command of his brothers and sons, including Earls Thorkild and Osborne. These Danish forces sailed up the Humber estuary in September of 1069 and linked up with Edgar's northern English host. The presence of the Danes was a game-changer, to say the least. Many common folk in the Danelaw, that is the old Viking-settled regions of the north, welcomed them with open arms, seeing Sweyn's house as potential liberators from Norman rule. In a celebratory mood, the chronicle says they were riding and marching full merrily with an immense army. The combined forces of the Danes and the English marched on York, the chief city of the north. What followed was the greatest single military disaster for the Normans in the entire conquest period. The rebels attacked York and overwhelmed the two castles that William's men had built there the year before. The Chronicle reports that they stormed and demolished the castle and won innumerable treasures therein, slew there many hundreds of Frenchmen, that is, the Normans, and led away many to the ships. York's fall was a tremendous psychological and strategic blow. One of the Norman commanders in York, William Mallet, barely escaped with his life. The victors, however, did not or could not hold the city for long. In the chaos, a terrible collateral tragedy occurred. The retreating Normans set fire to parts of York, and in the process, York Minster, the great cathedral of St. Peter was plundered and burned. The conflagration likely started as Norman forces torched buildings to cover or loot to the rebels, but it resulted in the destruction of one of England's holiest sites. Thus, even in victory, the North paid a bitter price for it. When news of York's fall and the slaughter of its garrison reached King William, his reaction was as ferocious as it was swift. Burning with anger, he vowed to annihilate the rebellion. William raced north with an army, with all the force that he could collect. In the words of the chronicle, that is, arriving before the Danes and English could consolidate. But the rebel forces wisely avoided direct pitched battle with William. Indeed, the Danes soon slipped away to the east coast, more interested in plunder than in risking a decisive fight. Edgar Atheling fled back to Scotland once York became untenable. Frustrated, but determined to make an example, William unleashed what has become known to history as the harrying of the North. The harrying of the North, 1069 to 1070, stands as one of the most infamous acts of brutal repression in medieval history. Primary sources, especially Orderic Vitalis, writing a generation later, condemn it in the harshest of terms. William, finding no army left to fight, decided to punish the entire region for harboring rebellion. He divided his forces and systematically laid waste to Yorkshire and the surrounding shires. Villages were torched, crops and livestock destroyed. Supplies were burned or seized. The aim was to render the North uninhabitable, starving out any remaining resistance and deterring future revolts. Orderic Vitalis gives a searing account. Quote, William made no effort to restrain his fury and punished the innocent with the guilty. In his anger, he commanded that all crops, herds, and food of every kind be gathered and burned to ashes, so that the whole region of the north of the Humber would be deprived of any sustenance. Contemporary estimates of the scale of the destruction vary, but they are uniformly grim. Orderic claims that more than 100,000 people perished of hunger. Men, women, and children alike starved as a man-made famine ravaged land. The same chronicler somberly notes, My writings have often praised William, but for this act I can only condemn him, showing that even Norman-leaning observers were understandably appalled. There are even accounts of cannibalism in the wake of the harrying, desperate survivors resorting to eating human flesh amid the utter scarcity. While such details are difficult to verify, they speak to the collective memory of how terrible the devastation was. Orderic Vitalis, who was drawing on older sources and perhaps local stories, mentions that the famine was so severe that some people, quote, fed on the bodies of those who had died. A horrifying image. Whether literal or exaggerated, it conveys the depth of the suffering. The physical and economic scars of the harrying were deep. Even many years later, when William ordered the Great Survey of the Kingdom in 1086, that is the Domesday Book, large swaths of Yorkshire and northern England were still recorded as waste, having never fully recovered. Domesday records village after village in the north with either drastically reduced populations or no taxable value at all, a direct consequence of the deliberate destruction. Historians estimate that in Yorkshire, as much as 75% of the population either died or fled as a result of William's vengeance. Only about a quarter of the region's pre-conquest population and plough teams remained by 1086. The land lay waste, a silent testimony in the Domesday Book to the atrocities of 1069 and 70. One entry famously lists vast stretches as vasta, or wasted. Modern analysis supports the chronicle too. One scholarly assessment notes that some 150,000 fewer people and 80,000 fewer oxen were in Yorkshire by 1086 compared to 1066. Arguably, scorched earth warfare of unprecedented scale, for the first time recorded in Western Europe's early Middle Ages. By early 1070, the Danish king Sweyn, seeing William's resolve and negotiating shrewdly, accepted payment to withdraw his fleet. The Danes sailed home with loot after a side trek to plunder the Abbey of Peterborough, aided by local rebels. More on that soon. William thus rid himself of the Danish threat through bribery and diplomacy, even as his armies terrorized the land. The rebellion in the north was effectively broken. Its chief leaders were dead, hiding, or in exile. Edgar Atheling, the figurehead of the resistance, returned to Scotland once more, thwarted and empty-handed. He would eventually seek reconciliation with William a few years later, finally accepting a comfortable exile or vassalage. Now it's worth noting that Norman chroniclers later depicted William as remorseful for the harrying, at least in his final years. Orderic Vitalis recounts a scene of William on his deathbed in 1087, allegedly confessing, "I caused the death of thousands by starvation and war, especially in Yorkshire. In a mad fury I descended on the English of the north like a raging lion. I chastised a great multitude of men and women with the lash of starvation, and alas, was the cruel murderer of many thousands, both young and old." Whether or not William truly expressed such regret, the inclusion of this speech in Orderic's Historia Ecclesiastica shows how notorious the devastation was. Even if the king had secured his throne, the moral cost of the conquest was certainly never forgotten by those who chronicled it. But even as the north was being laid waste, rebellion flickered on in other quarters. The year 1070 saw resistance coalesce in the eastern fenlands, the marshy, mist-laden wilderness of the Isle of Ely in Cambridgeshire. This resistance became legendary thanks to one name, Hereward the Wake, a Lincolnshire nobleman's son, possibly exiled before the conquest, who returned to lead insurgents against the Normans. In later folklore, he would be iconized as a proto-Robin Hood figure, the Wake meaning the watchful. Contemporary evidence for Hereward is slim but significant. The Anglo-Saxon chronicle refers to Hereward and his gang of outlaws operating there in the fenlands. Other sources, including Orderic and the later romantic Gesta Heroardi, fill in a few of the details. Hereward had a grudge against the Normans that seized his family's lands, and he was brave, cunning, skilled in guerrilla warfare. The spark for the Fenland Rebellion was the arrival of the Danes in 1070. Although King Sweyn soon negotiated to leave England, a part of his forces lingered in the fens under Sweyn's own brother, Jarl Asbjorn. They set up camp at Ely, which was a secure island amid the marshes. English fugitives from the north and elsewhere flocked to Ely, seeing it as the last stronghold of English liberty. Among them was Morcar, the former Earl of Northumbria, the brother of Edwin. Morcar had finally lost William's trust and left court to join the rebels. Even Bishop Aethelwine of Durham came south with treasure, hoping to keep them from Norman hands. Hereward emerged as a leader of this motley band of guerrilla fighters. One of the most dramatic episodes of this rebellion was the raid on Peterborough Abbey in 1070. The chronicle gives a startling account. Hearing that King William had appointed a Norman abbot, the fearsome Turold, to Peterborough, Hereward and the Danes preemptively attacked the abbey to seize its riches, ostensibly to keep them out of Norman hands. The monks of Peterborough, torn between loyalty to their king and their countrymen, were unable to resist. Hereward's men plundered the monastery of vast treasure. Quote from the chronicle, "They seized there so much gold and silver, as no man could tell another." The chronicle then lists golden shrines, crucifixes, holy relics, all stripped away. They claimed, perhaps disingenuously, to do it out of attachment to the minster, implying that they preferred to send the wealth to Denmark rather than let the Normans have it. Indeed, the loot was carried off to Ely, and shortly thereafter put on Danish ships. King William and King Sweyn reached a peace accord, after which the Danes sailed off with the treasure. Fate was, however, not kind to the stolen riches. A storm scattered the Danish fleet, and much of the treasure was lost at sea, or consumed in a fire after reaching Denmark. This quasi-piratical adventure at Peterborough was a blow to the Normans' regime prestige. A famous abbey looted right under their noses, and added to Hereward's renown as a daring rebel. It shows how even the sacred was not spared in this age of upheaval. Whether Norman or English, each side violated churches in the struggle, either by plundering or by punitive burning, such as what we saw in York Minster. By late 1070, King William realized that the Isle of Ely became the last pocket of organized English resistance. In 1071, he decisively moved to eliminate it. The king ordered a combined land and naval operation to encircle the marsh. Norman warships sailed into the fens, while on land, William's forces constructed a remarkable engineering work, a causeway, or pontoon bridge across the bogs leading to Ely. This feat allowed heavy troops to approach the rebel camp, previously accessible only by boat or secret paths. Even here, legend creeps in. Later tales claim that the Normans brought a sorceress or witch to the front lines, setting her atop a wooden tower to curse the rebels, only to have Hereward and his men set the tower ablaze, casting the witch to a fiery death. The Anglo-Saxon chronicle, however, doesn't really mention witches, but it does state plainly that William, quote, beset the land all about, wrought a bridge, and went in. Surrounded and outnumbered, the English resistance at Ely collapsed. Earl Morcar, Bishop Aethelwine, and many others surrendered to the king's mercy. William's vengeance was unforgiving. Morcar spent the rest of his life as a prisoner. Bishop Aethelwine was imprisoned and died in captivity, and other lesser rebels had their eyes ripped out and were thrown into dungeons. This marked the effective end of the last English-led insurrection. Yet one figure was not captured. Hereward himself escaped. The chronicle notes, with uncharacteristic drama, that all the others surrendered, except Hereward alone, and those who would go with him, and he had let them out wonderfully and with great daring. Hereward vanishes into the wilderness, eluding the Normans. Later stories say he eventually made peace with William and was allowed to live quietly, or alternatively that he was betrayed and killed. The sources vary on that. But in folklore of the conquered English, Hereward lives on as a symbol of defiance, the last English hero, holding out in those marshes when all others had fallen. Orderic Vitalis, writing decades later, praised Hereward's prowess, and medieval ballads would embellish his exploits. The fact that the chronicle, typically terse, bothered to single out Hereward's escape triumphantly suggests his impact had quite a lot on the English imagination even at the time. But either way, with Ely subdued in 1071, William the Conqueror had extinguished the final embers of large-scale Anglo-Saxon revolt. The following year, 1072, he marched north to Scotland and forced King Malcolm III to swear allegiance and hand over Edgar Atheling, ensuring no more northern refuge for the English claimants. Edgar himself submitted to William in 1074 and was integrated into the king's court. He would later leave for adventures abroad, even joining the First Crusade, far away from the kingdom he once sought to rule. The English resistance, in any organized form, was over. But, ironically, one of the last rebellions against William's rule was not led by Anglo-Saxons at all, but by William's own earls, in which the last surviving English earl became tragically entangled. In 1075, England saw one more rebellion, a conspiracy among Norman nobles that has come to be known as the Revolt of the Earls. Two young Norman lords, Earl Ralph de Gale of Norfolk and Earl Roger de Breteuil of Hereford, plotted to overthrow or divide the kingdom, apparently feeling William's rule was too heavy-handed even for them. Ralph and Roger had personal motives, though. William had recently curbed their powers, but they also enlisted the help of disaffected groups, including the Bretons, and even the Danes once more. What makes this revolt particularly poignant in the context of Anglo-Saxon England's end is the involvement and fate of Earl Waltheof of Northumbria, the last Englishman to hold an earl's title under William. Waltheof, the son of Earl Siward, had an interesting career during the conquest. He submitted in 1066, was shown favour by William, and even helped suppress the Northern Rebellion of 1069. At one point, Waltheof famously stood in York's gateway, chopping down Normans with an axe as they fled the burning castle, only to kneel to William later and be pardoned. By 1072, William had made Waltheof Earl of Northumberland again, hoping to use a native noble to keep the Northerners in line. But by 1075, Waltheof's loyalties were conflicted. According to Orderic Vitalis, Waltheof was invited to a lavish wedding feast in Norwich. Earl Ralph was marrying a relative of William's, and Earl Roger attended as well. There, in an atmosphere of revelry, the chronicle darkly calls it the bride, ale, source of man's bale, in a burst of rhyme, the earls hatched their plot to drive the king out of the realm. They allegedly appealed to Waltheof to join. Perhaps in a moment of weakness or drunken bravado, Waltheof consented to the conspiracy. Or perhaps he only pretended to, intending to betray it later. Sources differ. Some say Waltheof lost his nerve and actually revealed the plot to William, hoping to earn forgiveness. Others say he was genuinely complicit at first. Regardless, the revolt of the earls unravelled quite quickly. Before the rebels could coordinate, William's regents and loyalists in England acted. Earl Roger's mustering of forces in the west was checked by other nobles. Earl Ralph raised his banner in Norwich, but Norman garrisons and local English feared troops who notably did not rise for these Norman rebels hemmed him in. Ralph fled overseas, and his new bride heroically defended Norwich Castle for a short time before negotiating safe passage to Brittany. A Danish fleet under Prince Canute, son of King Sweyn, arrived off England's east coast belatedly with 200 ships. But finding the rebellion fizzled, the Danes did little beyond just plundering York once again. You don't want to waste a trip, don't you? Seizing what treasures remained in the ruins of St. Peter's, and then sailed back home. King William returned from Normandy, furious at the betrayal of his magnates. Roger de Brotuil was captured and imprisoned for life. Ralph de Gale remained in revolt in Brittany, so William contented himself with banishing of all Ralph's followers and punishing their families. As for Waltheof, the sole English participant, his fate was the cruelest. Initially, William wanted to spare him. He travelled to Normandy and seemingly secured a pardon by throwing himself at the king's mercy, even offering a hefty ransom. But the trust was gone. In 1075, Waltheof was brought back to England in chains. Despite being an earl by William's own grant and a son-in-law of the king's, Waltheof was made an example of. In May 1076, Waltheof was executed by beheading on St. Giles Hill outside Winchester. He died praying and begging forgiveness. This execution of an English noble, the last English earl nonetheless, by the Norman king, sent a chilling message. Even the highest-born Englishman was not safe under Norman rule if disloyal. The people's reaction to Waltheof's death showed where their sympathies lay. The chronicle reports his body was buried at Crowland Abbey, and soon rumours of miracles at his tomb began to circulate. Orderic Vitalis notes that the English lamented Waltheof as a martyr, and, quote, one of the greatest of the English. And indeed, by the 12th century, a cult had formed around his memory. In the folk mind, Waltheof, flawed though he was, became a symbol of the noble Englishman destroyed by the foreign oppressor, perhaps even a saintly figure who paid for the sins of his age. Thus, ironically, the rebellion of 1075, though led by Normans, underscored the final eclipse of Anglo-Saxon nobility. After Waltheof's execution, no English earl remained in William's realm. Virtually all the great landholders were Normans, Frenchmen, or other continental allies of the conqueror. After 1075, Anglo-Saxon England as a political entity was irrevocably gone. King William cemented his power in the decades that followed through a combination of feudal reorganization, military fortification, and administrative innovation. Castles now studded the land. From peasant hovels one could often see the tower of a Norman keep on the horizon, whether it be the massive stone fortress at the Tower of London, or the Motte and Bailey strongholds in every shire. These were garrisoned by foreign troops, and symbolized that the old order was well and truly supplanted. The Anglo-Saxon aristocracy was almost entirely supplanted by the Normans too. A glance at the Domesday Book of 1086, essentially a grand inventory of all landholders, tells the story quite plainly. By that year, hundreds of Anglo-Saxon thanes had been dispossessed, their lands given to about 200 Norman barons. It is estimated that all of the lands in England, over 95%, were under Norman control by 1086. The Domesday Survey lists only a handful of English names as significant landowners. An oft-cited statistic is that only 2 of the great landowners in 1086 were Englishmen of any note. One chronicle wryly notes that England has plainly been made Norman. The high offices of the kingdom, earldoms, bishoprics, abbacies, were almost all held by Normans too. William had replaced the Anglo-Saxon bishops with Normans. For instance, in 1070, Archbishop Stigand of Canterbury was deposed, and Lanfranc, an Italian Norman reformer, took the seat. The ancient English monasteries now saw Norman abbots installed. In every village, the English peasants now answered to a Norman lord in a castle or manor. The social and legal framework also changed swiftly. The chronicle entry for 1070 bitterly observes that William ordered all the monasteries in England to be plundered, perhaps an allusion to the royal sequestration of the church treasures or the purging of the Anglo-Saxon church leaders. The English language itself was eclipsed in officialdom by Latin and Norman French. Yet even amid the transformation, the memory of the final struggle persisted among the common people. Stories of heroic resistors like Hereward were told by bards. Tales of Norman cruelty, such as the harrying, were recounted with horror. Anglo-Saxon England died, but it was not forgotten, not by those who had lived through its agonizing end. William the Conqueror spent the rest of his reign, until 1087, dealing with the occasional revolts on the continent and organizing his Anglo-Norman realm. England under William became one of the most tightly governed kingdoms in Europe, largely as a response to the rebellions he faced. The Domesday Book of 1086 was in part a product of that need for control. A meticulous accounting to ensure every hide of land was under royal vigilance. Interestingly, Domesday also inadvertently recorded the aftermath of the conquest. Many entries in Yorkshire simply state waste, as we've mentioned, a direct echo of the harrying. In a way, Domesday is the final ledger of Anglo-Saxon England. Kind of like a eulogy. It tallies what was left, who held it, and how the balance had shifted entirely to the Normans. It stands as the conqueror's final imprimatur on the land he had won and pacified. By the time of William's death, Anglo-Saxon England's ruling class had been almost entirely replaced. A French-speaking monarch and nobility now lorded over an English-speaking populace. The insurgencies and resistances that flared after 1066 were ultimately futile, but they were not meaningless. They forced William to adjust his approach, to build castles, to garrison the country thoroughly, and to rule with an iron fist. They also ensured that the transition from Norman rule was anything but smooth. The English did not give up their kingdom without a fight at every corner, whether led by a noble, outlaw, or simple townsfolk refusing a conqueror entry. So in the broader view of history, one might ask, when did Anglo-Saxon England truly end? Was it the moment King Harold fell, an arrow pierced and slain by swords on Hastings Field? Or was it when the last English Earl, Waltheof, knelt before the headsman's axe? Perhaps it ended when Hereward slipped away into the greenwood, leaving the Normans to rule an empty battlefield. Symbolically, one could say Anglo-Saxon England ended when its chronicles fell silent. Indeed, by the 1080s, the Anglo-Saxon chronicles entries grow sparse and increasingly penned by Norman hands. Yet even silence can speak volumes. One of the final chronicle entries in the Peterborough manuscript laments in Old English that peasants perished of hunger and had to eat horse flesh in the harrying years, and that how many thousands were destroyed, no one can say. A mournful epitaph for a destroyed world. In the end, the Norman conquest was complete. Anglo-Saxon England's political structures were dismantled and rebuilt in Norman fashion. But through the insurgencies and suffering of those final days, Anglo-Saxon England also bequeathed something to posterity, a narrative of resistance, the story of a subjugated people resisting a conqueror. In the sources we cited, The chronicles' year-by-year grief, the Norman chronicles' mix of admiration and revulsion, the Domesday's book's cold columns of data. We find the pieces of that story. And when we piece them together, we preserve the memory of those tumultuous final days. We ensure that King Harold's blood on the soil of Sussex, the charred ruins of Yorkshire's village, and the rebel holdouts in the misty fens are not forgotten as mere footnotes, but recognized, well and truly, as the last chapter of Anglo-Saxon England, one that was written in courage and blood. In the 12th century, an English entertainer named Roland Leper secured an unlikely retirement package from King Henry II himself, a grant of 30 acres of land. But there was a catch. The sole condition of this retirement plan was that every Christmas he returned to the court to perform one jump, one whistle, and most importantly, to break wind on command. He was known as Roland the Farter. It's not a mere footnote of absurd trivia, but it opens up a window into the curious world of medieval court jesters, and perhaps the royal sense of humor of this time. But these court jesters were far from being buffoons. Jesters in medieval Europe inhabited a very complex role. They could be, by turns, sharp-witted confidants to kings, battlefield provocateurs facing real peril, itinerant merrymakers wandering from castle to marketplace, or even pious, holy fools weaving divine madness into their antics. And so the role of the medieval jester came in many shapes. Some were consummate performers paid in gold, while others were innocents kept out of charity, or perhaps cruelty. And yet others donned cap and bells only during seasonal festivals. And so today we are going to talk all about jesters throughout Europe in the Middle Ages, charting their origins, roles, and of course the many incarnations, from the king's clever confidant to the itinerant minstrel, all the way to that holy fool. And in the process, I think we'll uncover quite a few surprising facts and anecdotes that bring these forgotten entertainers to life. But first, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Introduction is certainly a little bit different to what we're used to on this channel, but I figured I'd best start with something that's going to get the attention of most people. I'm sure that it accomplished that aim. If you are new to the channel and you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so, same as the like button, and leave your comments down in the comments section. Always helps push the video out, algorithms and such. And of course, like with all the other videos on this channel, you are enjoying it completely ad-free due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who checked out the merch store. If you are considering supporting the channel, you can find the means to do so in the pinned comment or in the description of the video. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to our topic, the medieval jester. Let's start right from the beginning. But of course the beginning is a little hard to trace. You see, the idea of the court jester, it wasn't something that just sprung up overnight, but rather it evolved from earlier traditions of comedic and musical entertainers. Ancient antecedents set the stage for this. The comic actors and buffoons of imperial Rome, known as scure, mimi, or histriones, are often cited as precursors to the medieval jesters. In fact, the Latin term histrio or actor continue to be used in early medieval texts to describe these roaming performers. After the fall of Rome, entertainment did not vanish. Itinerant troubadours, gleemen, jongleurs roamed the land, singing songs and performing tricks. In the early Middle Ages, that is the 5th to the 10th centuries, rulers and chieftains in Europe kept households, bards, and jokers. In Celtic Ireland, for example, it's recorded that from remote times kings maintained fools, jesters, and jugglers at the court for amusement. These Irish jesters, druth in Gaelic, wore rather fantastical garb and cracked impudent jokes to lighten noble hearts, much as their successors would do in Norman castles centuries later. By the 11th and 12th centuries, terminology began to crystallize, and the role gained clearer definition. Notably, the Latin term joculator, from which the word juggler derives, by the way, and the Old French menestrel, from the Latin ministerialis, or little servant, came into use at this time, referring broadly to people who busied themselves entertaining others. In Norman England, minstrel denotes a wide range of performers at first: singers, storytellers, musicians, acrobats, jugglers, magicians, and also joculatores, or jesters. In medieval society, such performers occupied a very low rung of respectability. Just like in Roman times, the church often disapproved of their antics, and law codes sometimes stripped them of certain civil rights. Yet, they were undeniably in demand. The earliest medieval jesters were often simply talented minstrels with a flair for comic storytelling or a bit of physical comedy. And women could be jesters too. One record from 1086 even notes a female entertainer, Adeline the Joculatrix, who owned land in Hampshire, illustrating that both genders certainly took part in the profession. But it's in the 12th century that we first see the title folus, or fol, the old word that we have for fool, appearing in documents as a designation for a court entertainer. The emergence of the word fool signified a slightly new concept: a dedicated comic servant attached to a noble household. Monarchs began to retain court fools in a formal capacity and sometimes rewarded them lavishly for loyalty and just livening the place up a bit. We've already told about Roland Pateur's story. That's one striking example. Here was a jester so valued, or at least so memorable, that he earned land in return for his yearly performance of flatulence. The fact that such a strange service was recorded in royal records hints that by Henry II's time, to remind you that is 12th century England, the king's fool was just an accepted part of court life. Meanwhile, on the continent, similar figures existed under names like menstrel in French, nar, which is German for fool, and buffone in Italian, of course, for buffoon. The high medieval period, 1200 to 1300, would see the court jester become a fixture in noble courts across Europe. But as we shall see, not all jesters were alike. So before examining the different types, let's consider first what daily life at court was like for these entertainers, and of course, what roles they actually played. We might imagine a jester perpetually capering at the king's feet, but in reality, medieval court jesters did not spend all day juggling or telling jokes. Feasts and special occasions were their time to shine, but the rest of their days could be rather ordinary. In fact, noblemen did not hold banquets or merrymaking every night, and hearing the same fool perform endlessly, well, that would grow tedious, wouldn't it? So, a resident jester often had other duties within the household. Some served as grooms, dog keepers, or messengers when not employed on stage, so to speak. Their official title might be the Lord's Fool, but they could be found helping procure food for the estate or accompanying their lord on travels. This dual existence, part esteemed entertainer, part servant, placed jesters in a unique insider but also outsider position at court. But when they did perform, jesters brought levity and wit into a stiff atmosphere of medieval aristocratic life. Like I said, the place certainly needed to be lightened up a bit. And that's exactly what they did. They lifted the mood at court with a repertoire that could include storytelling, singing witty ballads, reciting poems, or performing magic tricks and sleight of hand, along with a bit of juggling, acrobatics, and clever wordplay. A good jester could do it all, multi-talented. One 13th century traveler bitterly noted that no one gave him nice robes or gifts because, quote, he couldn't play instruments, tell jokes or stories, juggle or dance, or fart a tune, implying that a proper jester had to do all of these things at once. Many jesters also attuned their humor to current events. They would lampoon local scandals, or poke fun at notable guests in attendance, much to the amusement or perhaps embarrassment of those around. Surviving accounts show that jesters often made contemporary jokes about people or news known to their audience, making them something like medieval satirists, tailing roast-like commentary for the court. Crucially, jesters enjoyed a rather rare social license. They could speak truth to power, under the guise of folly. By tradition, a court fool's barbs were tolerated where anybody else's would be punished. And this gave rise to the famous idea that the jester is the only one who can ridicule the king without being, well, beheaded for doing so. But in practice, the fools did have to tread carefully, as we'll later see with one of them who pushed Henry VIII a little bit too far. We'll get to that later. But still, at least in medieval terms, many of them wielded a surprising amount of freedom of speech. Medieval kings occasionally used their fools as a sort of informal advisor or truth-teller, precisely because a fool could afford to voice unpleasant truths in a joking manner. The wise fool paradox, that the buffoon may utter wisdom masked as nonsense, appears frequently in literature and history. Shakespeare would later capture this dynamic in characters like King Lear's fool. But real medieval examples abound. A one-telling anecdote is King Edward II of England, as in the early 14th century. He was so accustomed to his fool's familiarity that he reportedly called every successive fool Robert, regardless of his actual name. Well, that suggests Edward and his son Edward III, who kept the practice, treated, quote, Robert the Fool, almost as a position or persona whose individual identity mattered quite a bit less than the actual role, a permanent fixture which allowed banter with the monarch. It also implies the fool had continuous access to the king, a trusted presence in his private circle. Apart from humor, jesters sometimes served practical functions in rather delicate situations. One was a buffer or bearer of bad news. If a monarch was likely to react badly to certain tidings, a clever fool might be asked to deliver the message in a more soft manner. Chronicles mention instances where fools broke news of military defeats or personal tragedies by couching them in jokes or allegories, hoping to reduce the sting. Of course, this was pretty risky. Success meant the king laughed and got the message, but failure could mean that the king, I suppose we could say, shoots the messenger, even if he is a jester, just trying to lighten the mood. And we do have a notable case. A fool of Philip VI of France reportedly saved his own skin when asked to announce the English victory at Crecy in 1346. He snuck into the king's chambers at night, and in a sorrowful tone woke him up, saying, "Our English friends are sitting merrily at Crecy this evening." When the king bolted upright demanding an explanation, the fool quipped, "Why, sire, because they have beaten our army," delivering the bad news with a dose of irony that legend says made the furious king begrudgingly smile. Certainly risky, that's for sure. But anecdotes like this, whether they're apocryphal or not, they kind of illustrated delicate diplomacy of humor that the jesters sometimes practiced. Still, it's a dangerous job to go and break that kind of news. Yet, we know that being the purveyor of pointed jokes can be perilous. While patronized by great lords, a jester was still a servant, and he could fall out of favor in an instant if a joke misfired. We know in our real lives that saying just one wrong thing can sour a relationship very quickly. The English Tudor king Henry VIII kept a beloved jester, Will Somers. He was a companion for many years, but even Will knew that there were some lines that you just could not cross. An observer noted that on one particularly volatile night, Henry, enraged and probably a few pints down, threatened to banish and execute all of the jesters, and not even Somers' usual charm could immediately calm him. Eventually, Somers had to risk telling the king that he needed laughter as much as anyone, daring to chide Henry for his gloom. Unfortunately, he came to his senses. Henry forgave him. But the other jesters were less lucky. We hear of a fool in Henry's court, perhaps an itinerant who intruded uninvited, who so irritated the king that Henry had him summarily beheaded on the spot. Clearly, walking a fine line between acceptable irreverence and fatal impudence was part of the jester's job description. Despite these tasks, successful court jesters could attain a measure of security and even prestige, pretty much unknown to any other class in medieval times. A valued jester enjoyed the protection of a powerful patron, a place at the high table, both literally and figuratively, and often generous rewards. Records show that English kings gave their fools gifts of clothing and even an allowance. One such entertainer, Tom the Fool, performed at the wedding feast of Princess Elizabeth, his daughter of Edward I of England around 1297, and he received a payment of 50 shillings for the reward. Now, to put that sum in perspective, a skilled laborer at the time earned only a few pence per day, so 50 shillings was a small fortune. Similarly, in France and the Burgundian court, talented jesters could become kind of minor celebrities. Some were given fine horses, their own servants, and even the best seat by the fire. A top jester might wield influence by virtue of his closeness to the ruler, causing other courtiers to curry favor with him, despite his technically lowly status. And so it is no wonder that one contemporary remarked that, quote, everyone wanted the top job of court fool, but few vacancies existed. The position was, in a sense, the pinnacle of the entertainment profession, a stable sinecure that many wandering minstrels dreamed of having. I suppose it's kind of like getting a residency at a casino in Las Vegas. Kind of like that. And so to sum it all up, this life of the court jester was a study in contrast. It combined periods of mundane servitude with moments of high-performance drama. It granted a license for candor, yet demanded constant discretion. It offered proximity to power, but zero formal power of its own. Jesters lived inside the royal household, but outside the royal hierarchy. They were both insiders and outsiders, as we can put it, uniquely able to mock the very world that sheltered them. And it's within this paradoxical status that the jester becomes such a fascinating social figure. And so next, we're going to talk about the different types of jesters, as not all of them who were in this profession were under the same circumstance. So as the Middle Ages progressed, the fool became an umbrella term, covering several distinct categories of entertainers and fools. Broadly, we can distinguish three types of medieval jester roles. The first is the professional court jester. These are the classic household jesters, intelligent, quick-witted performers, employed by kings or nobles on a long-term basis, often called licensed fools, because they had official sanction to jest freely. They were typically astute and often well-educated individuals. Contrary to popular images, the professional fool at court did not always dress in silly costumes. Many apparently wore ordinary attire, quite similar to their employers, especially in earlier medieval times before the gaudy jester suit became fashionable. The humor was highly verbal and situational. They were expected to cleverly amuse high-born audiences and also serve as conversational foils for their lords. This category includes the most famous named jesters in history, people like Triboulet, the French jester to King Francois I, Will Sommers, the jester to King Henry VIII of England, and Stanzik, the Polish jester, serving King Sigismund the Old. These professionals could become confidants of their rulers, and some even undertook semi-official tasks, such as delivering messages and even spying. Well, everyone needs a side hustle, don't they? They were paid wages, or given benefits, and if they pleased their lord, they might enjoy a considerable amount of comfort and protection. So the professional fool was in many ways a skilled courtier who used humor instead of diplomacy. A fool by job title, but quite often the sharpest mind in the room. Then we have the natural fool or innocent. Medieval elites at times kept men and women of mental disability or physical deformity as jesters, a practice that today is frankly quite cruel and exploitative, but, well, we can't hold medieval people by the modern standard, can't we? You see, in those times, such individuals were viewed as sources of spontaneous humor. Their unusual appearance and unconventional behavior made them objects of fascination. Noble families might adopt an innocent, someone who was, for instance, intellectually disabled, or perhaps a dwarf, to keep them around as almost like playthings for their amusement, or perhaps as an act of Christian charity in the best cases. These unfortunates were the true fools in the original sense, that is, folly is a lack of reason. They generally did not receive salaries, but they were given food, simple clothing, sometimes the motley garb and cap with ears to accentuate their role, and also a place to sleep, often quite literally on the floor of the great hall. They held titles like the Duke's Fool or the Queen's Fool, indicating a possession by a lord. In some cases, keeping a natural fool was seen as an act of benevolence. Better a noble household than the harsh streets. But it was benevolence mixed with ridicule. Historic examples include Jane Fool, a female jester who served Queen Mary I of England. Some accounts suggest Jane might have been a woman with a learning disability whom the Tudor court found endearing and amusing. Natural fools sometimes provided comic relief, just by their spontaneous remarks or physical antics, without the need for a polished routine. They were somewhat pets of the court, and when they ceased to amuse, their fate could be quite sad. Some were pensioned off with a small allowance or sent to monasteries, but others were simply cast out to become beggars. Despite the often patronizing treatment they received, a few innocent fools were fondly remembered by their patrons. Their simplicity could sometimes thaw a monarch's hardened heart in ways that no adviser could. The distinction between professional and natural fools was recognized by contemporaries. One was an artificial fool, that is, a person who pretended to be foolish for a living but was wise. The other, a natural fool, a person who was perceived as genuinely lacking. Both, however, sat at the same royal tables in the eyes of the world, embodying the two sides of medieval folly. Well, third, we have the itinerant or festival fool. Not all medieval jesters were attached to households year-round. Many were wandering entertainers or amateurs who performed seasonally, especially during festivals. In cities of France and elsewhere, groups called fool societies emerged, bands of merrymakers who organized revels on holidays like Christmas, Twelfth Night, or Carnival. These were the people who most often donned that classic jester costume that we think of today. The multicolored tunics with jagged edges, the hood with donkey ears or a cockscomb crest, sometimes even bells attached that jingled as they moved, and perhaps a scepter-like mock staff which was called a bauble, often topped with a carved fool's head, essentially a mini jester doll. They pranced through the streets, leading parades of fools and carnivalesque procession. In the Feast of Fools, a medieval festival held around New Year's in some regions, lower clergy would elect a Lord of Misrule or a Bishop Fool to ape sacred ceremonies in a rather irreverent manner. These festival fools provided the public with comedic theater and ritualized chaos, mocking the serious routine of church and state. They could get away with it for just a day. While often not professionals by trade, many had real performance skills. We're talking music, acrobatics, things like this. The guilds of fools in places like 15th century France indicate that even civic comedy could be organized. These festival clowns essentially were the ancestors of modern clowns and circus performers. Unlike court fools, their audience was the general populace, and their humor could be even more satirical and biting. since it was part of an allowed social inversion. For instance, during Carnival in medieval Paris, members of the Law Clerks Guild dressed as fools and staged ludicrous trials of everyday figures, delivering judgment in nonsense rhythms, a way to blow off a bit of steam in a highly stratified society. Though tolerated during the holiday, such folly sometimes earned clerical condemnation. You can imagine the church, being famous for their sense of humor in medieval times, were never quite comfortable with the Feast of Fools, and by the 15th century it was largely suppressed for being too unruly. But nevertheless, the spectacle of costumed jesters dancing with bells remained a beloved image of medieval popular culture. We find them depicted in manuscripts, in woodcut prints, and later in paintings, the fool, with his flamboyant garb, becoming a symbol of mirth itself. In addition to these broad types, there were hybrids or other related figures. For example, some itinerant minstrels essentially functioned as freelance jesters, traveling from one noble's hall to another, offering their comic shows for a night's hospitality or a few coins. The lonely castle, or a roadside inn, might warmly welcome the visit of such a wandering fool whose jokes and stories broke the monotony of medieval life. And there were also dwarf jesters, overlapping with the innocent category, particularly favored in certain courts for their stature. The courts of late medieval Burgundy and Spain famously kept dwarfs as jesters and chamber fools. Their small size was often accentuated by miniature costumes. We even have accounts of child jesters kept by kings to grow up as fools. And on the other end, there were scholarly fools, like the versificator, the poet-fool in Henry III of England's court, who was essentially a learned man to compose witty verses and entertain the upper class. Of course, by the Middle Ages, these various fool figures began to intermingle with the emerging forms of popular theatre, and that's where we get lots of interesting characters coming out. We actually have plenty of notable jesters, and the little anecdotes that come with them across medieval Europe. The records and legends preserve the names of a few extraordinary characters, whose stories offer quite a bit of insight into the role. We already met Roland, forever famous or infamous for institutionalizing flatulence as royal entertainment. But let's journey through a sampling of other fools from different courts. First we have Rahere of England of the 12th century. Long before the heyday of Tudor jesters, King Henry I of England's court featured an amusing fellow named that Rahere. Described variously as a courtier, minstrel, jester, Rahere was a royal favorite, known for his wit. But his life took a remarkable turn. After a pilgrimage to Rome, where he survived illness, Rahere had a spiritual conversion. He founded St. Bartholomew's Priory and Hospital in London in 1123, and became its first prior. So you imagine that. A former jester becoming a man of God and establishing a hospital. Rahere's story, perhaps part fact and part legend, shows that the boundary between the clown and the cleric could sometimes blur. In fact, his tomb can still be seen at St. Bartholomew the Great in London, a lasting monument to the jester turned monk. It suggests that jesters, while devoted to mirth, were of course not devoid of a deeper calling or character. Well, let's have a look at Burgundy in the late 15th century, where we find Jehan le Glorieux, known by the nickname meaning the proud or the glorious one. Le Glorieux was the jester of Duke Charles the Bald of Burgundy. Charles was a stern and humorless prince, so the antics of his jester stood out all the more. Glorio's real name was said to be Nicholas Ferial, and he was a hunchbacked dwarf, a classic case of that physical innocent, but he was also quite quick-tongued. One anecdote relates that after Charles' death in battle in 1477, Glorio was found wandering the ducal castle weeping. Someone remarked that he should be happy now, as fools thrive in times of chaos. But the jester retorted, quote, "I weep because now there is no fool in Burgundy. The one fool that ruled us all is dead." By calling the famously rash duke the true fool, even in death, Glorio delivered a poignant final jest, and so his legacy lives on in literature and folklore, representing a sharp-tongued fool who cleverly critiqued his master's failings, albeit quite conveniently waiting until his master has died and has no means of retort to say such things. But then we have unusual for the time, being 16th century England. The court of Queen Mary I Tudor included a female jester known as Jane the Fool. Jane had also served Mary's stepmother, Queen Catherine Parr, and possibly Princess Elizabeth, often depicted in accounts as wearing a simple russet gown and a cloth cap. Jane Fool likely fell into the innocent category of fools, a gentlewoman with some developmental disability who became a beloved mascot of the royal household. Mary I was an embattled, melancholic queen, and it's touching to note, I suppose, that she kept Jane close by, perhaps for comfort, more of a friend than anything. In one story, during a tense moment, Mary's advisors urged her to sign the death warrant of a traitor. Jane reportedly broke the grim atmosphere by snatching up a nearby document and mimicking the serious counselors, causing Mary to laugh and delay her decision. Though largely voiceless in historical record, Jane's presence hints at the often unsung emotional support that a jester could provide just by their simple, unaffected companionship. Let's go to France now, early 16th century, where we find arguably one of the most legendary court jesters. Triboulet, born Nicholas Ferial, just by coincidence the same name as Glorio, but unrelated. He served Kings Louis XII and Francois I. Triboulet was a true professional jester, highly intelligent, but physically deformed. He had a big hump on his back. He was fearless in mocking those who were above him in hierarchy. It is said that he once slapped King Francois on the behind in a fit of clownery, which apparently Francois did not see the humor in. He threatened Triboulet with execution for his impertinence, allowing him to choose the manner of his death. But quick as a flash, the jester replied, "Good sire, by Saint Goody Two-Shoes rather, and Saint No-Nose, I choose to die from old age." The king had apparently burst out laughing and came to his senses and spared him. This famous anecdote, whether it's real or not, it sure shows the razor-sharp wit that a jester needed to survive his own jokes, and has certainly some poise under pressure in that moment. In fact, Triboulet's name became synonymous with mischievous jokers in French culture. Even Victor Hugo wrote a play that was partly inspired by him. Beyond the jokes, Triboulet also, according to law, saved Francois' life by warning him of a plot, proving that a fool could indeed be both jester and protector. He is remembered as a master of his craft, one whose tongue was as swift as the bauble. Let's go to Poland now. The Polish court of King Sigismund I, also known as the Old, who had a jester named Stanzik, who was revered in Poland as a symbol of wise patriotism hidden in a jester's garb. Stanzik's fame came largely from anecdotes written in later recollections. The most famous story goes like this. In 1514, while the court was merrily indulging in a hunt, news arrived that the important fortress of Smolensk had fallen to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. All the nobles were distraught at this political and military disaster, except for Stanzik, who had been quite morose before the news, and remarked that he was glad. Asked why, he supposedly had said, quote, "I've been worrying for weeks now that our country was in peril, while you all chased a hare. Now that what I feared has happened, at least I'm not the only one troubled. The whole court shares my worry." In another version, he quips that the courtiers showed more distress at a lost hunt than at a lost realm. Either way, he seems to have used irony to shame the king and nobles for their misplaced priorities. He was known for such political satire. A jester, sure, but one whose barbs carried patriotic weight. The Polish painter Jan Matejko famously depicted Stanzik in a painting, hanging his head in thought while a ball goes on behind him. That has cemented the jester's image as a lone truth-teller amid the oblivious elites. It is a legacy that shows that a respect a jester could earn posthumously. He is regarded as something as a folk hero in Poland. At least, that's what Reddit told me when I looked him up. Perhaps so. Either way, he is the embodiment of that idea that sometimes the jester is actually the wisest in the room. One of the earliest medieval jesters, or rather minstrel jesters to enter the chronicles, is Taillefer, a performer in Duke William of Normandy's retinue. Though not a court fool in peacetime, Taillefer achieved legendary status for his actions at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. As the story is told, just before the armies clashed, Taillefer rode out in front of the Norman lines on horseback. He began to juggle his sword and sing the Song of Roland at the top of his lungs, taunting the Anglo-Saxons. An English soldier rushed forth to silence him, and Taillefer struck the man down, only to be swarmed and killed in turn, thus having the grim achievement of being the first casualty of Hastings. His performance, however, had whipped the Normans into a fighting frenzy, and supposedly unnerved parts of the English line. Now, whether that's true or not, it certainly preserves the jester as a warrior/entertainer, using showmanship and daring to inspire the troops. In fact, Taillefer's name means iron cutter, befitting a minstrel unafraid to draw the sword. Well, we have now Chicot of France in the late 16th century. Though a bit beyond the medieval period, we're still going to mention it, as he represents the last flourish of that jester tradition in France. He served King Henry III and later King Henry IV. He was not called a fool officially, he was rather a nobleman who had a caustically witty persona, essentially acting as an unofficial jester. He accompanied Henry III on military campaigns, and reportedly once carried out a diplomatic mission to Navarre in his jester-like capacity, using humor to convey messages. Chicot would openly call Henry III Monsieur d'Anjou, a title the king bore before the throne in a mocking tone, and even interrupt royal council meetings with sarcastic remarks. Because of his valuable counsel hidden in jest, Henry tolerated these breaches of decorum. In one instance, when the king was indulging in his notorious vices, Recall probably prayed, "Lord, have mercy on this laughing stock of the world, our king," causing both shock and sober reflection at court. Now that boldness shows how even as late as 1600, the idea of the jester speaking hard truths lived on. But he eventually met a tragic end, killed in a scuffle, and with him his contemporaries. The era of the court jester in the classic sense had largely faded away. Of course, we could add many more names, from Archibald Armstrong, the wisecracker of King James VI and I's court in Scotland and England, who got himself banished for insulting too many lords, to the fools of the Spanish Habsburgs, of course. King Philip III had a beloved dwarf jester named El Bobo de Coria, who could barely speak, but made the king laugh just with his body language. Across the Holy Roman Empire, Italian city-states and elsewhere, similar characters flit in and out of the records, sometimes appearing in payment rolls, sometimes in anecdotes. One Holy Roman Emperor, Maximilian I, kept a famous jester named Kunz von der Rosen, who later became legendary for his pranks at court in Vienna and Innsbruck. He once placed live beetles inside the ceremonial wreaths intended for ladies at a tournament. The insects seemed to have crawled out at an inopportune moment, and pandemonium ensued, and Maximilian roared with laughter, while the pretentious courtiers fumed. Stories like this show the important aspect of the jester's art, that ability to undercut pomposity and bring the mighty low, if only just for a moment, in a sense an equalizing force wrapped up in simple entertainment. Of course, having fun is all good and well, but is there somebody you forgot to ask? What did the church think about all this? Well, let's ask them, shall we? Medieval jesters not only straddled social classes, but they also straddled that line between the profane and sacred. The relationship between jesters and the church was ambivalent. On one hand, the clergy frequently denounced fools and minstrels as sinful. Medieval sermons and writings refer to them as frivolous, even diabolic figures leading people into temptation. There were church laws forbidding clergymen from playing the fool, or even associating with them. At times, they were even denied Christian burial, and monastic chroniclers often painted them as rogues. We're going back pretty early now. The Council of Trullo in 691, and later local synods, included canons against theatrical and comic entertainers. In the Sencus Mor, that is Old Irish law, as we say, jesters and gleemen were considered to be dishonorable. But that being said, medieval Christianity also had a place, albeit a controversial one, for foolishness in a spiritual key. This was the concept of the holy fool that we've mentioned, a person who feigns madness or embraces humiliating eccentricity, all for the sake of Christ. It drew on the apostolic idea, voiced by St. Paul, of being a fool for Christ's sake. 1 Corinthians 4:10, by the way, if you want to look that up. In Western Europe, the most famous example is St. Francis of Assisi. Now, do not get me wrong, Francis was not a court jester, but he consciously adopted the persona of joyful simplicity that he likened to being God's troubadour. He and his followers joyfully called themselves jugglers or jesters of God. This startling term used by a saint who rejected wealth and status, flipped the cultural script somewhat. The lowly entertainer became a model for humility and divine joy. Francis's approach was just that. As a jester seeks to make an earthly lord's laugh, he would bring the joy to the kingdom of heaven by his life and praise of service. Thus, even as secular jesters were condemned by preaching friars, one of the greatest friars of all time was embracing a kind of holy folly. This exemplifies the complex medieval attitude towards it. Folly in the world was vanity, but folly for God could be a kind of sanctity. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, Eurodivi, or holy fools, became an accepted and even revered phenomenon. These were individuals who behaved as if insane, going naked, acting erratically, to provoke repentance and humility in others. Notably, some holy fools had interactions with rulers reminiscent of jesters' interactions with kings. The Russian Tsars of Moscow sometimes kept holy fools nearby, or at least tolerated their blunt admonishments as coming from God. One striking figure is St. Basil the Blessed, 1468 to 1552 of Moscow, after whom the famous cathedral is actually named, by the way, St. Basil's. He was a naked beggar saint, known to startle people all of a sudden with oddly insightful actions. He publicly rebuked Tsar Ivan the Terrible for not paying attention in church, even as others dared not to say a word. Ivan, a ruler famous for his violent outbursts, not only spared Basil, but he actually rewarded him. Considering Basil holy despite his shocking frankness. And this mirrors the way a monarch might indulge a jester's barbs, with the difference that Basil's authority was a spiritual one. In 1570, another holy fool confronted Ivan when the Tsar was about to sack the city of Pskov. According to accounts, the fool offered Ivan raw meat, though it was Lent at the time, and chastised him for his bloodthirst, telling him essentially that since he was going to slaughter humans, a greater sin, that he may as well just break the fast as well. Ivan was reportedly shamed, and because of this, cancelled the massacre. Meanwhile, within the ritual life of the medieval church, there were moments when the walls between solemnity and, well, silliness frankly came down. The Feast of Fools mentioned earlier was a festival where junior clergy parodied their superiors. It was one such safety valve. On or around the Feast of the Circumcision, that is, January the 1st, in certain cathedrals in France and England, a boy bishop might be elected or a lord of misrule enthroned, and the clergy would wear absurd costumes, make animal noises in church, and just make fun of the Mass. One contemporary account from Notre Dame in Paris from the early 15th century shows how the subdeacons dressed as jesters and danced in the nave and sung ludicrous songs. The church hierarchy officially disproved. The Faculty of Theology in Paris issued condemnations of the feast in the 1440s, yet the practice continued among the people because it was wildly popular. It shows that the medieval sense of humor even penetrated this sacred sphere, if only temporarily. The world was, for a day, turned upside down. The highest became the lowest, the fool became the pope, and laughter was the most important thing. Interestingly, by the late Middle Ages, even theologians and moralists began to see value in this moderated practice. The influential scholar Desiderius Erasmus, writing in 1509, just after the medieval period, penned the work The Praise of Folly, an essay ironically eulogizing folly as a goddess who, though ridiculed, actually makes human life bearable and exposes the hypocrisy of it all. Erasmus was no fan of coarse jesters, but his work, satirically written in the voice of folly, rehabilitates the concept of foolishness as something that can reveal deeper wisdom. He was likely influenced by that long tradition of the wise fool in scripture and literature. Similarly, Sebastian Brandt's Ship of Fools in 1494, a satirical allegory, used the image of fools aboard a ship to humorously critique the vices of his society. The book became a bestseller of its time and spawned many imitations, suggesting that Europeans were ready to laugh at themselves through the mirror held up by the jester. And so, to sum it all up, the Church's stance evolved from blanket condemnation of frivolity to a more nuanced understanding that jesters could serve a purpose, whether as scapegoats for collective laughter or as unintentional prophets, speaking with the guilelessness of children. The medieval jester, though a secular figure, was part of this broader conversion about folly and wisdom, and some, like Francis or Basil, turned the tables entirely by making holiness out of foolery. As one medieval proverb put it, sometimes a fool may point at a truth which the wise blind themselves to. Well, by around 1600, the traditional court jester was beginning to vanish from the halls of power. The Elizabethan era in England still had a few celebrated fools. In fact, there was one household entertainer named Richard Tarleton, a stage clown employed by Elizabeth, also dubbed as a semi-official jester, and James I later employed one Archibald Armstrong. But increasingly the role of the fool shifted to the theatre and the marketplace. Troupes of actors incorporated clown characters into their plays. Entrepreneurs organized traveling circuses and fair shows where jesters performed for public crowds. And the rise of professional theatres, like the Globe in London, meant that wit and satire found a new home on the stage, rather than at court dinner tables. Now, Shakespeare, in particular, immortalized the archetype of the jester in his literature. Characters like Fest in the Twelfth Night, or the fool in King Lear who mixed levity with poignant insight. Another quote from Fest, actually. Foolery, sir, does not walk about the orb like the sun, it shines everywhere. These literary fools were often inspired by real predecessors and the actors who played them. Shakespeare wrote many of his clown roles for Robert Armin, a performer and author who had studied actual court fools, and he even wrote a book about them. Back in continental Europe, the Baroque courts of the 17th century grew to be quite more formal and less tolerant of the chaos that a jester could bring. Absolute monarchs like Louis XV preferred scripted entertainments, ballets, operas, over the unpredictable rifling of a court fool. The last vestiges lingered. For example, the Habsburg rulers of Spain in the 17th century famously kept dwarf jesters and naturals at court, whom the great painter Velázquez portrayed with empathy and nuance in his court portraits. These individuals, like Don Sebastián de Mora or Francisco Lescano, El Niño de Vallecas, were more companions than comedians to the Spanish royals, and, well, by the 1700s, even that tradition had died out. Russia's Peter the Great, in the early 18th century, did revive the idea of a court fool in a bizarre way. He had a prince of fools preside over a mock court of jesters and drunks, as part of his social satire of the old nobility. But this was more of an elaborate practical joke than a continuation of the actual medieval custom. However, if the flesh and blood jester departed the courts, the spirit of the jester lived on in culture and memory. The carnival clowns, the harlequins and pierrots of the Commedia dell'arte, and later circus clowns, they all owe a debt to the medieval fool's motley attire. Even in politics and media today, we often see this kind of licensed clown figure, the comedian who satirizes leaders on late-night shows, the political cartoonist exaggerating a statesman into a fool, or the court jester's modern descendant, the advisor who plays devil's advocate with a touch of humor to help keep a CEO or president in a better perspective. Think about it a lot of the time when they have these political discussions about certain things, whether it's an economical matter or something. They usually have 4 people on to talk. They'll always put one person in who offers a kind of lighter perspective, kind of brighten the mood a little bit. Once again, the tradition continues. Well, lastly, we should note that our modern depiction of the jester, the bright motley costume with the 3-pointed bell-tip hat, is a bit of a romanticized composite drawn from art across different eras. The medieval jesters probably looked much less uniform than that. A 14th century fool might just wear his everyday tunic, or at most a special hood with ears. It was during the Renaissance and Victorian eras that artists popularized the image of the jester as a stylized character. But nonetheless, that image accurately conveys the essence, a vivid, carnivalesque presence amid drab courtiers. Well, the fool, by visually standing apart, mocked the vanity of dressing above one's own station. Yet, in their own way, they were much a part of the pageantry of court life, as the crown and the throne were. After all, it's all just a big joke anyway. Well, with that being said, I think we've reached the end of today's video. Bit of a different kind of topic. It's important to talk about the lighter aspects of the medieval period. I know we all like hearing about the wars and the plagues and the atrocities, but, well, perhaps today I'm the one who brings some levity to the period. The Black Death is over, and England is a realm transformed by loss and upheaval. Chroniclers of the time paint a vivid picture. Entire villages falling silent, homes empty and crumbling, livestock wandering untended in deserted fields. William Dean, a monk at Rochester, lamented that nobody could be found who would bear the corpses to the grave. Men and women forced to carry their own children to common pits for burial. The horror was compounded by the stench of mass graves and the collapse of ordinary life. By the year 1350, nothing was the same. In our time together today, we'll explore what happened to England after the Black Death, focusing on the immediate aftermath and the first few generations following the pandemic. In those decades, England witnessed profound economic, political, social, and cultural changes. Feudal bonds loosened, wages arose amid a scarcity of labor, and old certainties of medieval life were all of a sudden not so certain anymore. We'll hear the voices of people who lived through all these changes, officials, chroniclers, and the ordinary man, describing how a society caught between catastrophic loss and unexpected new opportunities faced the future. Despite all the devastation, the story of post-plague England is not one of unrelieved despair. It's also the story of resilience and transformation. And so, our journey today is going to provide a balanced perspective through a very turbulent era, from the grim immediacy of the plague's impact to the economic and social adjustment that followed, the political turmoil and reforms it sparked, and the cultural shifts that emerged in its wake. We'll weave together the first-hand accounts from the 14th century, and we'll find how those first few generations coped in a new world that the great pestilence had wrought. But first, allow me to welcome you. Where are my manners? For those new to the channel, I invite you, if you like the content, to like the video, subscribe, and in general, just tell me where you're listening from in the comments. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and those who visited the merch store. We have some pretty nice looking stuff on there. And now, without further ado, let us go back and see exactly what kind of England we're dealing with. A kingdom in shock. When the Black Death, also called the bubonic plague, struck in England in 1348 to 1349, it killed with terrifying scale and speed. The chronicler Henry Knighton recorded how the plague entered through the southern ports and swept inland, as if it were by sudden death, sparing no corner of the realm. In towns like Bristol and Leicester, he tallied parish death tolls in the hundreds, observing that almost no one remained alive in some communities. Panic and sorrow gripped the land. People at the time, well, they called it the Great Pestilence, and it shattered the fabric of society within a matter of months. The most immediate effect was the sheer collapse of England's population. Medieval observers estimated that anywhere from 1/3 to 1/2 of the populace perished in the first wave of the plague. Modern historians, using data like monastery death rolls and records from manors, broadly confirm that around 40 to 50% of the population died in 1348 to 1350. Of course, this sudden and frightening depopulation meant that death touched every community and every social class. High and low were stricken. As one Scottish chronicler noted, such a plague has never been heard of. Fully 1/3 of humanity was killed, especially among the common folk. But even so, nobles and clergy, the plague was not going to exempt them. Local chroniclers recount how priests, monks, and nuns died in droves while attempting to tend to the sick. Survivors were often left in a state of shock and disarray. Normal routines of life broke down. William Dean's account, which we mentioned in the introduction, the one from Rochester, describes how decaying corpses and overflowing churchyards forced desperate measures. Parents abandoning all ceremony, throwing their loved ones into mass graves. Traditional funerary rites faltered, as there was simply not enough clergy to perform them, and the clergy that were left, well, a lot of them were too scared to enter the room. At the height of the pestilence, Bishop Ralph of Shrewsbury in Bath and Wells wrote in January 1349 that so many priests had died or fled that parishioners were left without any spiritual caretaker. In an astonishing break with church protocol, he instructed that plague victims could confess their sins to anyone present, even a layman, if no priest could be found. Such instructions show the desperate conditions. Age-old religious rules were cast aside in an effort to provide any spiritual comfort amid the chaos. Daily life thus in 1349 was marked by fear, improvisation, and grief. Everyone coped the best they could. Where officials survived, they organized whatever relief was possible, digging new burial pits and attempting rudimentary quarantines. But often there was simply no one left to perform these basic duties. Knighton vividly noted that sheep and cattle wandered through the empty villages, and there was no one to go and drive or gather them. Crops rotted. The harvesters were either dead or too weak to work. In one memorable anecdote, Knighton states that by the autumn no reapers or mowers would work except for exorbitant wages, and many crops simply perished in the fields for want of someone to gather them. All the most basic elements of agrarian life, herding animals, bringing in the harvest, thrown into complete disarray. England's social infrastructure teetered on the brink in this immediate aftermath. Courts, markets, and churches in many areas simply ceased functioning for a time. Chroniclers speak of villages where not a house was left inhabited, and of buildings great and small falling into ruin for lack of people to maintain them. In the diocese of Rochester, Dean reports that in every manor under the bishop's care, structures were decaying, revenues had plummeted. Hardly any manor could pay its usual rents to the bishop's estate. It paints a picture of a kingdom temporarily stunned by the great calamity. Government tax collectors could not find enough taxpayers alive to tax. Bishops saw incomes and staffs dwindle, and normal commerce was simply suspended in many places. But amid the paralysis, observers were already recording the first signs of permanent change that the Black Death would bring them. In the year 1349, as soon as the worst had passed, the authorities noted an unfamiliar bravery among the lower classes, a boldness, a brashness. The laborers were so uplifted and obstinate that they refused to work for pre-plague wages, despite official commands, according to Knighton. William Dean similarly observed that all laborers, skilled or unskilled, were so carried away by the spirit of revolt that neither king nor law nor justice could restrain them. Now this spirit of revolt in 1349 was not an organized rebellion. And don't worry, that will come later in 1381. You look forward to that. But rather the collective realization among peasants and workers that the old rules had been completely changed. Survivors found that their labor was suddenly in high demand, and they intended to claim its value. Lords and officials, for their part, were understandably alarmed at this newfound assertiveness. Thus, even as the plague still smouldered in parts of England in 1350, the stage was well and truly set for the upheaval in the generations to follow. Demographic and economic shifts. The Black Death's toll on England's population had immediate consequences economically, and they would reverberate for decades. With perhaps half of the workforce completely gone, a severe labor shortage gripped the country. Fields went untilled and workshops idle, unless survivors could be enticed to work longer hours, or new hands could be found. Land that had been marginal or difficult to farm, that was simply abandoned. William Dean claims that more than a third of the land in the whole realm was left idle. While the exact fraction might be debated, it is clear that vast swaths of arable land reverted to pasture or wilderness due to lack of tenants. In subsequent years, some formerly bustling villages were altogether deserted. The first generation after the Black Death witnessed the birth of what later historians call ghost villages. Their names and fields, slowly fading from the records as the survivors simply relocated to other areas or larger towns. For those peasants and laborers who did survive, the new scarcity of workers put them in an unprecedented position of advantage. All of a sudden, the lower class had bargaining power, and the nobles needed them more than they needed the nobles. The tables had turned. Oh, how the turntables! Wages and the price of labor surged upward as landlords and town employers competed to hire from the depleted pool of workers. One frustrated observer around 1350 had wrote, "The shepherd and the cowherd demand more wages now than the master bailiff. Laborers are now such a price that when we must use them, where we were wont to spend 2 shillings, we must now spend 5 or 6. This comment, attributed to the writer John Gower of Kent, captures the astonishment of the propertied classes at the post-plague labour market. Not only were labourers insisting on higher pay, but they also reported to be working less and spending more on finer food and clothing. Gower goes on to complain bitterly. They work little, dress, and feed like their betters, and ruin stares us in the face. Oh, boo-hoo, Mr. Gower. I can only imagine the peasants laughing as though the whole societal setup had been completely thrown on its head, and all of a sudden the nobles are complaining because the peasants are daring to eat nice food and dress nice clothes and demand a living wage. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Perhaps some parallels with our modern time too. We'll get to the peasants' revolt later. Well, the laws of supply and demand were operating. In many areas, the price of labor doubled or tripled within a year of the plague. At the same time, the prices of basic commodities fluctuated too. During the height of the Black Plague, when fear kept people away from the markets, some goods became very cheap because simply no one dared to buy them. Knighton had noted that there were small prices for everything, on account of the fear of death. However, once the worst passed and people resumed some normalcy, shortages of certain items drove prices up again. Knighton concludes that after the pestilence, all necessities became so much more expensive, suggesting inflation took hold for food and goods when demand revived, but supply, and the labor to produce this supply, had remained low. Thus, the immediate economic aftermath saw both deflation and inflation in quick succession, a collapse of demand during the plague, and then a spike in the cost when trade resumed and the production lagged behind. The English government's response to this economic turmoil was swift and stern. Even as bodies were still being buried, the royal administration under King Edward III issued the Ordinance of Labourers, mid-1349, aiming to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, and forbid labourers from leaving their home locales in search of better pay. One can imagine that this was not received very well by the labourers. This was followed, in 1351, by a more formal Statute of Labourers decreed by Parliament, which bluntly stated that every able-bodied man or woman under 60 must be bound to take only the wages that were paid in the 20th year of our reign, i.e., 1346. In other words, the law tried to turn back the clock to the time before the plague, making it illegal for employers to pay or workers to demand higher wages than those customary in the late 1340s. That's an absolute outrage. Such measures also threatened fines or imprisonment for any healthy person who refused to work or left his employer's service. The landlords and authorities, while these laws were seen as essential to prevent ruinous wage inflation and to force the idle peasants back to work. But guess what? Enforcing the laws proved to be extremely difficult The reality of the situation was that the balance of power had shifted toward the workers, and the workers knew it. Many of them simply just ignored the wage ceilings. When someone would say, you can't deny it, you can't demand a higher wage like that, they would simply shrug their shoulders and say, okay, fine, I'll go next door and ask for a job there. To which the noble would respond, wait. Let's make a deal. I really need the fields tilled. A contemporary London chronicler noted that an attempt in 1350 to set maximum wages for skilled trades in every city was generally ignored, and the craftsmen just continued to make the most of the good situation they found themselves in. Across the country, both peasants and their would-be employers found ways around the rules. One report from the period observes that landowners themselves quietly flouted the law, desperate to get their harvests in. They would pay above the legal rate and ask no questions about where a labourer had come from, even if he was a runaway serf from another lord's estate. Labourers suddenly knew their value, and they were also willing to risk punishment to hold out for better terms. The statute's penalties, fines, being thrown in the stocks, or even branding of the recalcitrant workers with the letter F, F being for fugitive, on their forehead, that couldn't stem the fundal economic tide. The trend was just too strong. As one observer at the time noted, executing or imprisoning labourers only made the labour shortage worse. I mean, if the problem is a labour shortage, right, and you respond to the labourers trying to get a better deal by removing more labourers, well, the labour shortage only gets worse. The government certainly found themselves in a very tricky position. The authorities were thus largely completely hopeless to enforce a law that ran counter to the realities of the new market. In practice, wages did rise significantly in late 14th century England, and the standard of living for many common people improved. It's about damn time. With far fewer mouths to feed, there was more land and more resources per capita as well. Many survivors found themselves heirs to deceased relatives' property, or able to negotiate lower rents. Studies of manor records show that in the generation after the Black Death, landlords often had to reduce rents and offer other concessions to attract or keep tenants. Some enterprising peasant took over advantage of the situation by accumulating holdings or moving to better land. Over time, a portion of the peasantry was able to climb the economic ladder, giving rise to a more prosperous class of yeoman farmers who were no longer at the brink of subsistence. Life was suddenly pretty damn good. An English poem from later in the century noted that the common labourer nowadays is angry unless he gets his high wages, and curses the king and his council for making statutes to plague the workman. This line, attributed to William Langland, author of the allegorical poem Piers Plowman, encapsulates the resentful confidence of the post-plague working class. They knew their worth and were becoming increasingly vocal about it. But not all groups benefited from these changes. For the nobility and great landowners, the decline in population meant a sharp decline in income for their estates. Many aristocrats struggled with rising labour costs, small harvests, and falling land values. Some resorted to desperate measures, converting arable fields into pasture for sheep, which required fewer workers, or leasing out portions of their lands to tenant farmers for fixed rents. These adaptations gradually changed the landscape of England's economy, encouraging more diversified agriculture and wool production in the long run. England's lucrative wool trade in fact benefited from increased pasturing. By the late 1300s, some lords focused on sheep raising, supplying wool to the textile markets of Flanders. Such shifts can be seen as a long-term economic response to the labour shortage. land was used in ways that economized on manpower. So really, what began as a crisis of depopulation evolved into new opportunities, if you were left alive. More wages, more land, greater social mobility. It was time for the peasants to make a decent life for themselves. The clash between these interests would play out tumultuously in the ensuing decades, and it would reshape England's hierarchy forever. The entire societal structure of medieval England, the network of lords, serfs, guildsmen, and clergy, was fundamentally challenged in this aftermath. The traditional feudal order, the peasants, especially the unfree serfs, were bound to land and owed labor or rent to their lords, while the lords provided protection and justice. But this system had already been under strain before 1348, it's just that the plague accelerated it dramatically. The labor shortage and shifting economic power that we've already described translated directly into the social change that the serfs needed. And thus, serfdom began to crumble in England in the generations after the calamity. One immediate effect was that many serfs simply packed their things and left. Taking advantage of the chaos, unfree laborers just went in search of better livelihoods, knowing that their lords were in pretty much no position to track down every missing peasant. Chroniclers noted this nobility with dismay. By 1350, landowners were caught complaining that their serfs would not listen to the king's command and stay put, and that our lords were openly harboring these runaways as free workers. The old solidarity among the nobility, where they would return each other's fugitive serfs, was now eroding. I can imagine a few friendships were lost over this sort of thing. Now, every lord needed labor so badly that they welcomed anyone who could hold a plow regardless of their origins, and like we said previously, no questions asked. It undermined the entire system of serfdom, which depended on peasants being tied by law and custom to a specific lord's land. Those serfs who did stay put, well, they pressed for better conditions. Since they knew their lords had few alternatives, many demanded their traditional labor services be converted into fixed monthly rents, or they simply refused onerous unpaid work. Manorial court rolls from the later 14th century show increasing instances of peasants bargaining with their lords, using the threat of leaving or their memory of the plague as leverage. Landlords sometimes agreed to free individuals or entire communities from serfdom in exchange for one-time payments called manumission fees, because cash in hand was preferable to trying to coerce unwilling labor. In other cases, lords tried to reassert old feudal rights. It didn't go too well, only to meet quiet resistance or blatant non-compliance from an emboldened peasantry. The aforementioned statute of laborers was partly an attempt to keep the peasants from breaking their bonds. It required everyone to serve their old master at old wages, but as noted, it was, widely thwarted in practice. Tensions between the classes simmered throughout the mid to late 14th century. A sense of injustice grew among the lower orders, especially as memories of the worst plague years receded, and a new generation grew up. By the 1370s, England's rulers faced not only a continued shortage of labor, but also the grumbling discontent who felt the ruling classes were denying them the life they deserved. This discontent exploded in 1381 with the Peasants' Revolt, an uprising whose demands included an end to serfdom and a reduction in burdensome taxes. Such a call for freedom would have been unthinkable before the Black Death, but by 1381 it had become a rallying cry. The rebels, drawn from a wide spectrum of rural society, from humble serfs to artisans and village officials, marched on London under leaders like the great Wat Tyler and the radical priest John Ball. They targeted symbols of oppression, burning manorial records, attacking tax officials, and even executing the Lord Chancellor. Bad day to be the Lord Chancellor. Although the peasants' revolt was eventually suppressed, its leader, Wat Tyler, was killed in a confrontation with the king, and royal forces hunted down other rebel leaders. It still marked a turning point. In the aftermath, the government backed down from the hated poll tax and other unpopular measures. The rebels' key demand, abolition of serfdom, was not granted immediately, but it effectively occurred over time due to the economic forces that were already in motion. In fact, by the early 15th century, serfdom was dying a slow death across England. Landlords increasingly found it more profitable and less dangerous to grant serfs their freedom in exchange for rent or cash, rather than maintain the old system of labor services. Many of the young people coming of age after 1381 simply just never became serfs at all, instead working as paid laborers or tenant farmers. It's a much better deal. By the mid-1400s, while vestiges of serfdom still existed on paper, the reality was bondage had largely vanished in England. It is important to note that all these social changes didn't create an egalitarian society. Don't think like that, because it's far from that. The gap for the rich and poor still remained, and new elites emerged. For example, a wealthier stratum of peasant landholders and a class of gentry farmers who bought up cheap land. But the rigid framework of feudal relations was loosening. The threat of "work for me or starve to death" no longer carried the weight that it used to when land and alternative employment were available. It was simply laughed at now. No one could threaten the peasants. A lord's legal claim over a peasant's person had become hard to enforce when that peasant could run off to a town or to another lord offering better terms. As a result, more peasants became essentially free subjects rather than servile dependents, a fundamental shift from the world of their forefathers. If only they could see them. So we can see subtler evidence of this in the social fluidity of the details of everyday life. With more opportunities to earn wages or inherit land, common people could aspire to greater comfort and autonomy. Diets improved for many families. Cheese, meat, and even ale were more accessible when livestock were plentiful and grain prices relatively low. Clothing and personal goods of peasants also improved in quality. Survivors of the plague sometimes indulged in better garments and household wares, as archaeological finds and wills from the late 1300s suggest. And even surnames began to reflect new realities. For instance, a serf who became a free carpenter might adopt the surname Carpenter instead of a name tied to his birth. In towns, too, workers found new opportunities. With many guild masters dead, entry into trades became easier, and migrants from villages filled the ranks of craftsmen. Although urban populations remained smaller than before, they became more open to people of peasant origin, a notable increase in social mobility by the century's end. In summary, the first few generations after the Black Death witnessed the twilight of serfdom and a reconfiguration of social relations. A medieval English society had once been stratified and static. By 1400, it was far more fluid. The shock of the plague broke the old bonds. New forms of inequality rose too. The notion of lifelong servitude to a lord was fading. It laid the important groundwork for more mobile, wage-based societies that would characterize England in the later Middle Ages and beyond. But of course, the story's not over yet. Politically, the Black Death tested England's governance in ways never before seen. In the short term, royal and local authorities had to maintain order and provide leadership amidst a collapse of personnel and resources. But in the long term, the social upheavals influenced laws and even rebellions. During the plague years of 1348 to 50, royal authority was preoccupied with crisis management. Of course, all the nobles were screaming at them, "Do something." No pressure, right? King Edward III's government not only passed emergency economic laws like the wage controls mentioned above, but also faced the practical collapse of tax revenues and administrative networks. Many tax collectors, judges, and parish officials had died. Parliament itself, when it met in 1349, was sparsely attended, and granted the king only a fraction of the usual taxes, recognizing that the country could not bear heavy burdens at the moment. Notably, the 100 Years' War against France was temporarily put on hold, as campaigning and tax collection became impossible. England, like the rest of Europe, turned inward to deal with the catastrophe at home. All the wars and conquests would have to wait till later. As the immediate crisis ebbed, the monarchy and nobility tried to reassert control and return to normalcy. But the new social reality led to ongoing tensions. The political elite at the time, knights, barons, bishops, and the royal ministers, were deeply concerned by what they saw as disorder among the commons. The labor laws were one response. Another was a general tightening of local law enforcement to curb vagrancy and uphold old feudal duties. In some places, groups of workers banded together to demand better terms or stage small-scale riots when faced with wage reductions. Local courts in the 1350s and 60s frequently dealt with cases of laborers leaving masters or breaching employment contracts, straining the legal systems with conflicts that had previously been rare. I'm sure the judges, the magistrates had better things to do. Over the next generation, the pressure between the commons and the ruling class continued to mount. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was, of course, the most dramatic expression of the tension. Chroniclers like Thomas Walsingham and Henry Knighton, writing in the 1380s, were shocked by the boldness of the rebels' demands, and even more shocked by the violence they unleashed. The very fact that a crowd of commoners could march on London and compel the king to listen to them, albeit briefly, was a profound shock to the political order. While the rebellion was crushed, it still rattled the upper classes. It made them acutely aware that they needed to address these underlying issues. After all, no one wanted to end up like the Lord Chancellor. So in the aftermath of 1381, governance became more cautious and conciliatory towards the lower orders. There were no further attempts to impose extraordinary poll taxes on the populace, and the strict enforcement of labor laws slackened somewhat. Officials recognized that too harsh a policy could provoke another explosion. Indeed, in the years following the revolt, courts often turned a blind eye to runaway serfs or allowed commutations of labor services, pretty much acknowledging the status quo. Any overt retribution against the peasants was pretty limited. Relatively few lords took violent revenge on their tenants after the revolt, preferring legal and financial penalties, if any. It suggests a political calculation that mercy and pragmatism were going to be wiser than attempts to reimpose the old order by force. The old order was just a bridge too far. Another consequence of the plague years was a crisis of church authority. The church was another pillar of medieval society, as you can imagine. Besides the secular lords, and it too was shaken. In England, the plague decimated the ranks of parish priests and monks. Clergy mortality was extremely high. contemporary figures suggest around 40% of the clergy died, and replacements had to be recruited and ordained in haste. As a result, many of the new priests in the 1350s were young and inexperienced. Some critics claim that the quality of pastoral care and the moral discipline declined. They had to fill the ranks with someone. They get whoever they can get. This opened the door, too, to reformist voices. By the 1370s, the theologian John Wycliffe was openly attacking the wealth and corruption of the church, emboldened in part by how poorly some clergy had shepherded their flock during the plague. Wycliffe's followers, the Lollards, found support among people disillusioned by the clergy's failures. Although the church condemned Wycliffe's teachings, the mere fact that such a movement took hold indicates that the plague's aftermath had weakened the once unquestionable authority enjoyed by the church leaders. At a more local level, ordinary people responded to the spiritual crisis by taking initiative. Many survivors channeled resources into religious and charitable works as acts of remembrance and repentance. New chapels and chantry endowments, funds to, say, masses for the dead, that is, sprung up later in the 14th century, founded by those who had inherited wealth from plague victims. At the same time, lay people took spiritual initiatives. Survivors endowed new chapels and masses for the dead, and membership in religious guilds grew as communities sought collective solace and remembrance. In some towns, parish guards stepped in where clergy were lacking, reflecting a form of lay empowerment and spirituality. The post-plague decades also saw a subtle but important cultural shift in governance, the rise of the English language in official contexts. You're probably a bit confused. We're in England, aren't we? Well, here's the thing. Before the Black Death, the English elite often spoke French, and Latin or French were the languages of record. But by the 1360s, even the language of law began to change. In 1362, a law decreed that court proceedings be conducted in English, not in French, a practical reform reflecting that many new officials, drawn from a younger generation less tied to French tradition, were simply more comfortable in English. By the 1380s, English was commonly used in Parliament and in schools. This was a marked change. Cannot be solely attributed to the plague, by the way, but the social upheaval it caused, including the turnover in personnel and the mixing of social classes, likely accelerated the shift towards the vernacular. King Richard II famously addressed the rebels in English in 1381, a very tense moment, a sign that political communication was adapting to a changed populace. And one could only imagine if the English working class had to face King Richard through a translator. Well, Richard was in a very difficult position when he had to meet with them. I've done a full video on the Peasants' Revolt and King Richard II as well, if you're interested. You'll find them in the British History playlist. So really, the Black Death's after effect in the political sphere were complex and far-reaching. In the short run, it forced crisis management and retreat from foreign ambitions, putting that 100 Years' War on pause. And it provoked heavy-handed laws aiming at holding society together. But in the long run, those laws gave way to a new political balance. The commons emerged from the 14th century more assertive and less controllable than before, while the king and nobility became more conscious of the need to respond to popular grievances. The church faced calls for reform and lost a bit of prestige along the way. In these ways, the Black Death set in motion political dynamics that would continue to evolve in the centuries to come. But I know you want more. Well, let's have a look at some of the cultural and psychological impact. Beyond the economy, beyond politics, the Black Death left its mark on the minds and culture of England. It was trauma, one can imagine, surely, and the immediate trauma gave rise to both intense piety and, paradoxically, a streak of indulgence. William Dean, I know we reference him a lot, but it's just such a good reference, complained that after the plague, people were more ready to indulge in evil and sinfulness, implying that some survivors abandoned restraint and pursued pleasures, feeling that life was simply too short. But then there were others who took the exact opposite approach, seeing the plague as God's punishment and becoming more pious. Thus, post-plague England saw both sides, heightened religious fervor, and a kind of fatalistic indulgence, now living side by side. Art and iconography also became fixated on death's universality. Paintings and poems embraced danse macabre, depicting death escorting kings and peasants alike, illustrate that no one escapes the grave, no matter who you are. In churchyards, tomb carvings began to feature grinning skulls and decaying figures, visual reminders that mortality was not picky. The macabre imagery, emerging in the late 14th century and early 15th, clearly drew inspirations from the collective trauma of what they had all faced. And then there was literature too, that grappled with the plague's aftermath. In the allegorical poem Piers Plowman of the late 14th century, William Langland critiques corrupt clergy, greedy landlords, and the sufferings of the poor, clearly reflecting the post-plague disillusionment. He even alludes to that statute of labourers in the text. Of course, he wasn't the only one not pleased about that. His contemporary John Gower likewise described the world's disarray after the plague, though he took a more conservative tone, lamenting that social upheaval is a loss of the old moral order. Devotional life also changed. Many survivors redoubled their piety, leaving donations for masses, joining religious confraternities, and generally seeking spiritual security. In the years, the first Ars Moriendi, Art of Dying guides appeared, advising people how to die well in a state of grace, a clear sign that the populace, having seen how suddenly death could strike, was now a little bit preoccupied with preparing for the end. If it's going to come, you better be ready. Now the plague itself, though over in a certain sense, it did not disappear. It returned in 1361, dubbed the pestilence for children for its toll on the young, and periodically thereafter. These later waves were less severe, but they ensured that population recovery was slow. By the later 14th century, people had learned to live with the plague as a recurring reality. Towns even instituted early health measures like isolating the sick. A kind of stoic acceptance of periodic pestilence took hold. Another cultural development linked to this era was the expansion of the English language and identity. With the old social order shaken up, English, the language of the common people, became prominent in everyday life. In 1387, Geoffrey Chaucer began writing the Canterbury Tales, and he wrote them in English. It portrayed a post-plague society through a diverse cast of pilgrims, and it's bloody brilliant. Maybe I'll do a full reading of that soon, That'd be nice. His use of the vernacular and the very concept of people from different walks of life travelling together reflect the more fluid social world that emerged after the Black Death. Likewise, the use of English in official settings, as noted before, signified that cultural shift that was taking root at all levels. But of course, on a psychological level, the generation that lived through the Black Death and its aftermath carried deep scars. Many people became obsessed with the idea of mortality, and fate. The Wheel of Fortune, symbolizing the sudden reversals of life, appears frequently in the writings of the 14th century. Having seen great lords and humble peasants alike swept away in days, survivors understood that fortune could be capricious. This fostered a certain humility and even introspection within medieval culture. Sermons reminded the faithful that death could come like a thief in the night. One should always be prepared. At the same time, there was a newfound appreciation for life's earthly comforts. The mentality of seize the day can be detected in some songs and stories of the period. So, let's wrap it all up then. In these first few generations after the bubonic plague, England was forced to remake itself. The immediate aftermath was defined by devastation. Half the population dead, communities completely shattered. But those who survived navigated into a new era rather than returning to the old. Economically, the sudden scarcity of labor empowered peasants and workers as never before. Wages went up, serfs walked away from their bondage, and landlords had to either concede better terms or just find new ways to make money. Socially, traditional feudal bonds were weakened significantly. The idea of being tied for life to a lord's manor, that was an old and frankly ridiculous idea. It was fading away, as mobility and opportunity allowed many commoners to improve their situation. And by around 1400, serfdom was largely on the path of extinction in England. A more free peasantry had finally emerged. Politically, the post-plague generations experienced tension and adjustment. Culturally, the Black Death's shadow lingered in the English imagination. A greater awareness of life's fragility appeared in art and literature, much of which we can still enjoy today. It stressed death's universality, and some of it called for a moral renewal, while the others were out partying and trying to make the best while the getting was good. At the same time, English society in general grew in resilience and creativity. The use of their own language in writing and government expanded, and communities found new forms of religious and social life to bind them together after facing such bereavement. But ultimately, the aftermath of the Black Death in England was a story of profound change, born from a profound tragedy. Those early post-plague generations mourned the world that they had lost, but they also built a new one from the ashes. In rising wages and freer status, a more tempered rule by lords and kings, and in a culture that had stared death in the face and learned to live on, we see that England, after the plague, was irrevocably transformed. The pestilence left a scar on the land, but from that scar grew a stronger and in many ways a more modern England, forged by the trials and resilience of its great people. A brisk November day in 1095 at Clermont, a crowd of nobles and clergy huddles around a makeshift platform. On top of it stands Pope Urban II, arms raised, a voice ringing with passion. He evokes a distant city, Jerusalem, calling it the center of the earth, a land fruitful above all others, a paradise of delights, sanctified by Christ's life and death. And he implores his listeners to rescue this holy city from foreign hands, crying out, Jerusalem is now held captive by the enemies of Christ. She seeks to be liberated and ceases not to implore you to come to her aid. The crowd erupts with a roar. Deus vult, God wills it. And the first crusade is well and truly underway. But what was it about Jerusalem that inspired thousands of medieval men to drop their plows, don the cross, and march thousands of miles into the unknown? Why did warriors and pilgrims alike endure hunger, disease, and battle for this city's sake? Well, that's the topic for today. We're going through the religious zeal, political ambitions, and economic interests, along with the cultural dreams that made Jerusalem the beating heart of the crusader era. But before we get into it, I'd like to welcome any newcomers and invite you to hit the like and subscribe button and perhaps leave a little comment. I always like reading through them. Oh, and thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to look at the merch store. You have my thanks. So, with all that being said and customary welcomes and introductions out of the way, let us begin a journey back in time and explore the question, why was Jerusalem so important to the Crusaders? To medieval Christians, Jerusalem was no ordinary city. It was the spiritual center of the universe. Long before the Crusades, Jerusalem loomed large in Western Christian imagination. It was the site of the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb where Jesus Christ was believed to have risen from the dead, and of Golgotha, where he was crucified. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem had been a sacred ideal for centuries. Monks, nobles, and even paupers would travel for months just to get a chance to pray at the holy site. The 9th century Frankish monk described Jerusalem as the navel of the world, the place where heaven and earth met. By the 11th century, despite the city being under Muslim rule, a steady stream of Christian pilgrims still flowed toward Jerusalem, evidence of its undying pull on the Western psyche. But things had changed. Pilgrimage had grown perilous. There were tales of highway robbers attacking pilgrims and of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre being damaged. In 1009, the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim infamously destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, and this sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. Although the church was later rebuilt, memories of this sacrilege endured. Imagine the outrage and grief of the believers, hearing that the holiest church on earth was razed. It was as if their own faith had taken a punch straight to the jaw. By the late 11th century, reports were beginning to circulate of Muslim authorities harassing Christian visitors to Jerusalem. These stories primed Europe for action. Protecting Jerusalem was not only a spiritual duty, but it had become an emotional cause. Thus, on that day in Clermont, when Pope Urban II called the First Crusade, he tapped into a deep well of devotion. According to Fulcher of Chartres, Urban described how, quote, "the Redeemer of mankind has made Jerusalem illustrious by his advent, consecrated by his passion, redeemed by his death, glorified by his burial." He portrayed the city as a noble lady held hostage by infidels, ignominiously polluted by non-Christian worship. And the rhetoric struck a chord. To the audience, freeing Jerusalem was not conquest, it was an act of restoration, a homecoming to the city of their Lord. The offer of a spiritual reward only sweetened the deal. Urban promised that, quote, "undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, with the assurance of eternal glory in the kingdom of heaven." For nights weighed down by guilt and sin, the Holy War was a path to redemption, a golden ticket straight to paradise. As one eyewitness put it, upon hearing the call, the crowd shouted unanimously, "God wills it," each man eager to take up the cross and save the holy city. Say what you want about Urban II, but he sure knows how to give a rousing speech. And so I think we can conclude, without many debates, that religion was the foremost motivator. I don't think anybody is really arguing that. The Crusaders called themselves pilgrims. They bore the red cross on their tunics as a symbol of penance. They chanted psalms as they marched. One crusader, Raymond of Aguiar, wrote that throughout the journey they felt guided by biblical precedents, comparing their army to the Israelites on an exodus toward the Promised Land. The very name crusade is more modern. Contemporaries spoke of going on pilgrimage or taking the cross to Jerusalem. Well, the pilgrimage was armed, yes, but fundamentally it was driven by faith in the holiness of Jerusalem. But as much as we can sometimes conclude with the Occam's razor that it was all about religion, it doesn't alone tell the full story, which is why I'm making the video, to be honest. And as we shall see, political and economic factors interwove with piety. But it is crucial to grasp for the medieval crusader that Jerusalem was the physical embodiment of their faith. It was where Christ died to save humanity. To them, possessing this city was key to affirming Christ's victory on earth. And so, that battle cry, Deus Vult, captured their conviction that reclaiming Jerusalem was God's own will. And with such convictions burning at their hearts, the Crusaders set out on a long road to the Holy Land. And so we find ourselves in the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It was a breathtaking gamble that succeeded beyond anyone's expectation. After a grueling trek across Asia Minor and the siege of Antioch, the weary but determined crusading host finally reached the walls of Jerusalem in the June of 1099. And one can imagine the moment. After years of hardship, the warriors and pilgrims finally fell to their knees at the first glimpse of the holy city. Jerusalem. There it is. Some wept openly, others sang hymns of praise, but they resolved that no matter the cost, they must capture the city. The siege that followed was intense. The defenders, Egyptian Fatimid troops, had fortified the city and even expelled Jerusalem's local Christians, fearing that they would aid the invaders, perhaps open the doors right up for them. Pretty well-founded concerns. For 5 weeks, the Crusaders camped under harsh summer sun, short on water and wood for siege engines. Morale wavered until the leaders imposed 3 days of fasting and penance. In a poignant scene straight from Scripture, the entire army performed a barefoot penitential procession around Jerusalem's walls, led by priests at the head singing psalms. They hoped to invoke divine aid, just as the Israelites had circled Jericho in the Bible. According to the Crusaders' letter back to the Pope, quote, "All with bare feet marched around the walls, that he who entered Jerusalem humbly on our behalf might be moved by our humility." The ritual seemed to work. Morale was sky high, and on July the 15th, 1099, the Crusaders launched a final, fervent assault. Siege towers rolled forward. Arrows and stones filled the air. Finally, a lucky breach. Knights scaled the wall and opened a gate. With a battle cry to Christ, the Crusaders flooded into Jerusalem. And what followed next was both triumphant and tragic. In the ecstasy of victory, the Crusaders unleashed a frenzied massacre upon the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants. Medieval sources, perhaps a little prone to exaggeration, describe a bloodbath of biblical proportion, no pun intended. Raymond of Aguilar and eyewitness, wrote with grim pride that in the temple and porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins, insisting that this was God's judgment on the unbelievers. Another chronicler, Fulcher of Chartres, although absent at the siege, heard reports that, quote, "You would have seen our feet coloured to our ankles with the blood of the slain." Such graphic accounts shock the modern sensibilities, yet to the Crusaders, this was awesome. The second purification of Jerusalem, a purge of defilement. They felt as agents of divine wrath, much like Israelite warriors in the Old Testament who cleansed Canaan. It's an uncomfortable truth. The same religious zeal that fueled their courage also bred these kinds of atrocities. But, it's medieval times. Don't expect too much. But amidst all the carnage, the surviving residents sought refuge. A group of Muslims barricaded themselves in the Tower of David, the citadel, and negotiated surrender to Count Raymond of Toulouse, who allowed them safe conduct to Ascalon. Others were not so fortunate. Jewish defenders who had fought alongside Muslims in the siege. Many Jews took shelter in the synagogue, which the Crusaders just lit on fire. The Crusaders' own letters make little mention of mercy. Their mindset was summed up by Raymond of Aguilar's stark comment, "It was a just and splendid judgment of God that this place should be filled with the blood of the unbelievers." In that era's crusading ethos, mercy was scarce for those who were deemed infidels in a holy war, and that goes for both sides. Yet, amid all the violence, the spiritual joy of the conquerors is palpable in the sources. When the fighting subsided, the Crusaders streamed toward the church of the Holy Sepulchre, throwing off their armor still smeared with blood. These battle-hardened men knelt and wept at the tomb of Christ. One chronicler notes how they sung Te Deum in exultation. An eyewitness remembered that our people rejoiced and sang a new song to the Lord that day. The sense of miraculous achievement was universal. After all, against all odds, a band of feudal nobles and peasants from Europe had seized perhaps the most heavily fortified city in the Near East. They attributed this victory entirely to God. As the Crusaders wrote to Pope Pascal II, "God was appeased by our humility and delivered the city and his enemies into our hands. The whole world was certainly fighting for us." Their success felt like proof of divine favor, a sign that their bold pilgrimage had been righteous. One of the most beautiful anecdotes of this moment happened when the Crusade leaders offered the crown of Jerusalem to their most distinguished lord, Duke Godfrey of Bouillon. Godfrey had been instrumental in the siege, but when he was acclaimed as king, he refused to wear the royal crown in the Holy City. According to the chronicler William of Tyre, Godfrey reverently declared, quote, "I will not wear a crown of gold in the city where our Lord Jesus Christ wore a crown of thorns." Instead, he took the humbler title, Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. This was not false modesty, but really a sincere gesture of piety. Godfrey and his peers truly viewed Jerusalem as Christ's city, where earthly glory must bow to the divine. The new Latin rulers understood that they were not ordinary kings and princes, but now they were guardians of a holy shrine. Thus, by mid-1099, the Crusaders had accomplished their primary mission. Jerusalem was back in Christian hands. Their success astonished both the Muslim world and Christendom alike. It instantly elevated the stature of the papacy and the idea of a holy war. In European churches, prayers and thanksgiving were said, and tales of the miraculous victory spread everywhere. The First Crusade's end marked the beginning of the Latin kingdom in Jerusalem, a crusader state established in the Levant, with its capital in the Holy City. But it's not happily ever after. Now the challenge was to hold and govern this precious prize. And so, following the First Crusade, the Western conquerors carved out 4 principalities in the Levant, with the Kingdom of Jerusalem as the crown jewel. In July of 1099, as we saw, Godfrey became the first ruler, though he refused the title king. But after Godfrey's death, his brother, Baldwin, was crowned the King of Jerusalem on Christmas Day, 1100, in the Basilica of Bethlehem. That coronation, a Frankish king crowned in the Holy Land, symbolized a turning point. The Crusaders were no longer just transient pilgrims, but they were settlers founding a new society rooted in Jerusalem. From a political perspective, controlling Jerusalem conferred immense prestige and legitimacy. Back in Europe, monarchs derived authority from being anointed in cathedrals. Here, a king ruled in the very city of Christ himself. It's a bit more special, that's for sure. The new kingdom was relatively small, however, in population, but it commanded outsized respect due to its sanctity. The kings of Jerusalem, like Baldwin I, Baldwin II, etc., became central figures in international diplomacy. They corresponded with the Pope and Western rulers as equals, often reminding them of their unique duty as protectors of the Holy Sepulchre. A throne in Jerusalem was regarded as almost more exalted than one in Paris or London. It was seen as a monarchy ordained by God. European nobles vied for titles like Count of Jaffa or Lord of Bethlehem in this new realm. Such titles linked them to biblical lore and even crusading glory. Yet ruling Jerusalem, that posed more than a few practical challenges. The Crusaders were a tiny minority in a land of diverse people. We're talking Greeks, Syriac, Armenian Christians, Muslims, Jews, many of whom had to live together under Islamic rule. Under earlier conquerors, the Latin Christians did not expel all the native inhabitants, aside from the initial massacre, but, over time a degree of coexistence did begin to emerge. Native Eastern Christians often assisted the Franks, serving as translators or local officials, and Muslim residents in villages farmed and paid taxes to their new Latin lords. The economy of the Kingdom of Jerusalem depended on agriculture, olives, wheat, vines, and on the influx of pilgrims from Europe. In fact, if we can call it pilgrimage tourism, well, it became a cornerstone of the kingdom's wealth. With the Holy Sepulchre accessible, thousands of pilgrims arrived each year by ship, eager to fulfill the vows that they took and see the holy places, now a lot safer and secured by fellow Christians. These pilgrims needed lodging, food, guides, all of which created economic opportunities. The Knights Hospitaller, for instance, originated as an order caring for sick pilgrims in a Jerusalem hospital. The pilgrim trade also attracted merchants from Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, who established quarters in port cities like Acre and Jaffa to facilitate shipping people and goods. In return for their naval support, these Italian merchants were granted lucrative trading privileges. Thus, Jerusalem, though itself not a port, became the hub of a network connecting Europe to the Near Eastern trade routes. Spices, silk, and other commodities passed through Crusader hands, enriching both the kingdom and its European partners. Culturally, the presence of the Crusaders in Jerusalem led to a fascinating fusion. Many Crusaders who had arrived as armed pilgrims decided to settle permanently. Pulcher of Chartres, who himself stayed and served King Baldwin I, marveled at how life in the Levant transformed the Europeans. Quote, For we, who were Occidentals, have now become Orientals, for who was a Roman or a Frank has in this land been made into a Galilean or a Palestinian. He wrote that people from different Western regions, French, Germans, Italians, now blended into a new identity as inhabitants of Outremer, that is, the land beyond the sea. They learned the local languages. Some intermarried with native Christians, and adopted Eastern customs in food and dress. Fulcher noted by 1106 rather. We have already forgotten the places of our birth. He was amazed that many of his compatriots simply had no desire at all to return to Europe. He even quipped that those who were poor in Europe, quote, God makes rich in this land. Why should one return to the Occident who has found the Orient like this? This remarkable testimony shows how Jerusalem and its kingdom were not merely military outposts, but they became home for the first generation of Crusader settlers. The allure of land and lordship certainly played a role. A knight who might own a tiny manor in France could gain a whole village or more in the wealthy Levant. Indeed, the Crusader nobility established feudal lordship across the kingdom, dividing the territory into baronies, much like they were doing in Europe. Feudal law, adapted for local conditions, was compiled in the famous Assizes of Jerusalem. So in a sense, they transplanted European societal structures onto Palestinian soil. Religion, however, remained the glue of the kingdom's identity. The Latin clergy quickly reorganized Jerusalem's spiritual leadership. They transformed the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, into a Christian church they called the Templum Domini, Temple of the Lord, by the way, believing that it stood on Solomon's temple site. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was repurposed as the Palace of the Kings and headquarters of the new elite guard, the Knights Templar, hence the name Temple of Solomon. The Crusaders introduced Roman Catholic rites in churches that had long followed Greek or Syriac rites, establishing a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem to replace the Greek Orthodox patriarch, who had fled, by the way. They also unearthed cherished holy relics, most significantly the true cross, a relic believed to be part of the very cross on which Jesus was crucified. According to legend, this relic had been discovered by St. Helena in the 4th century and kept in Jerusalem. The Crusaders retrieved it, and thereafter the kings of Jerusalem carried the true cross into battle as a talisman of divine protection. And, well, I'm sure you can imagine the morale of the soldiers fighting under what they believed to be was a piece of the Lord's cross. Certainly a very good motivator. I don't think they'd be using it as a battering ram, though I could imagine that that would make a very effective tool. Well, in any case, it was as if they wielded a fragment of heaven's power on earth. The kingdom essentially functioned as a theocracy in spirit. Its laws and warfare were justified by religion. Its king swore to protect Christ's patrimony. Its very essence was seen as serving God's plan. Yet the kingdom of Jerusalem was not really a safe place. It was always precarious, surrounded by Muslim territories on every side. The early decades were a constant struggle for survival, requiring almost yearly military campaigns. The Crusader knights, perhaps a few thousand in number, were thinly spread across fortresses from Jerusalem to the frontiers. To bolster defense, the Crusaders built or occupied dozens of castles, such as Crac de Chevalier and Montreal, guarding key roads and passes. They also benefited from the political fragmentation of the Muslim Near East at the time. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, you see, the Muslim world was divided. The Seljuk Turks had Syria and Mesopotamia, while the Fatimid caliphs held Egypt, and they were often at odds with each other. Lots of infighting. The First Crusaders exploited the disunity. and for decades the Latin kingdom played its neighbors off against each other, securing truces or alliances with some Muslim rulers to fight others. Some local Muslim lords even preferred trading and coexisting with the Franks to being conquered by a larger Islamic empire. But the balance was not to last. By the mid-12th century, political tides began to turn, and a new Muslim power arose in the region, the Zengid dynasty in Syria, followed by the rise of the greatest leader of the Muslims in the crusade, Saladin. The Crusaders in turn increasingly relied on fresh recruits from Europe via new crusading expeditions to maintain their hold on Jerusalem. And that's the segue. The next phase, the period of crusade and counter-crusade, where the importance of Jerusalem remained front and center. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith in the mid-12th century, but that golden age was pretty brief. Internal weaknesses and external pressures began to mount, and in 1187, disaster struck. Jerusalem fell to the Muslim forces of Saladin. This was a cataclysm for the Latin Christians, arguably as shocking as the city's capture had been exhilarating in 1099. Understanding why this happened and how the Crusaders reacted showed Jerusalem's importance in the long run of the Crusades. So let's set the scene. In the 1170s, Saladin, a charismatic Kurdish general, united Egypt and Syria under his leadership, forging a powerful Muslim bloc surrounding the Crusader states. Meanwhile, the Latin kingdom, well, they were plagued by factionalism and a bit of complacency too. King Baldwin IV, the famous Leper King, fought valiantly to contain Saladin, but he died young. By 1187, Jerusalem's throne had passed to Baldwin's sister Sibylla and her husband Guy de Lusignan, a king whose rash decisions would, prove pretty dire. That summer, Saladin lured the Crusader army into a trap at Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee. The Frankish army, marching under the True Cross in brutal heat, found itself encircled and desperate for water. On July 4th, 1187, the Knights of Jerusalem were decisively defeated at Hattin. The True Cross was captured. King Guy was taken prisoner. With the kingdom's field army annihilated, the road to Jerusalem lay completely open. In October 1187, after a short siege, Jerusalem surrendered to Saladin. Muslim banners once more waved over the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Unlike the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin did not massacre the population. His reputation for chivalry was earned here, but he allowed ransom to be paid for most Christians to leave safely, and even freed some poor captives out of mercy. I did a full video about what the Crusaders thought about Saladin if you're interested in that. Quite interesting. Nevertheless, for the Latin Christians, this was a grievous loss. The Holy Sepulchre was now in Muslim hands. The kingdom of heaven, as they called Jerusalem, had slipped away. The shock in Europe was profound. News of Jerusalem's fall traveled west in the winter of 1187, likely embellished with tales of a looming apocalypse. Legend says that Pope Urban III died of a heart attack upon hearing it. Indeed, he did die in October of 1187. Chroniclers imagined it was indeed from grief over Jerusalem. But the response was swift. Yes, they might have lost Jerusalem, but they were going to get it back. Within months, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull titled Audita Tremendi upon hearing of the terrible event, which lamented the deplorable news about the desolation of Jerusalem. The document called for the Third Crusade. Across Europe, Kings and nobles donned the cross with unprecedented zeal. It was as if Christendom itself had been wounded and needed to heal its honor. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, King Philip II of France, and Richard I of England, three of the most powerful men of the age, all took up the cross in what became the greatest international effort yet to retrieve Jerusalem. The fall of the city thus galvanized Europe into action like never before. But why such urgency? Well, precisely because Jerusalem was the heart, spiritually and symbolically. The historian William of Tyre, writing just a few years before the fall, had described Jerusalem as a beacon for all Christendom. Now that beacon was dimmed. Medieval Christianity widely believed that losing Jerusalem was God's punishment for their sins, a kind of collective divine judgment. Preachers of the Third Crusade stressed penitence. The faithful must reform their morals and unite to win back God's favor. That would only be evidenced by regaining the Holy City. A contemporary account records common people parading through the streets barefoot, weeping and begging God to redeem Jerusalem again. But for the Muslims, Saladin's capture of Jerusalem was a moment of intense triumph and spiritual fulfillment. Jerusalem is Islam's third holiest city, home of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, from where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have ascended to heaven. The city had been under infidel rule for 88 years. Saladin's court chronicler, Imad ad-Din, wrote that upon Saladin's entry into Jerusalem, quote, "The Franks cried out and lamented, while the Muslims rejoiced with cries of glory to God." Saladin purified the Aqsa Mosque with rose water, removed the Christian altars, and reinstated Muslim worship. Poets in Damascus and Cairo celebrated the victory as restoring Islamic honor. One can certainly see that Jerusalem was equally as important to the Muslim world, which helps explain the ferocity of the conflict around it. To Saladin, reclaiming Jerusalem was a religious duty, just exactly as it had been for the Crusaders. The city lay at the crux of both faiths' cosmic geography. And so from 1187 onward, the recovery of Jerusalem became the primary aim of every major crusade. The Third Crusade of 1189 to 92 achieved some successes. Notably, King Richard I, or Richard the Lionheart, reconquered Acre and other coastal cities, but he failed to get Jerusalem back itself. There's actually a poignant moment recorded in some chronicles. Richard I marched within sight of Jerusalem in 1192. From a hill called Montjoy, he could gaze at the holy city on the horizon. Some say that Richard refused to look upon Jerusalem, as tears filled his eyes, because he knew he could not get it back. Supposedly he had said, "If I cannot have Jerusalem, I will not see it," and turned away. This anecdote, whether true or not, it sort of shows that agonizing longing that the Crusaders felt. They came so far, achieved so much, yet without Jerusalem, the mission was incomplete. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. So, Richard and Saladin concluded a treaty. Jerusalem would remain under Muslim control, but unarmed Christian pilgrims would be allowed to visit freely. Through this safeguard, pilgrimage rights, a small comfort, the city was lost to Christendom for the foreseeable future. Well, at least they can still go on crusades. Pilgrimages, rather. Which that was the whole point, right? Well, the failure of the Third Crusade to reclaim Jerusalem was met with mixed emotions in the West. On one hand, the Crusaders' valor was praised. On the other, there was deep disappointment. How could it be that with 3 kings and the greatest army yet assembled, they could still not get the job done? It led to quite a lot of soul-searching. Some theologians argue the Crusaders failed because of their sins or because God willed to test the Christian resolve further. The flame of crusading zeal did not die. In fact, it periodically flared even hotter precisely because Jerusalem remained out of reach. Over the 13th century, one sees repeated crusade plans and expeditions, each justified largely by hope of restoring Jerusalem to Christian hands. Interestingly, the political importance of Jerusalem extended even in absentia. In Europe, claiming connection to Jerusalem gave one moral authority. For example, the rulers of the Rump Kingdom of Jerusalem, after 1187 the kings were often ruling from Acre or even Cyprus, continued to use the royal title King of Jerusalem for generations, even when they physically controlled little more than a strip of the coast. The title had prestige, in any case. It implied rightful lordship to the Holy City whenever it could be regained. Rival European monarchs even intermarried or fought over rights to that title. The idea of Jerusalem as a political prize thus persisted. Whoever would liberate it next could claim glory surpassing any other sovereign. And then the Fourth Crusade. That was an interesting one. 1202 to 1204. It sadly never got near Jerusalem. If you don't know the story about that, it was diverted, in a rather notorious twist, to Constantinople, resulting in the Crusaders sacking a Christian city instead of fighting Muslims. This was a moral catastrophe and really did nothing for Jerusalem, but is telling that the Fourth Crusade's original intent as preached by Pope Innocent III was absolutely to recover Jerusalem. The failure to focus on the prize was viewed as a betrayal of the crusading ideal. Innocent III was outraged at the diversion, and he lamented that, quote, the sword which was meant to be used against the infidel was bathed in the blood of Christians. To him, and many more, a crusade that did not strive for Jerusalem was no crusade at all. As if to correct this, subsequent crusades tried new tactics to get it back. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 21, targeted Egypt, reasoning that Egypt was Saladin's heir's power base, and that by conquering Cairo, they could trade it for Jerusalem. This crusade captured the port of Damietta in Egypt, but ultimately failed, and they had to withdraw. Its objective of exchanging Damietta for Jerusalem never realized. The Sixth Crusade actually succeeded, in a way, through diplomacy rather than war. Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II led this effort in 1228 to 29. An excommunicated and controversial figure, the Pope had excommunicated Frederick for delaying his crusade, by the way. Either way, Frederick arrived in the Holy Land and negotiated directly with the Sultan of Egypt. By a treaty in 1229, the Muslims agreed to return Jerusalem to Christian rule, along with Bethlehem and Nazareth, on the condition that Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem be respected, and the city remain open to Muslim pilgrims too. Frederick II then entered Jerusalem and crowned himself, not with great splendor, but rather modestly in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, since the Church had interdicted him. One chronicler describes Frederick standing alone in the Holy Sepulchre Church, placing a crown on his own head, because he had no clergyman to perform such a coronation for the excommunicate. It was an oddly anticlimactic, yet monumental event. Jerusalem was back under a Christian king, achieved without a single battle. Frederick, in a letter home, boasted that, quote, by a miracle rather than by force, the holy city, the place where the feet of Christ trod, has finally been restored to us. He saw it as a vindication of his strategy, and perhaps his strained relationship with the papacy. Yet many in the church were uneasy. They wanted a glorious victory, not a negotiated peace. Regardless, for about 15 years, up until 1244, Jerusalem was in crusader hands again, albeit surrounded and fragile. Frederick's treaty was a sign that even in diplomacy, Jerusalem's status was the ultimate bargaining chip. Now the restoration wasn't short-lived, that's for sure. In 1244, an aggressive mercenary force of Central Asian origin, Khwarezmians, allied with the Sultan of Egypt and stormed Jerusalem, sacking it terribly. And then Christian hold was once again no more. The Latin Christian population was slaughtered or expelled. Long gone are the days of Saladin, with his own ideals of chivalry. And from that point on, Jerusalem would never be held by the Crusaders, not even briefly. The shock of 1244 spurred King Louis IX of France to launch the Seventh Crusade, again targeting Egypt first. Louis, the pious monarch, was utterly devoted to the idea of freeing Jerusalem. He even carried a booklet of scripture quotes about Jerusalem to inspire him. But despite his saintly leadership, literally, they canonized him as Saint Louis, he failed in Egypt and was captured, requiring a heavy ransom for his release. Louis later attempted another crusade in 1270, the Eighth Crusade, aiming at Tunis. It was just a big fiasco, and he died of illness during that campaign. After his death, the energy and the resources for major crusading began to wane. The lasting impact of losing Jerusalem, however, was to gradually shift the crusading ideal from immediate recapture to a kind of pious memory and aspiration. By 1291, the last Crusader stronghold, Acre, fell, effectively ending the Crusader states. Yet throughout the Middle Ages, and even into the Renaissance, schemes to retake Jerusalem kept re-emerging. Jerusalem had become a symbol of Christian unity and revival. Whenever the church or leaders wanted to rally people, invoking a crusade for Jerusalem was the go-to rhetoric. Regardless, the city was certainly thrown around a lot, but it was never forgotten. And even after the Crusades proper had ended, Jerusalem's importance did not fade from the European conscience. If anything, it grew in myth and legend. Troubadours and poets composed songs yearning for Jerusalem. Medieval maps often placed Jerusalem at the center of the world. In art and literature, Jerusalem stood as a metaphor for the celestial city, paradise, or the ideal of holy war. The Crusades' failure to secure it in the long term only burnished Jerusalem's aura. It became a lost sacred Eden that Christian knights might someday regain. For example, the early 14th century poet Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy imagines Mount Purgatory as the antipode of Jerusalem, signifying the city's cosmological centrality. In the centuries after 1291, several European figures still took up vows to recover Jerusalem, and one famous case, Christopher Columbus in the 15th century, reportedly believed that his voyages west in part could gain wealth and finance for a new crusade to finally capture Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. For the people of the Middle Ages, the Crusades left a complex legacy colored by Jerusalem. On one hand, there was a sense of spiritual failure and penitence, that despite all the blood spilled, the holy city remained under Muslim rule. On the other hand, the tales of the Crusades, especially the First Crusade's miraculous victory, became inspirational lore. The chivalric romances of the later Middle Ages are full of crusading knights. The Order of the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller, born out of the need to defend Jerusalem and pilgrims, persisted and evolved. In fact, the Knights Hospitallers would survive as the Knights of Malta. These military monastic orders kept alive the ethos of defending the Holy Land. Every member who joined took vows with Jerusalem in mind, even if they were now fighting on the other frontiers. Culturally, the Crusades also facilitated an exchange. Europeans brought home new knowledge, from classical works preserved by Muslim scholars to exotic goods like apricots and spices, a side effect of their eastern forays. While these cultural exchanges were not directly about Jerusalem, they were part of the broader impact that Jerusalem anchored. But from the Muslim perspective, the defense of Jerusalem became a rallying cause too, contributing to Islamic unity and identity. The memory of Saladin as the liberator of Al-Quds became legendary in the Islamic world, and remains to be so to this day. The Crusades in Islamic historiography are often referred to as the Frankish Wars, or the Wars of the Cross. And Jerusalem is central in those narratives too, as a prize that was heroically won back. By the end of the medieval period, Jerusalem had transformed into a symbol transcending the military crusades. It signified the idea of sacred duty, sacrifice, and longing. Countless pilgrims still journeyed there individually, even when no armies could. People like the 14th century English mystic Marguerite Kemp, or later pilgrims, continued to brave the trip to visit the holy places, often describing their profound emotional reactions on first beholding Jerusalem, much like the first crusaders did. This personal piety linked Jerusalem, ran like an undercurrent below the grand clashes of empire. And so, if we're really going to sum it up, I suppose we can say that Jerusalem was theologically irreplaceable, the greatest of holy sites in Christendom that legitimized the entire crusading venture. It was politically pivotal, lending authority to those who held or aspired to hold it, and driving the formation and fall of kingdoms. It had economic and strategic value as the hub of pilgrimage and trade routes, though these were often framed in the service of a sacred mission. Culturally, Jerusalem was the stage for an unprecedented encounter between Christian Europe and the Muslim and Eastern worlds, an encounter that certainly left its imprint on both sides. And so we heard the fervent words of the primary witnesses at the time, from Pope Urban's rousing exhortation in 1095 to Raymond's gory jubilation in 1099, from William to Godfrey and beyond. But the voices agree on one thing, and that's both sides, that Jerusalem was worth every sacrifice. It inspires acts of extreme valor and piety, as well as acts of extreme cruelty. The city brought out the Crusaders' highest ideals, and at times their lowest instincts. This duality, holiness and bloodshed, defines the relationship with Jerusalem. And so, even today, as we study it, we find that it remains a symbol of great significance and conflict for multiple faiths. The Crusades were a specific chapter of that story. 2 tumultuous centuries when Latin Christians staked their own claim. For a time they succeeded, but ultimately they failed. Yet, in failure was a form of success. Jerusalem embedded itself in Western consciousness as a lost paradise and a spiritual lodestar. The Crusades did not permanently secure Jerusalem, but they ensured that its mystique would endure in the European memory and historiography. And perhaps in closing, we can picture one of those lone crusaders kneeling on a hill overlooking glorious Jerusalem at sunset, perhaps in the year 1192 after the lost cause, whispering a prayer, a tear in his eye. And that captures the essence of why Jerusalem mattered. A cause worth living, fighting, and dying for. Not just a place on a map, an ideal, a compass orienting the faithful's journey on earth toward God. And that is why, in the age of the Crusades, all roads, faith, politics, economic, and culture, led to Jerusalem. Rising to prominence in Florence in the 15th century, the potent banking dynasty known as the Medici family helped to define the Renaissance and the political environment of Italy. Celebrated for their sharp financial sense, they accumulated enormous riches, not only from banking but from trade. Of course, they then used these riches to have a great impact over European events and, broadly, Florentine politics. Their patronage of the arts and sciences turned Florence into a dynamic cultural hub, supporting the work of masters including Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Botticelli, and of course helped to shape contemporary Western art and ideas. Thus, without the Medicis and their heavy pockets, we may not have had the artworks from Da Vinci and Michelangelo that we can enjoy today. Thus, this is the Medici legacy. It lives as a symbol of transforming power of wealth, creativity, and leadership in shaping history, as shrewd political maneuvering is balanced with visionary cultural investment. And that's what we're going to learn about today. Welcome to the channel. Looking at the Medici family. Of course, you've all heard of Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli. But of course there was a driving force behind these artists, and that driving force was money. So let's learn about those financiers. Of course, it's not just about Da Vinci and all the rest. We're going to start from the beginning. Now, before we begin, if you like the kind of content, then click the subscribe button, and hopefully we can get to 100,000 soon. So, nice and relaxed. Let us begin. And we begin in Siena. Now, for most of the 13th century, as I said, we are going back a little bit, Siena was essentially the main banking hub for Italy, enjoying preeminent status thanks to influential banking dynasties such as the Bonsignoris. Indeed, the Bonsignori Bank itself rose to become one of the most prominent financial institutions in Europe during that era. Maybe a little bit more about them in a different video. But for now, we will say that when the Bonsignoris went bankrupt in 1298, sorry about the spoiler alert, Siena's position itself began to rapidly decline. In fact, Florence had emerged as the new financial center. It would seem that the Bonsignoris were effectively carrying Siena's whole economy on their shoulders. No Bonsignoris, no economy. As for Florence, initially they were dominated by the House of Albizzi, a powerful family that held sway until the late 14th century. Around the same time, the city enacted the Ordinances of Justice in 1293, which effectively served as Florence's constitution throughout the Italian Renaissance, setting legal parameters and shaping civic life in general. And as the prosperity grew, a flourishing merchant class began to build their own townhouses, gradually surrounding and complementing the city's grand palazzi. But by the early 13th century, the Medici family had already appeared in the historical record. Of course, not as we know them, but there was a document from 1230 that referenced their origins in the Mugello region of northern Florence, an agrarian area characterized by its beautiful rolling hills and pretty reliable fertility of the farmland. The precise derivation of their surname, however, does remain uncertain. But if you've caught on, and if you're one of those people who's always trying to find the Latin and Greek in those surnames and those different sounding words, then you would have noticed that Medici sounds a little bit like medicine, right? Well, it literally translates to doctors, being the plural of medico. Well, nonetheless, 1397 is often regarded as the defining moment in the Medici family saga, marking the year that Giovanni di Vici de' Medici founded the Medici Bank in Florence. This bank would eventually grow into the largest financial institution in Europe, and of course, nothing makes a family more important than having all of that money. Think about it. In our modern day, we have the... I better not say too many names. Well, perhaps we can think about the Rothschild dynasty and all the rest. Giuliani's in New York. Apparently they go back quite a bit too. Well, we know the names. But back to Florence. Throughout the 15th century, Giovanni de' Medici de' Medici, his son Cosimo de' Giovanni de' Medici, and his great-grandson Lorenzo de' Medici found themselves locked in a pretty fierce rivalry. You remember the Albizzi family? Well, they were still dominant, but the Medicis wanted to change that. Of course, the Albizzi family was quite convinced that this town was only big enough for one monopoly. They didn't feel like teaming up. Although their competing interests spanned business, banking, and political spheres, it was the Medici's remarkable commercial network that really set them apart, because you see, they held extensive stakes in numerous enterprises, and not just in Florence. They were spreading their wings. At one stage, Albizzi succeeded in exiling Cosimo in 1433. That was the son of Giovanni de' Medici de' Medici, Cosimo de' Giovanni de' Medici. However, the climate in the city had turned quickly. The election of a pro-Medici signoria in 1434, led by Odo Aldoviti, Luca Pitti, and Tommaso Soderini, facilitated Cosimo's triumphant return. Well, from then on, the writing was kind of on the wall for the Albizzi family. Their time had come to an end. The Medici's power and influence began to eclipse all others, and endured for the better part of 3 centuries. Although Florence technically maintained its republican structures up to 1537, a date traditionally regarded as the conclusion of the city's high Renaissance, the Medici family and their associates exercised practical control over the levers of governance, except during brief interludes between 1494 and 1527. Significantly, men like Cosimo and Lorenzo never held a high number of formal titles, but they remained the undisputed architects of policy, patronage, and taste. Their ascendancy was further reinforced by their tight-knit relations with other elite Florentine families, of course not as elite as them, but hey. Through marriages, alliances, and business partnerships, more importantly, the Medici effectively became the linchpin in Florence's social hierarchy. In some cases, important families such as the Bardi, Altoviti, Ridolfi, Cavalcanti, and Tornabuoni depended on Medici links to access or negotiate with other key households. Of course, that mirrors how banks often rely on larger networks for prosperity. It has been suggested that this interconnected social web was one of the principal reasons for the Medici's meteoric climb. By placing themselves at the center of Florence's aristocratic and financial world, they paved that way for that lasting legacy. By the early 14th century, the Medici family had gained some recognition in the wool trade,
dealing especially with merchants in France and Spain. Nevertheless, compared to more illustrious Florentine clans, such as the Albizzi and Strozzi at the time, the Medici were still relatively minor in the early part of that century. Some did hold modest political or guild positions. For example, the one Salvestro de' Medici, who spoke for the wool workers' guild during the Chiompo Revolt, was 1378, 1383. But besides that, the family as a whole had yet to achieve that prominence that later generations would enjoy. Its relatively low profile is underscored by the events of 1400, when all but two branches of the Medici were barred from taking part in Florentine politics for 2 decades due to their involvement in a plot against the ruling elites. Now, on to Giovanni de' Medici, who was living from around 1360 to 1429, the son of Averardo de' Medici, proved to be pretty important in reversing his family's fortunes. Now, we've mentioned the founding of the Medici Bank in 1397. By doing this, Giovanni became one of the wealthiest men in Florence, greatly expanding the Medici's economic footprint. Though he never took public offers, Giovanni's advocacy for a fairer, proportional tax system earned him widespread local support. Of course, these were novel ideas at the time. Upon Giovanni's death, his son Cosimo the Elder, that is Cosimo de' Giovanni de' Medici, succeeded him, and in 1434 returned from a brief exile to become Florence's Gran Maestro, an unofficial but powerful position. Celebrated as Pater Patriae, that is, father of the nation, Cosimo presided over a period during which the Medici influence grew to overshadow the other dynasties. A discovery in 1461 further bolstered the Medici's commercial reach. Large deposits of alum, critical in the cloth dyeing industry, were found at Tolfa. Up to this point, European alum had been sourced almost exclusively from regions controlled by the Ottomans, and of course, they were not going to give any discounts, especially around this time. Pope Pius II awarded the Medici a monopoly over these new mines, thereby giving them the command of Europe's alum production, and once again securing yet another vital revenue stream. Over the course of the 15th century, Florence was effectively governed by 3 generations of Medici, and that would be Cosimo, his son Piero, and grandson Lorenzo. Though Florence nominally remained a republic, the Medici and their allies deftly maintained control of its institutions. Cosimo's son, Piero de' Medici, nicknamed Piero the Gouty for the illness that would claim his life. Not the best nickname, but you get what you're given. He only ruled briefly, and he spent much of his time, of course, incapacitated with this gout, hence the name. Consequently, Medici dominance in civic affairs stalled somewhat until the arrival of his successor, Lorenzo de' Medici, famously known as Lorenzo the Magnificent. He was living from 1449 to 1492. As for Lorenzo, he was a little less gout-ridden and quite a bit more magnificent. Of course, look at the names. He excelled at governance, of course, and managing the complex politics of the city as independent-minded as Florence. Of course, they were not going to be pushed around. Yet, while he was renowned for his patronage of the arts and considerable diplomatic skill, he pretty much neglected the family's banking empire, and he neglected it to such a point that it eventually triggered its decline. In his later years, Lorenzo carefully planned his children's futures to cement the family legacy. He arranged a high-profile marriage between his daughter, Maddalena, and a son of Pope Innocent VIII, thus linking the Medici to the powerful Roman families like the Cibo and Aldoviti. He also guided his brash son Piero II toward a political career, while sending Giovanni, who was the later Pope Leo X, by the way, into the church at an early age. Despite these efforts, Lorenzo's death in 1492 revealed the vulnerability of Medici authority. Piero's inability to respond effectively to the French invasion of Italy led to the family's expulsion in 1494 and a brief return of Republican rule, which was an episode that showed how tightly the fate of the Medici was bound to the fortunes of Florence itself. Now, a little bit earlier, in 1478, the Pazzi conspiracy targeted Lorenzo de' Medici and his younger brother, Giuliano, during Easter services, with the conspirators aiming to topple the family's dominance in Florence. The plot involved not only the rival banking families, the Pazzi and Salviati, who sought to weaken Medici influence, but also extended to the Archbishop of Pisa, certain members of the clergy, excluding the priest officiating the service, and to a degree, and a rather debatable degree, Pope Sixtus IV. Since the Pope and the Medici had clashed repeatedly, the conspirators sought Sixtus's blessing to remove the Medici from power. However, he refused to give explicit approval, at least in public. He permitted the scheme to proceed, and later offered clemency for any church-related crimes committed during the course of the attack. During the attempted assassination, Giuliano was killed, and Lorenzo suffered wounds, but ultimately survived. In the aftermath, Lorenzo took in Giuliano's illegitimate son, Giulio de' Medici, who would eventually ascend to the papacy as Pope Clement VII. You see how there's a trend of very rich families ascending to positions within the papacy. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Well, despite Lorenzo's survival, he couldn't live forever, couldn't he? His death in 1492 would send shockwaves through the city's politics. His son Piero II succeeded him, but Piero's acquiescence to all the demands of King Charles VIII of France, well, they were not well received in France. Well, not well received in Italy, rather, probably quite well received in France, but it led to widespread public outrage back on the home front. Within 2 years, the Medici were forced into exile from 1494 to 1512, and Florence briefly reinstated the old ways of governing. The senior branch of the Medici, which descended from Cosimo the Elder, managed to retain power, interrupted only twice, from 1492 and 1512, and again from 1527 to 1530 until 1537. At that point, Alessandro de' Medici, the first Duke of Florence and the last direct heir of the senior line, was assassinated. The junior line of the family, traced from Giovanni de' Medici's youngest son, Lorenzo the Elder, then rose to prominence, beginning with Lorenzo's great-grandson, Cosimo the Great. From the late 14th century onward, the Medici's growing eminence rested on the strong foundations in banking and manufacturing. Cosimo the Elder and his father established wide-ranging commercial networks, including a franchise-like model that extended the family's reach well beyond Florence. This economic base, combined with extensive patronage of the arts and culture, steadily solidified the Medici's influence. At its height, especially during the 16th century, the Medici even wielded sway over the papacy, thanks to 2 family members who became Pope, of course, that would be Leo V and Clement VII, and this briefly gave them control of Rome, Florence, and the Papal States. Despite the monumental challenges of their time, such as Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation and the sack of Rome in 1527, these pontiffs still commissioned grand artistic works, among them, of course, being Michelangelo's Last Judgment and the Transfiguration by Raphael. I've done videos on Michelangelo and Raphael, if you're interested in that. The Raphael one is interesting, the dynamic of jealousy between the other artists and all the rest. Quite interesting. Now let's talk about Leo X's tenure as Pope, that is 1513 to 1521. Well, it was marked by lavish spending, not of his own money, but of the Vatican's money. And of course, it's severely weakened their financial position. Meanwhile, his relatives were overseeing Florence: Giuliano de' Medici, Duke of Nemours, Lorenzo de' Medici, Duke of Urbino, and Giulio de' Medici, who would become Pope Clement VII, maintaining Medici power within the city. Following Leo's death, the family's rule in Florence faced renewed threats. But the Medici's legacy of cultural and political influence established over generations, well, that was still hard to shake. As for Pope Clement VII's pontificate, well, that proved to be a tumultuous period, being 1523 to 1534, beset by a series of political crises that had been, admittedly, long in the making. Tensions between Emperor Charles V and the Pope, as well as conflicts within the wider Italian peninsula, eventually culminated in the notorious sack of Rome in 1527. Of course, it's not the first time Rome was sacked. Let's just say it's been through a lot. The catastrophic event was carried out by imperial troops, many of whom were unpaid soldiers or mercenaries who ran amok in the city. And you know what that means: looting and all the other unpleasantries. The fallout of the sack profoundly affected the Medici, opening a path for rival houses, including the Salviati, Altoviti, and the Strozzi, to assume greater prominence as bankers of the Roman Curia. Of course, everybody wanted to be on top. And you can't always be in the top position, can't you? Things have to come to an end. But the story's not quite over yet, so don't write the Medici off at this point. So during the early reign of Clement, Florence itself was ostensibly ruled by two young Medici heirs, being Ippolito de' Medici, later a cardinal and vice-chancellor of the Holy Roman Church, not bad, and Alessandro de' Medici, later the first Duke of Florence, not bad either. Formerly they governed under the oversight of guardians appointed by Clement. However, with Rome in crisis in 1527, the Medici's grip on Florence began to be a little bit precarious. In a strategic turnaround after the sack, Pope Clement VII allied himself with Emperor Charles V, the very force behind Rome's devastation. What are you doing, Clement? I suppose you're wondering why he did that. Well, he was saving his own arse, for lack of better words, securing his family's fortunes. Now in 1530, Clement arranged a marriage between Alessandro de' Medici, long rumored to be his own illegitimate son, and Margaret of Austria, the daughter of Charles V. The emperor in turn created Alessandro Duke of Florence, effectively inaugurating nearly 2 centuries of Medici ducal and later Grand Ducal rule over the city. I'm sure you can imagine how people in Rome and Florence would have taken all of this. Especially in Rome. Stab in the back, that's for sure. But hey, what would you expect from the banking family? The entire game is to secure the bag. I suppose this video is not a video about heroes or knights or anything else. It's a video about bankers, so don't expect too much too much virtue within the next 1 hour you listen to this. Well, at the same time, Clement VII carefully orchestrated a high-profile marriage for his first cousin, twice removed, Catherine de' Medici. He wed her to the second son of King Francis I of France, who would become King Henry II, thereby forging ties between the Medici and the French royal family. Catherine's eventual children included Claude of Valois and Elizabeth of Valois, who married into the House of Lorraine and the royal family of Spain, respectively. Thus the Medici bloodline threaded itself now through some of Europe's most illustrious dynasties. When Pope Clement VII died in 1534 after a long illness, the senior branch of the Medici family began to falter. Ippolito, Cardinal de' Medici, died under unclear circumstances in 1535. Alessandro de' Medici, after marrying Margaret of Austria in 1536, was assassinated just a year later by his disgruntled cousin Lorenzino de' Medici. The shocking deaths marked the end of the senior Medici line's direct hold on Florence. Power shifted to the so-called junior branch, descended from Giovanni de' Medici's youngest son, Lorenzo the Elder. Cosimo de' Medici, Cosimo the First, rather, excuse me, a relatively distant member of this junior branch, emerged as the new head of the family in Florence. Hailing from the Mugello region, Cosimo consolidated his position against numerous adversaries, and among them was Catherine de' Medici, Pope Paul III, and various detractors within Tuscany. By doing this, he aimed to establish firm control. Thus he subdued the historically hostile Republic of Siena, expanding Medici territory and paving the way for the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. On the island of Elba, he purchased a segment of land from the Republic of Genoa, enabling him to found a small Tuscan navy and fortify maritime defenses. But he died in 1574, leaving behind his eldest surviving son, Francesco, whose lack of male heirs meant that the Grand Duchy would eventually pass to Cosimo's younger brother, Ferdinando, in 1587. Ferdinando, of course, wasted no time in shaping Tuscany's policies and further solidifying Medici authority. In Livorno, he bolstered trade and established policies that fostered a thriving port. He oversaw road building in southern Tuscany, initiated marsh draining projects to increase arable land, and systematically planted mulberry trees to support the silk industry. Breaking from close Habsburg ties, Ferdinando strengthened connections with France by marrying his niece, Marie de' Medici, to King Henry IV of France. Yet in deference to Spanish power, he arranged his heir Cosimo's marriage to Maria Maddalena of Austria. Eager to extend Tuscan influence even beyond to Europe, Ferdinando funded a naval expedition to the New World in hopes of establishing a Tuscan colony, though the venture did not yield any lasting settlement. What a pity. Well, despite these unfulfilled colonial ambitions, the Medici at this time were firmly entrenched in the pinnacle of Tuscany's life, an outcome shaped largely in measure by the actions and alliances forged during the tumultuous papacy of Clement VII. But at the dawn of the 17th century, Florence's population numbered only around 75,000, a number that lagged significantly behind Italy's other major urban centers such as Rome, Milan, Palermo, Venice, and Naples. This remained the case despite the Medici's Grand Duke's concerted efforts to promote trade and industry. The source of the Medici's family's expanding wealth can be partly traced to this indistinct boundaries between their personal holdings and the resources of the Grand Duchy itself. As the Grand Dukes of Tuscany, the Medici were entitled to exclusive control over state revenues from mining and salt production, tying their finance and success even more to the wider Tuscan economy. Both Francesco and Ferdinando de' Medici are believed to have amassed more riches than their ancestor Cosimo de' Medici, the first Medici de facto ruler of Florence, thanks to this informal merging of Medici assets and the Tuscan state property. But although Ferdinando had given up his cardinal's red hat, and he was no longer active in the College of Cardinals, he still carried considerable weight in the papal conclaves that followed. His preferred candidate, Alessandro de' Medici, ascended to the papal throne as Pope Leo VI in 1605. Pope Leo XI, rather, excuse me. Though Leo did die that same year, so some pope he was. His successor, Pope Paul V, also leaned favorably towards the Medici interests, yet this pro-papal policy was not without its complications. Tuscany had hosted numerous religious orders, many of which were granted exemptions from taxation, a point of friction for Ferdinando's government. Despite such issues, when he died in 1609, Ferdinando left behind a thriving realm. His reticence on certain foreign matters, however, would have deeper ramifications for Tuscany in the later years. And meanwhile, Ferdinando's niece, Marie de' Medici, who served as regent for her son, Louis VIII of France, dramatically shifted course in 1617 by discarding her pro-Habsburg stance. Afterwards, her influence on French affairs waned, and she no longer held meaningful political power for the rest of her life. The next Medici Grand Duke, Cosimo II, reigned for fewer than 12 years. Married to Maria Maddalena of Austria, he fathered 8 children. 8. Busy boy. Among them, Anna de' Medici, Ferdinando II de' Medici, and Margherita de' Medici. Cosimo II is perhaps the best remembered for his patronage of the astronomer Galileo Galilei, to whom Galileo dedicated his 1610 treatise Sidereus Nuncius. Cosimo's premature death in 1621, attributed to compilations from tuberculosis, abruptly ended his short rule. Because Cosimo II's eldest son, Ferdinando, was still a minor at the time of his father's passing, the government of Tuscany fell into a joint regency known as the Turtici. This arrangement paired Cosimo II's mother, Marie Maddalena, with his grandmother, Christina of Lorraine. Both women shared similar temperaments and worked together to tighten Tuscany's bonds with Rome, often placing papal interests ahead of the duchies. They allowed Galileo Galilei to be tried for heresy and refrained from claiming the duchy of Urbino for Ferdinando. When its last duke, Francesco Maria II della Rovere, died. Instead, they permitted Pope Urban VIII to annex it, even though Ferdinando had been married to the duke's heir Vittoria della Rovere. The regents also issued a ban in 1626 that forbade Tuscans from seeking an education outside of the Grand Duchy, though it was later repealed and then ultimately reinstated under Cosimo III. Ascribed to the Turtici Regency's restrictive policies, Tuscany then began a gradual decline. When Ferdinando II finally assumed full authority, he embraced a fascination with contemporary scientific advancements. He filled the Palazzo Pitti with telescopes, barometers, thermometers, and hygrometers, reflecting his zeal for innovation. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Leopoldo de' Medici, founded the Accademia del Cimento in 1657, an institution designed to bring together scholars from across Tuscany for collaborative research. Sounds like a nice place, actually. I can imagine that. Could you imagine just that room that Ferdinando had made filled with all of the top and strange inventions of the 17th century, that great time of scientific inquiry. One could only imagine what that room would look like. No touching. Don't let the kids in there. Ooh. Well, this endeavor, of course, for all this research in the academia and all of those lovely things, well, it symbolized the family's enduring interest in the sciences. After all, they were the ones founding Galileo, right? Now, in 1643, Tuscany defeated Pope Urban VIII's army and took part in the wars of Castro, the last time the Medici and Tuscany proper was engaged in combat. Because the war effort was so expensive and the treasury was so empty, the state was unable to pay interest on government bonds after the Castro mercenaries were paid, which led to a 0.75% reduction in interest rates. Due to the state economy at the time, well, bartering became more common in rural marketplaces. On May the 23rd, 1670, Ferdinando passed away from apoplexy and dropsy. He was buried in the Medici necropolis, the Basilica of San Lorenzo. There were over 700,000 people living in the Grand Duchy at the time of his death, and Pisa's buildings were on the point of collapsing, the streets lined with unkempt weeds. It's a shame. Terrible shame. Cosimo III de' Medici, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and Francesco Maria de' Medici, Duke of Rovere and Montefeltro, were the two children of Ferdinando and Vittoria della Rovere. When Vittoria died in 1694, her younger son inherited the duchies of Rovere and Montefeltro, which were her allodial possessions. Henry V of France and Marie de' Medici's granddaughter, Marguerite Louis d'Orléans, was the wife of Cosimo III. Electress Palatine, Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici, and Jean Gaston de' Medici, the last Medicean Grand Duke of Tuscany, were the three children of this extremely unhappy marriage. In 1691, Anna Maria Luisa's husband, Johann Wilhelm, Elector Palatine, was able to requisition the dignity of the Royal Highness for the Grand Duke of his family, even though they had no claim to any kingdom. During the Battle of Vienna, Cosimo sent munitions to the Holy Roman Emperor, his nominal feudal overlord, and regularly paid him outrageous dues. The Grand Ducal treasury was all but bankrupt in 1705, and the Medici family had no male heirs. Florence's population fell by half compared to the 17th century, and the Grand Duchy's overall population fell by an estimated 40%. Although Cosimo made a valiant effort to negotiate the settlement with European powers, Tuscany's legal situation was extremely complex. The region that had once been the Republic of Siena was technically a Spanish fief, while the old Republic of Florence's territory was believed to be under imperial suzerainty. Cosimo considered re-establishing the Florentine Republic after the death of his first son, either after Anna Maria Luisa passed away or, if he lived before her, on his own. His government strongly supported the restoration of the Republic, even though it meant ceding Siena to the Holy Roman Empire. Cosimo's plan was mostly disregarded in Europe. Only Great Britain and the Dutch Republic supported it, and when Cosimo died in 1723, the plan finally came to an end. Don Carlos of Spain, the oldest child of Elizabeth Farnese and Philip V of Spain, was chosen as the Tuscan heir on April 4, 1718 by Great Britain, France, and the Dutch Republic, later Austria. By 1722, Cosimo had been reduced to a spectator at the conferences for the future of Tuscany, and the electress was no longer even recognized as an heiress. 6 days before he passed away on October 25, 1723, Grand Duke Cosimo issued a final decree urging Tuscany to maintain its independence. It stated that Anna Maria Luisa would take Jan Castone's place unhindered, and the Grand Duke retained the authority to select his successor. These parts of his declaration, however, were entirely disregarded, and he passed away just a few days later. Jan Castone hated the Electress for arranging his disastrous union with Anna Maria Francisca of Saxe-Lauenburg, and he repealed all of his father's anti-Semitic laws, while he detested her brother's liberal policies. Jan Castone took pleasure in causing her distress. On behalf of Don Carlos, who disembarked in Tuscany in December of the same year, a Spanish detachment took over Florence on October 25th, 1731. Jan Castone's run-down entourage, the Ruspanti, detested the Electress, and equally, she detested them. By planning banquets, Jan Castone's sister-in-law, Duchess Violante of Bavaria, attempted to remove the Grand Duke from Ruspani's sphere of influence. His behavior at the banquets was reportedly not exactly royal, frequently belching and regaled those in the audience with offensive jokes, and apparently towards the end of the night would repeatedly vomit into his napkin. I hope it was a thick napkin. Well, he spent the remainder of his life confined to his bed, suffering sprained ankle in 1731. Violante occasionally cleaned the bed, apparently, which reeked of bodily waste. Not a good way to go. Not a good way to go at all. Francis III of Lorraine succeeded Don Carlos after the latter was expelled from Tuscany in 1736 as a result of the War of Polish Succession. When the Spanish troops left Tuscany in January 1737, the Austrians took their place. On July the 9th, 1637, Jan Gascone passed away in the company of his sister and prelates. The Prince de Craon offered Anna Maria Luisa a nominal regency until the Grand Duke could travel to Tuscany, but she turned him down. She did, however, manage to inherit all of the Medici's family assets after her brother passed away, so certainly not a wasted trip for her. Well, Tuscany was briefly included in the realm of the Austrian crown after the main Medici Dynasty were extinct, and Francis Stefan, the Duke of Lorraine and husband of Maria Theresa of Austria, ascended to power in 1737. If not for the intervention of Europe's major powers, which transferred sovereignty of Florence elsewhere, the line of Princess Ortaiano, a surviving branch of the House of Medici, who were able to inherit the Grand Duchy of Tuscany when the last male of the senior branch died in 1737. Well, if not for that, they could have continued to rule as Medici sovereigns. As a result, the region became a part of the Habsburg-Lorraine dynasty after the Grand Duchy ended. Being Francisco I de' Medici's great-great-great-grandson, Francis I, the first Grand Duke of the new dynasty, carried on the Medici dynasty's hold on the Tuscan throne through the female line. At the Congress of Vienna, the Habsburgs were reinstated after being overthrown in 1801 in favor of the House of Bourbon-Parma, who had been overthrown in 1807. In 1861, the United Kingdom of Italy made Tuscany a province. The province of Ortaiano, the Medici Tornaquinci, and the Verona Medici Counts of Caprara and Gavado are among the surviving branches of the House of Medici, nevertheless. Now, that's all good and well, isn't it? But before we go, let's talk about what the Medici were really known for. That is, of course, what we discussed in the introduction, their sponsorship of art and architecture, particularly that of the early and high Renaissance. In fact, a majority of the significant Florentine artwork produced during the Medici's reign was their creation, since artists typically only started working on their projects after receiving commissions, so this assistance was of course essential. Masaccio received assistance from Giovanni de' Medici, the family's first art patron, who also hired Filippo Brunelleschi to rebuild Florence's Basilica of San Lorenzo in 1419. Fra Angelico and Donatello were two of Cosimo the Elder's most renowned artistic collaborators. And of course, Michelangelo Buonarroti was the most important Medici family protege in later years. He created art for several family members, starting with the Lorenzo the Magnificent, who reportedly loved the young Michelangelo and asked him to study the family's antique sculpture collection. And then we have Leonardo da Vinci, who was also patronized by Lorenzo himself for several years. But in fact, Lorenzo was in his own right a poet, a songwriter, and an artist, so his encouragement of the arts and literature is regarded as the pinnacle of Medici patronage. In fact, he had quite a taste for it, doing it himself too. The puritanical Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola gained notoriety after Lorenzo's passing and cautioned Florentines against living in excess and luxury. Many great works were voluntarily destroyed, I say voluntarily destroyed, in the bonfire of the Vanities, that being on February 7th, 1497, under the fervent leadership of Savonarola. In the same spot as his bonfire, Savonarola and two young supporters were executed at the stake in the Piazza de Signoria on May 23rd, 1498, the following year. The Medici, of course, were avid collectors and also commissioned works of art and architecture. Today, their holdings make up the main body of the Uffizi Museum in Florence. They were also in charge of some of Florence's most famous architectural creations, such as the Medici Chapel, the Belvedere, the Boboli Gardens, and the Uffizi Gallery, and of course the Palazzo Medici. Despite the fact that none of the Medici were actual scientists, the family is well known for sponsoring the renowned Galileo, who served as a key figure in his patron's power struggle and tutored several generations of Medici children. After Galileo was accused of heresy by the Inquisition, Ferdinando quite cowardly renounced his patronage. I think they could have bought him out of it. I really do. With all that money and all that political power, they could have done something. Maybe if it was Lorenzo being his patron, it would have been different. But because it was Fernando, yeah. The scientist did, however, have a safe haven for many years, thanks to the Medici family, but of course it all just became too much in the end, so maybe they did try for a while. It's hard to say if you weren't there. Anyway, although Galileo's names are not the ones currently in use, he named Jupiter's 4 largest moons after the 4 Medici children that he tutored. So that's the last bit of trivia for you.
Harold Godwinson, the last of the Anglo-Saxon kings. A central figure within the influential Godwin family, he distinguished himself through both martial skill and strategic statesmanship. Before claiming the throne, he served as the Earl of Wessex, one of the most powerful noble officers in the realm, and was effectively the chief power broker behind the king, Edward the Confessor, wielding tremendous influence over courtly politics and foreign affairs. But when Edward died in January of 1066, Harold assumed the crown with remarkable speed. His elevation occurred amid a volatile landscape of rival claims. William, the Duke of Normandy,
you might know him as William the Conqueror, and Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway, both contested Harold's right to rule. Over the months that followed, Harold faced the daunting challenge of defending his newly inherited kingdom against these formidable adversaries. After rallying the English forces and successfully repelling a Norwegian invasion at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in late September, Harold and his tired troops were force-marched rapidly southward to confront William the Conqueror. The climactic showdown, I'm sure you've heard of, came at the Battle of Hastings, October 14th, 1066, that singular event that would reshape the future of England. Now Harold, despite fighting with skill and courage, was slain there on the battlefield. And there too died the last vestige of Anglo-Saxon royal authority, clearing the path for William's victorious claim and the subsequent Norman conquest. It was a watershed moment. Everything changed. England's culture, language, legal codes, social structures, everything. So in hindsight, Godwinson's brief reign and tragic demise marked this turning point. He symbolizes the end of the indigenous English monarchy and the dawn of the new Norman dominance, and his determined resistance, though ultimately unsuccessful, shows both the resilience of the Anglo-Saxon tradition and the magnitude of the transformations ushered in by William and his Norman successors. Welcome to the channel, everybody. Here we go, on another video, back to Anglo-Saxon England, right at the very end, the final pages of their story. But don't let that upset you, because it's quite a fascinating story. The Last King. Now, if you are new to the channel, I do encourage you to like and subscribe as we race toward the 100,000 mark. Did you click the button? Thank you in advance. Now, with that out of the way, just enjoy the video, because we begin now. So let's start by saying that Harold was born into a significant Anglo-Danish noble family. His father was the formidable Earl Godwin of Wessex, and his mother was one Gytha Thorkelsdottir. Now, Gytha's lineage connected her to the powerful Scandinavian royalty. Her brother, Ulf the Earl, had wed Estrid Svensdatter, herself a member of the Danish royal house who actually lived around 1015 or 1016. Estrid was the daughter of King Sweyn Forkbeard of earlier times, who actually died in 1014, and also a sister to King Canute III, the ruler of England and Denmark. The marriage of Ulf and Estrid would produce King Sweyn II of Denmark, who ascended the throne in 1047. Now, this brings us to Godwin. Of course, Godwin, Godwin's son. Yes, you see the connection. Well, he was born around 1001, and he passed away in 1053, sprang from Sussex stock, and was likely the son of a thane named Wulfnoth. His early political loyalties shifted with the chaotic landscape of English rule. Initially, Godwin supported King Edmund Ironside, who reigned briefly in 1016. Yet by 1018 he had transferred his allegiance to the foreigner Canute, who recognized his political acuity and elevated him to the rank of Earl of Wessex. Throughout Canute's rule, Godwin maintained his position, notably emerging as one of the very few earls to remain in power until Canute's death in 1035. In the uncertain years following Canute's passing, Godwin initially championed Harthacnut over Harold Harfoot, Harthacnut being the son of Canute. Despite becoming entangled in the deadly politics at the time, his complicity in the 1036 murder of Alfred Aetheling, the younger brother of the future King Edward the Confessor and half-brother to Harthacnut, was widely suspected. Well, regardless, he still managed to deftly navigate the accusations and political currents. Oh, and just before we do move on to that name, Aetheling, it actually means throne-worthy. Well, by 1037, Godwin managed to change sides again, showing this uncanny ability to read the political winds. After Harold Harefoot's death in 1040, Harthacnut finally claimed the English throne. Although the earlier killing of Alfred Aetheling remained a stain on Godwin's reputation, he secured a reconciliation with Harthacnut by offering a substantial gift and swearing a solemn oath of loyalty. When Harthacnut died in 1042, Godwin likely played a pivotal kingmaker role, steering the succession in favor of Edward the Confessor. His influence only grew when his daughter Edith wed the newly crowned King Edward in 1045, marking the pinnacle of his authority within the English realm. Now, this marriage was an important one indeed. It forged a close bond between the king and one of England's most powerful noble families. Godwin and Geitha, of course, had quite a few children, indicating of their prominence and the expectation of continuing their legacy. In fact, they had 6 sons: Sweyn, Harold, the title of the video, of course, Tostig, Gyrth, Leofwine, and Wulfnoth. And they had at least 3 daughters. Now, one daughter, Edith of Wessex, originally called Geitha, but later known as Ealdgyth or Edith, went on to marry King Edward the Confessor, further cementing the family's status at the court. 2 other daughters, Gunhild and Elfgifu, also formed part of this notable sibling group. Precise birth dates of all these children, of course, is really impossible to tell. We don't know. But we can estimate Harold's approximate birth year to be around 1020, and that would make him roughly 25 years old by the mid-1040s. So good at mathematics, I know. Well, this timing suggests that Harold entered adulthood just as his family was reaching the height of its political power and influence. Harold was then promoted to the Earl of East Anglia around the same time Edith married Edward the Confessor, January 23rd, 1045. And it's interesting too, because the word Earl is applied to Harold when he appears as a witness in a will that might have been made as early as 1044, but by 1045, Harold is often called Earl in documents. It becomes the norm. So it is possible that he was appointed to East Anglia in part to defend against the threat posed by King Magnus the Good of Norway. Of course, he wasn't good for everybody, I suppose. Harold might have served as the captain of some of the ships sent from his earldom to Sandwich in 1045 to engage Magnus in combat. Harold's elder brother, Sweyn, went on to become Earl in 1043, and around that time Harold was also promoted to Earl. He started dating Edith the Fair courting this sort of thing, who seems to have been the heiress to the lands of Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, and Essex, lands that were part of Harold's new earldom. Around the same time, other comparable incidents took place, and his partnership was a type of marriage that the church did not approve of or bless. Of course. Was there somebody you forgot to ask? It was actually referred to as more Danico, which means in the Danish manner, and most lay people in England at the time would have accepted it. You see, every child born out of such a union was regarded as legitimate. Harold most certainly started the relationship to gain support in his recently acquired earldom. Harold's rise to prominence, though, was not without family turmoil and political strife. In 1047, his older brother, Sweyn, found himself exiled after committing a brazen crime. He had abducted the abbess of Leominster, a shocking act that not only offended the church, but alienated him from the royal court. In the aftermath of his exile, Harold and their cousin Bjorn stepped in to claim all the lands their disgraced relative had left behind, effectively carving up his state between them and strengthening their own positions. Because why not? He's not there to do anything about it. And so by 1049, Harold's political and military stature had grown to the point where he was entrusted with command of one or more ships in a fleet dispatched to assist Emperor Henry III of the Holy Roman Empire. Henry was locked in a struggle, you see, against the Count of Flanders, Baldwin V, who had chosen to rebel against imperial authority. And they don't like it when people rebel against imperial authority. During this mission, however, Sweyn unexpectedly returned to England to seek King Edward's pardon, encountering a hostile reception from Harold and Bjorn, who refused to relinquish any of the lands they had taken. Sweyn, well, he flew off the handle. He resorted to violence. Shortly after leaving the royal court, he kidnapped and murdered Bjorn, staining both his own reputation and further inflaming the family tensions. In 1051, King Edward the Confessor, influenced by rival factions, appointed a known adversary of the Godwin family to the Archbishopric of Canterbury. This powerful cleric played a key role in driving the Godwins from England, yet their exile proved to be temporary. By the following year, the Godwins had managed to muster up an army and exerted enough pressure on Edward to force their reinstatement to royal favour, and of course their former positions of power. But it wasn't all fun and games. Earl Godwin passed away in 1053, and Harold succeeded his father as the Earl of Wessex. This promotion elevated him to the rank of the most influential layman in England, surpassing all other nobles, and in fact, due to the complex sort of rankings of positions of power, he was pretty much second only to the king himself. You can imagine what that kind of power does, right? In the ensuing years, Harold, however, faced formidable challenges. In 1055, Welsh forces had laid waste to Hereford, prompting Harold to intervene militarily. He successfully pushed them back, and he showed his tactical skill and resolve in defending the English territory, and maybe taking a little bit of Welsh territory too. Of course, such loyalty and skill does not go unrewarded, and such a reward came in 1058, when Harold was granted the earldom of Hereford. Pretty good. Taking on this additional title solidified his standing as a counterweight to the rising Norman influence under Edward, who still retained many ties to Normandy after spending decades in exile there. Of course, if you want to know all about that, let's go and watch my video on Edward the Confessor. Quite interesting. Of course, we now move on to Harold's campaigns from 1062 to 1063 against Gruffydd ad Llywelyn, the King of Wales, and then marked a crucial turning point in his military career. He led multiple expeditions, and bit by bit chipped away at the power base of Gruffydd. Harold is thought to have been shipwrecked at Pontio in the year 1064, but this journey is surrounded by a bit of speculation. According to the oldest chronicles of Norman history, King Edward had already sent Robert of Jumièges, the Archbishop of Canterbury, to designate his maternal kinsman, Duke William II of Normandy, as his heir. Harold later had to be sent to swear loyalty to the king. There are many scholars, of course, who believe that this story is fraudulent. William, at the very least, seems to have believed that he had been offered the succession. Edward does, however, take some acts that are inconsistent with his having made such a commitment. Either way, his attempts to repatriate his nephew, Edward the Exile, who was also the son of King Edmund Ironside from Hungary in 1057, serve as one illustration of this. I mean, why would he try and bring him back if he had promised the throne to William? Interesting question. Well, other theories regarding Harold's journey are put forth by later Norman chroniclers. He was trying to secure the release of his family members who had been hostages since Godwin's exile many years before in 1051, according to one of these explanations. But there is another explanation that he had just been on a hunting and fishing expedition along the English coast when an unforeseen storm forced him to cross the English Channel. Most people agreed that he was blown off course after leaving Bosham and landed at Pontio. He was then captured by Count Guy I of Pontio and taken as a hostage to the Count's castle in Beaurain, which is situated in what is now Le Touquet, about 25 kilometers up the river Canche from its mouth. William showed up almost immediately after and ordered Guy to give Harold to him. But you see, Harold is thought to have then accompanied William to the battlefield to fight William's enemy, Conan II, the Duke of Brittany. When William's soldiers were crossing into Brittany, Harold is reported to have saved them from quicksand. Yes, reported to. This reportedly happened after they'd entered Brittany and passed the fortified abbey of Mont Saint-Michel. They followed Conan from Dol de Bretagne to Rennes, and then on to Dinan, where he, with a lance in his hand, gave them the keys to the fortress. William then gave Harold a variety of weapons and arms in order to make a proper knight of him. Then, to bolster his claim to the English throne, Harold swore an oath to William on sacred relics, according to the Bayeux Tapestry and other Norman sources. Now, if you don't know what the Bayeux Tapestry is, I'm sure you've seen the artistic representation of the events of 1066 at the Battle of Hastings. Well, that's it. That's the Bayeux Tapestry. I think the French have it now. Maybe it's in the London Museum, I'm not too sure. If you know, let me know in the comments. Well, either way, the Normans were quick to claim that Harold had broken this alleged oath by taking the crown of England at the time of his resignation after Edward's death. Tostig then doubled the taxes that England had to pay in 1065, threatening to start a civil war at the time. Harold thus replaced his brother with Morcar and backed Northumbrian rebels against him. Tostig eventually formed an alliance with King Harald Hardrada, also known as the Hard Ruler of Norway, as a result of Harold's marriage alliance with the northern earls and the tragic division of his own family. Now, Edward the Confessor did not explain his preference for the succession after he went into a coma at the end of 1065. But we do have from the Vita Edvardi Regis, which states that he died on January 5th, 1066. He did, however, momentarily regain consciousness before passing away, and apparently thanked Harold for his protection of his widow and the kingdom. Just like the Bayeux tapestry, which only shows Edward pointing at a man who is thought to represent Harold, the purpose of this charge is still quite unknown. Either way, when the Witan met the next day, Harold was selected as the victor. On January the 6th, he was crowned, and Westminster Abbey was probably the venue where they did that. The Bayeux tapestry illustrates this, despite the fact that there is little but compelling evidence of the surviving period to support it. Even though later Norman sources emphasize how abrupt this coronation was, it was literally the next day. Poor old Edward the Confessor was barely even cold. It is possible that it was because all the country's nobles were simply at Westminster already for the Feast of Epiphany, and it had nothing to do with Harold jumping into the role and usurping the throne, if we can use those sorts of words. Still, it doesn't look very good. Barely 24 hours after. Well, we can't make any harsh judgments. When William heard that Harold had been crowned king in early January 1066, he was not impressed. He thought he was going to be up for the role. And barely even a day after, well, you could imagine the messenger. King William, I have some bad news and worse news. Well, give me the bad news first. Well, the bad news is Edward the Confessor is dead. Oh, that's good news. Well, what's the worst news? Well, they already have a new king. It's already been done. Of course, the only way to sort that out is a show of force. So around 700 warships and transports were built by William at Dives-sur-Mer, which is on the Norman coast. Pope Alexander II, however, formally proclaimed William the legitimate heir to the English throne, after asserting that Harold had violated an oath taken on holy relics. It didn't help that all the nobles had swarmed to his defense. Well, at first, William struggled to get people to support his cause. Harold, on the other hand, gathered his troops at the Isle of Wight in preparation for the invasion. But the invasion fleet stayed in port for nearly 7 months, probably due to the weather. Crossing the Channel, that can be a risky procedure. Harold disbanded his army and returned to London as September drew near, as his supplies were running low and everybody was all a little bit tired of it by that point. That same day, Tostig and Harald Hardrada's invasion force reached the mouth of the Tyne. And so on September 20th, 1066, the invading forces of Hardrada and Tostig triumphed at the Battle of Fulford near York, defeating the English earls Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria. In 4 days, Harold's army had reached Yorkshire, after leading them on a forced march north from London. The successful arrival surprised Harald Hardrada. On the 25th of September, Harold defeated Hardrada and Tostig at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Now, both of those were later, of course, killed. Both Harold Hardrada and Tostig did not live for very long after it. So according to Snorri Sturluson, a lone man had rode up to Harold Hardrada and Tostig before the battle in what is described as plainly mythical. It is a little bit ridiculous, I'll admit. Well, Sturluson says that he did not identify himself, but he spoke to Tostig and promised him the return of his earldom in return for his rebellion against Hardrada. Tostig wanted to know how much his brother Harold Godwinson would take from Hardrada in exchange for his trouble. The mysterious stranger replied, 7 feet of English ground, as he is taller than other men. You know what that means. He then returned to the Saxon host. Hardrada's admiration for the rider's boldness led Tostig to being asked who the rider was. Now, later on it was said that the mysterious rider was actually Harold Godwinson himself. Well, that's an interesting twist, isn't it? Probably didn't happen, though. But hey, don't let that ruin the fun. Either way, September the 12th, 1066, the Norman fleet sailed out from Normandy, William at the command. The fleet had to seek shelter in Saint-Valery-sur-Somme and wait for the wind to change due to the storms. A number of ships were, unfortunately, also sunk, so yes, once bitten, twice shy, I'm afraid. The Norman fleet had sailed for England then, a few weeks later, on September the 27th, and arrived the next day at Pevensey on the Strand of East Sussex. Harold's army had to travel 240 miles, that's almost 400 kilometers, to reach William, who had landed somewhere in southern England's Sussex region. Of course, you can imagine that after such a long march, people were very tired. I mean, almost 400 kilometers, 240 miles. That's almost as long as our grandparents used to walk to school every day. Harold positioned his army and hurriedly built earthworks there close to Hastings. The two armies fought a bloody battle at the Battle of Hastings, which was fought on October 14th at Senlac Hill, which is close to the modern-day town of Battle, which is, of course, named because of the battle. Creativity, very good. And so it was there, on that very field, where Harold Godwinson was killed, and his forces were routed, following 9 hours of fierce combat. His brothers, Gurth and Leofwine, were also removed from the picture during the war. Okay, so you've probably seen the painting, with Harold getting shot by the arrow. Well, that is another topic of considerable debate. Well, according to the Norman Chronicle, the Song of the Battle of Hastings, in which Guy, Bishop of Amiens, is said to have written soon after the battle, 4 knights, probably including Duke William, dismembered Harold's body and lanced him. Harold was killed by an arrow wound to the head, according to 12th century Anglo-Norman histories like Henry of Huntingdon's Historia Anglorum and William of Malmesbury's Gesta Regum Anglorum. You'll find William of Malmesbury coming up quite a lot if you're talking about this kind of time period. Harold was shot in the eye with an arrow, according to one report by Amatus of Monte Cassino called History of the Normans, and that was written 12 years after the Battle of Hastings. So that's pretty close in terms of time. But it is possible, though, that it was added at the beginning of the 14th century, because of the contradictory information in the sources regarding Harold's death. I guess modern historians have been pretty much unable to come up with a conclusive account. without finding, well, they'd have to find his body, right? Something conclusive to really undermine or prove the theory. And good luck with that. Well, there is actually a figure holding an arrow that has struck his eye in a panel of the Bayeux tapestry that reads, literally, "Here King Harold is killed." On the other hand, it might have actually been a late 18th or even an early 19th century alteration to the tapestry, which I find very cheeky, because you're not meant to do that. Of course, some historians have questioned whether the panel shows two instances of Harold in the order of his death, or even if the man being shot in the head with the arrow is actually Harold at all. No, either way, usually regarded as Harold, the figure standing to the left of the central figure, followed by the figure lying to the right, nearly supine, being disfigured under a horse's hoofs, which is not a very nice way to go at all. Etchings produced in the 1730s using the tapestry show a standing figure alongside various objects. Only a dotted line indicating stitch marks can be seen in Benoit's sketch from 1729. This line does not exhibit any fletching and is longer than the arrow that is currently visible. The other arrows in the tapestry, however, are all fletched. Bernard de Montfaucon made the engraving in 1730, and it shows a solid line that looks like a spear being held overhand. Of course, you're far more likely to get killed by a spear than an arrow, I suppose. The standing figure that is shown with an arrow to the eye is held similarly to that same line. Now, in the tapestry there are also stitch marks that show where such a spear might have been removed. In 1816, the Society of Antiquaries of London tasked one Charles Stothard with making a replica of the tapestry. He included portions of the work that had been previously missing or damaged in his reproduction of the piece, along with his own conjectured representations. Well, this is the time when the arrow first appears. However, it's been proposed that extremely enthusiastic 19th century restorers once stitched an arrow into the supine figure, but that arrow was later taken off. Many people think that the figure with the arrow in his eye is actually Harold, because the name Harold is simply above it. Of course, that claim has generated its own share of controversy due to an examination of other tapestry examples that demonstrate figures that are identified by the visual center of the scene rather than the location of the inscription. It's also possible that both stories are accurate, and that the tapestry shows the mutilation and the eye wound in the chronological order in which they happened. Now, this would imply that Harold was actually mutilated after suffering the arrow to the face. Well, either way, it's not a very good way to go, isn't it? You wouldn't want it to happen to you, that's for sure. Well, what happens next? I'll leave you a little account from William of Poitiers. It sheds a little bit of light on it. The two brothers of the king were found near him and Harold himself, stripped of all badges of honor. Could not be identified by his face, but only by certain marks on his body. His corpse was brought into the duke's camp, and William gave it for burial to William, surnamed Mallet, and not to Harold's mother, who offered for the body of her beloved son its weight in gold. For the duke thought it unseemly to receive money for such merchandise, and equally he considered it wrong that Harold should be buried as his mother wished, since so many men lay unburied because of his avarice. They said in jest that he who had guarded the coast with such insensate zeal should be buried by the seashore. So, that
was the life of Harold Godwinson. But it leaves us with a bit of imaginative questioning, I think. Now, I always thought that if they didn't have to fight the Battle of Stamford Bridge, if he didn't have to go all the way up north to fight Harold Hardrada, then he would have had the energy, the men, and the morale to put up a much better fight at Hastings. Now, equally so, if it was... We have 3 rival claimants here, right? Could Hardrada have been fighting with William? There is that possibility too. Perhaps they would have met at York instead, or Hardrada may have made an attack all the way far south towards the location of the Battle of Hastings. And then how would have that turned out? You must think that these kind of moments in history, they really change things. Especially having a Norman king who didn't even speak the native English tongue, was barely even interested in living in England, to be honest. Well, everything changed after that. The way that we speak now in English, it's not like how it used to be.
The Kingdom of Asturias, established in 718 AD by the nobleman Pelayo in the rugged northern regions of the Iberian Peninsula, recognized as the first Christian polity to emerge following the Umayyad conquest of Visigothic Spain. Originating from the resistance led by Pelayo at the Battle of Covadonga, the kingdom served as a pivotal center for the Christian reconquest. Under successive monarchs such as Alfonso I and Pelayo's successors, Asturias gradually expanded its influence. The kingdom's strategic location in the Cantabrian Mountains provided formidable defense against Muslim incursions, fostering a resilient and enduring legacy. Additionally, Asturias became a cultural and political nucleus, fostering the development of the early medieval Spanish identity and governance structures. But by the late 9th century, the kingdom had evolved into the more expansive Kingdom of Leon, continuing its foundational role in the long-term efforts to unify the Iberian Peninsula under Christian rule. Thus, the legacy of Asturias is important to understand the formation of medieval Spain and the broader narrative of Christian resistance and resurgence in medieval Europe. And that's what we talk about today. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we're talking about the Kingdom of Asturias. One of those things that kind of gets ignored, but once you've read about it and researched it all, you realize, oh, that's why Spain is the way it is. So if you want to understand Spanish history, you really can't go past it. And so today we're going to be talking about the general history, some timelines, then we're going to be looking into some of the Christian movements that came out of it, the different eccentricities that were developed in the Kingdom of Asturias, remembering, of course, it's a very, very long way from Rome, and that lets creativity go a little bit wild. So, let us begin. Nice and relaxed. So the Kingdom of Asturias originated in the western and central Cantabrian Mountains, but particularly in the Picos de Europa and central Asturias. These two areas were the backdrop for a significant military and political development during the kingdom's formative years, never really a dull moment. In fact, even before then, historical accounts from Greco-Roman biographers and geographers such as Strabo and Cassius Dio revealed that several Celtic-descended peoples inhabited Asturias at the beginning of the Christian era. Now, that includes the Paesici, who had settled along the western Asturian coast between the Navia River and modern-day Gijón.
the Astures in a more narrow sense, occupying inner Asturias between Pilonia and Cancas del Narcea. The Saelini, whose settlement was centered in the Sella Valley of the Astures. The Lugones, living between Sella and Nalon rivers with their capital at Lucas Asturum. The Orgenomesci, located along the eastern coast of Asturias. And then we have the Vadinienses, who originally resided in Picos de Europa region of Cantabria, but gradually migrated southward. Now those are the 6 main ethnic groups that had made up the area, at least according to these classical geographers. But of course, they differed on the exact territories and borders of these groups. Ptolemy had described the Astures as occupying the land between the Navia and Sela rivers, marking the latter as a border with Cantabrian territory. But Julius Honorius's Cosmographia placed the Asturias' eastern boundary closer to the sources of the Ebro River. Well, despite such disputes, the clan-based divisions of pre-Roman societies in the Cantabrian mountains diminished under Roman influence, as a more uniform political and administrative system became just the norm. And so by the time we get to the late Roman Empire and moving into the early Middle Ages, we see this more distinct Asturian identity gradually begin to develop. Long-standing conflicts among Visigothic and Suebi elites likely played a role in unifying the Cantabrian population. Archaeological evidence from the Castro of La Carissa in the municipality of Lena reveals a defensive line constructed between 675 and 725 AD. Now what does this all mean? Well, the fortification aimed to protect central Asturian valleys from incursions through the Pajare Pass, with carbon 14 dating, linking it to 2 campaigns. The first was by the Visigothic king Wamba from 762 to 780, and another by the Muslim governor Musa bin Nusayr during the Umayyad conquest. Asturian identity solidified following Pelagius's coronation and the defeat of Muslim garrisons at Covadonga in the early 8th century. The Chronica Albidense emphasizes the significance of these events, stating, "Divine providence brings forth the King of Asturias." Of course, it is here where we typically mark the traditional establishment of the Kingdom of Asturias, at the victory of Covadonga. And now on to Peleo. In Latin, we say Pelagius, but of course, Spanish rendering will continue to use Peleo. He was a nobleman who may have been Asturian, and he's typically seen as the person who had founded the kingdom. Before the Battle of Covadonga, there could not have been a significant refugee movement from central Iberia, and Musa bin Nusayr conquered Asturias in 714 with no known, or at least any effective, resistance to him. But after the Battle of Guadalete, where he was chosen by the other nobles to lead the Astures in the Gothic tradition of Theas, he is said to have retired to the Asturian mountains. While at first Peleo's kingdom served as a unifying symbol for the already existing guerrilla resistance groups. Well, the Muslims, of course, were not going to take it lying down. It was always a fight, especially on those frontiers of the Islamic world, Spain, Iberia, certainly being one of them. Muslim forces took control of the major cities and administrative hubs during the Islamic conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. The newcomers used the pre-existing Visigothic administrative structures, which in the most part were ultimately of Roman origin, and they had very little trouble controlling the central and southern regions, including the Ebro valleys and Guadalquivir. Urban centers like Gijon, however, were essentially non-existent in the northern mountains, and the country's submission had to be accomplished piece by piece, valley by valley, in order to guarantee the pacification of the recently conquered territory. Muslim troops frequently turned to the taking of hostages. Nothing unusual, just the way it was. The Yemeni viceroy of Ifriqiya, Musa bin Nasir, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar the following year and launched a massive conquest operation that resulted in taking capture of Merida, Toledo, Zaragoza, and Lerida among other cities, following Tariq's initial incursion, which reached Toledo in the year 711. He advanced to the northwest of the peninsula in the final stages of his military campaign, seizing the towns of Astorga and Gijon. He assigned a governor named Munuza to a small Berber detachment in the latter city with the goal of strengthening Muslim rule over Asturias. Some nobles had to turn over hostages from Asturias to Cordoba as a condition of the region's submission. And according to legend, not confirmed, but there was an alliance with the local Berber leader that was sought, and his sister was requested. Later, when he rebelled against his Cordoban Arab superiors at another mountain post in the Pyrenees, Munuza would attempt to do the same to bring a diplomatic situation to a close. Only a generation before, the Berbers had converted to Islam and were viewed as, well, inferior to Arabs and Syrians. Think of it like the converso situation with Jews converting. Yes, it was easy enough to just click your fingers and say you were a Catholic, but there was still a lot of animosity. There were also racial elements to it with the Berbers, but that's a conversation for another time. The most widely accepted explanation for the battle, which was a mere skirmish in Muslim texts, but quite epic in later Christian and Asturian sources, is that the Moorish column was attacked from the cliffs, and then it fell back through the valleys towards what is now Gijon. However, the retinue attacked it in retreat and almost destroyed it. The incident is actually not mentioned in the Christian Chronicle of 754, the only near-contemporary account of the events of the time. But, according to the Rotensian Chronicle and Ahmed Mohammed al-Makari, Pelayo fled Cordoba when al-Hur was governor. That was around 717 to 18, and his return to Asturias led an uprising against the Muslim rulers of Gijon. That is just one theory, though, and Pelayo's identity is still somewhat up for debate. And so, under Al-Kama, Munuza dispatched troops to Bres, in the district of Pilonia, where the Asturias leader lived at the time. Upon learning of the Muslims' arrival, Pelayo and his friends quickly crossed the Pilonia and made their way up to the small, easily fortified valley of Mount Oseva, where they sought safety in one of the caves, Covadonga. The troops reportedly leapt through the high ports to the south to continue their search and destroy operation against other rebels after an attempted siege was called off due to weather and the exposed location of the Deep Valley Gorge. Well, the Muslims almost had them there, but the locals managed to organize an ambush. The Asturian maritime districts, however, were left vulnerable as the few survivors headed south to the Leon plains. Pelayo gained a great deal of prestige from the victory, which was relatively small because only a small number of Berber soldiers were involved. But it also sparked a massive uprising by other nobles, leading by example in Asturias and Galicia, who immediately united behind him and elected him the king. Attacks on the Berbers escalated under Pelayo's command. Feeling alone in a hostile environment, Menusa made the decision to leave Gijon and travel the Mesa Trail to the plateau. But he didn't get too far. At Olalies, in the present-day district of Grado, the Astures intercepted and killed him. After driving out the Moors of Asturias' eastern valleys, Pelayo fortified the mountain passes to keep the area safe from Moorish assaults and launched an attack on Leon, the principal city in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. In reaction to the broader uprising against Arab rule in Cordoba, the Berbers largely abandoned their garrisons. But Pelayo persisted in attacking those who stayed north of the Asturian mountains until they fled. After that, he wed his daughter Ermesinda to Alfonso, the son of Peter of Cantabria, the head of the state of the Visigothic Duchy of Cantabria, which at that time was still independent. Fortifications dating from the end of the 7th to the start of the 8th centuries have been discovered during recent archaeological excavations in Mount Homon and La Carissa, which are close to Huerna and the Pajares valleys. Hundreds might have contributed to the construction and defense of nearly 2-meter-deep moats and watchtowers that were part of the Berber fortifications. That would have needed a great deal of planning, of course, and strong leadership, most likely from Pelayo himself. As a result, experts believe likely that this defensive line was built to keep the Moors from re-entering Asturias through the Mesa and Pajares mountain passes. And so that's the origin story of the Kingdom of Asturias, beginning as this small, autonomous territory following Pelayo's victory at the Battle of Covadonga. Even though it was a relatively small Moorish detachment. But hey, it's still a victory. The Visigothic king's leadership, unfortunately, was superior at that time to Pelayo's, although the latter title was not firmly established until the time of King Alfonso II. The first Asturian kings actually called themselves princeps in the old Roman fashions, and then, of course, rex, meaning king in Latin. For example, Princeps Cantabrorum over the gravestone of the municipality of Cisterna in Leon. And there was another inscription found with the Principe de los Albiones in the district of Coaña. There are examples of this term of princeps for the indigenous peoples of northern Spain, of course wanting to emulate the very successful Romans. Well, the kingdom was actually founded as a center of leadership over other Cantabrian coast peoples who had opposed both the Romans in earlier times and then the Visigoths in later times, who had refused to submit to the rulers of the Umayyads in even more recent times. Of course, the indigenous people of Spain, very different to the Visigoths who came in after their conquests were all said and done. Alfonso II, however, was not keen on said Visigoths. In his will that he wrote at the start of the 9th century, he accused them of being responsible for the entire loss of Hispania. Well, perhaps they made some poor decisions, but that's a little bit harsh, I think. The Asturian dominance over the various regions of the kingdom was very weak in these early decades, so it needed to be constantly reinforced, not too often through conflict, but more through marriage pacts with other influential families from the Iberian Peninsula's north, and thus Alfonso, as we've mentioned, married Ermesinda, the daughter of Pelayo. Alfonso's daughter Adosinda wed Silo, a local chief from the region of Flavionavia, Pravia, while his son Fruela wed Munia, a Basque princess from Alava. Fabila, Pelayo's son, was crowned king following Pelayo's death in 737. In one of the bravery tests typically expected of the nobility of that time, kind of like a coming-of-age ceremony, Fafila was, or Favila, if we can render this in both ways, was actually killed by a bear while hunting, according to the chronicles. Though the case is suspiciously similar to the Roman legend of their first king, Romulus, being taken by a sudden storm. No other incident is such known from the long history of monarchs and others at this point, but it seems that perhaps they might have cancelled that coming-of-age ceremony after this disaster. Well, as a direct result of his marriage alliance with Fafila's sister, his brother-in-law, who ruled the nearby independent domain, inherited the Asturian throne. Inheritance rights and female ties were still upheld, and later on they would grant their husbands the regency or crown as well. Alfonso I, who married Pelayo's daughter, succeeded Favila and inherited the Asturian throne. According to the Albidensian Chronicle, Alfonso came to the kingdom to wed her sometime after Covadonga. His accession to the throne and the ascent of the House of Cantabria, one of the most influential families in Asturias, were made possible only by Favila's passing. Only Alfonso, initially, relocated to the court of Cangas de Onís, but the descendants of Duke Peter withdrew from Rioja afterwards, towards the Cantabrian region, and eventually took control of the kingdom of Asturias after the plateau and the middle valley of the Ebro, which housed the Duchy of Cantabria's principal strongholds, gradually became depopulated. We're talking principal strongholds such as Amaya, Tricio, and indeed the city of Cantabria itself. It's quite a large population center. Alfonso started the small Christian kingdom's territorial expansion from its original location in the Picos de Europa. He moved it westward to Galicia and southward with constant incursions in the Douro Valley, capturing cities and towns and relocating their residents to the safer northern regions. But in the end, it resulted in the plateau's strategic depopulation, forming the desert of the Duero as a defense against the upcoming Moorish assaults. The Asturias' pre-Roman raids in the same region were likely not all that dissimilar from the campaigns of King Fruela and King Alfonso in the Duero Valley. The kingdom of Asturias was able to effectively occupy the land south of the Cantabrian mountains until the reigns of Ordoño and Alfonso III. The first Asturian expansion was primarily conducted through Cantabrian territory, from Galicia to Biscaya. Alfonso's son, Fruela I, enlarged and united his father's territories. Members of the House of Cantabria's nobility were responsible for his murder in the end. Politics, infighting, always. Now, regarding the reigns of Aurelio, Silo, Maurogatus, and Bermudo I, we don't have too many written sources, and the ones we do have are quite brief. This 23-year period between 768 and 91 has generally been regarded as the kingdom of Asturias' protracted period of decline and obscurity. Now, some historians support this, even referring to this historical period as the lazy king's time, because it seems that no significant military operations against Al-Andalus and the Moors took place during that time. Nonetheless, there were significant and pertinent internal changes that laid groundwork for Asturias' development and growth. First, during those years, Mourigato, 783 to 88, led the first internal uprising. Alfonso II was overthrown by this, but he later ascended to the throne once more from 791 all the way to 842. Now, this sparked a string of subsequent uprisings, the main leaders of which were landowners and members of the rising aristocratic palace groups who attempted to overthrow the Don Pelayo ruling family based on the region's expanding economic development. The Asturian kingdom underwent a process of economic, social, political, and cultural change in the 8th and 9th centuries, which included the significant uprisings of Nepociano, Aldroito, Pineolo, during the reign of Ramiro I, which was 842 to 850, things getting a little bit difficult after Alfonso II. Now, secondly, Asturian kings put an end to the nearby Basque and Gallic insurrections by giving refuge to Alfonso II in Alava after his flight, supporting Nepociano's rebellion in some Asturian regions, and encountering Galicians to support Ramiro I. These rebels exploited the turmoil in central and eastern Asturias and occasionally offered assistance to one or more heirs. Lastly, additional evidence points to the significant internal changes that took place during this period. According to the chronicles, there were uprisings by freedmen known as Serbi, Serviles, Orico, and Libertini during the reign of Aurelio I. The master-slave property relationship gradually deteriorated, and of a sign that a new society was developing in Asturias at the end of the 8th century and the start of the 9th is this fact, along with the expanding role of the individual and the limited family, to the detriment of the extended family. Aurelius, reigning from 768 to 74, the grandson of Fruela of Cantabria and Peter of Cantabria, succeeded Fruela I after the death in 768. He would build the court in what was once Langreu's district, now San Martin del Rey Aurelio. After his death, he was succeeded by Silo, who moved the court to Pravia. Silo was wed to Adosinda, who was Pelayo's granddaughter and one of the daughters of Afonso I. After Silo's death, which occurred in 783, Alfonso II was elected king. But Mourigato mounted a fierce resistance and drove the new ruler to retreat to Alavia, gaining the Asturian throne. Despite the negative image that history has given him, the king had a cordial relationship with Vitus of Liabana, who was arguably the most significant cultural figure in the kingdom. The king also helped Vitus fight against adoptionism. We'll get to that a little bit later. According to legend, Mourigato was the honor of 100 maidens and the bastard son of Alfonso I and a Moorish woman. Aurelius' brother, Bermudo I, succeeded him. He was referred to as the deacon, even though he most likely only received token vows. Following a military defeat, Bermudo abdicated and died in a monastery. So really the kingdom was not firmly established until King Alfonso II, following Silo's conquest of Galicia and the confirmation of territorial gains in the Western Basque country. Additionally, relations with the very powerful Carolingian Franks became closer and more frequent, with Charlemagne receiving war booty from Alfonso II's envoys around the campaign of Lisbon, 797. Being referred to as an Emperor Charlemagne's man by Alfonso II implied suzerainty of some sort. Alfonso II's establishment of the order and ceremonies of the former Visigothic kingdom in the Asturian court during his reign was likely a reaction against indigenous customs, intended to solidify his state and hold on to power. At this time it was announced that the holy bones of James, son of Zebedee, had been discovered at Iria Flavia in Galicia. The Pope of Rome was reportedly quite impressed, and at the time regarded them as genuine. But during the Asturian era, the main religious location and object of devotion was Eulalia of Meritia's final resting place in Oviedo. In addition, Alfonso II established control over some Basques and repopulated areas of Galicia, Leon, and Castile, incorporating them into the larger kingdom of Asturias. Cangas de Onís, close to the scene of the Covadonga battle, served as the first capital city. It was then relocated to Pravia during the reign of Silo. Around 789, Alfonso decided to make Oviedo, where he was born, the capital of the kingdom. There's nothing like your hometown, right? Now, at the start of his reign, Ramiro I imprisoned a number of other heirs to the throne. And that wasn't enough, he also blinded them. They didn't see that coming, and placed them in monasteries. Which I don't know why he did that, because it's not like they'd be doing much Bible reading. Probably didn't think that through. Well, as a warrior, Ramiro I fought multiple battles against the Moors and defeated a Viking invasion after the Vikings had landed at Corunna. And then we have Ordonio I, 850 to 866, who succeeded his father Ramiro, put down a significant Basque uprising in the kingdom's east. Musa ibn Musa of the Banu Qazi, who had rebelled against Cordoba and risen to become the ruler of Zaragoza, Huesca, Toledo, and Tudela, constructed the fortress of Albelda, which Ordonio besieged in 859. With the help of his brother-in-law, Garcia Iniguez, the king of Pamplona, whose realm was in danger due to the Asturian monarchy's expansion, Musa tried to break the siege. But during the ensuing conflict, Musa lost important treasures, some of which were sent to Charles the Bald of France as gifts, and was ultimately defeated. According to the chronicler, Albelda collapsed 7 days after the victory, and its warriors were killed by the sword, and the place itself was destroyed down to the foundations. The Asturian king accepted Musa's son Lub as governor of Toledo for the remainder of Ordonio's rule after Musa died in 862-63 from wounds sustained in battle. And thus the kingdom of Asturias broke up into Leon, Galicia, and Asturias after Alfonso III was forced to abdicate by his sons in 910. Under Leon's rule, the three kingdoms were finally reunited in 924. After Ferdinand III became joint king of the two kingdoms, it remained by that name until 1230, when it was merged into the kingdom of Castile. So maybe it's gone, but it's certainly not forgotten. Let's talk about what we have left from Asturias. There is that great religious tradition that developed in not so much of a vacuum, but so far away from Rome that it had some opportunity to become kind of unique without drawing too much ire. So in Asturias, Christianization developed gradually, and it didn't always replace the prehistoric pagan gods. Do remember, Spain is a very, very old place with indigenous customs, just like anywhere else in Europe. The new religion coexisted pretty syncretically with elements of the old beliefs, just like in parts of Gaul and other places of the empire. Many demons who were expelled from the heavens settled in the sea. In the rivers, fountains, and forests would become worshipped as gods by ignorant people, wrote the bishop San Martin de Braga in his work in the 6th century, in reference to the Galician peasants' attachment to their pre-Christian beliefs. They offer sacrifices to them by calling Neptune in the sea, he goes on to say, the Lamias in the rivers, the nymphs in the fountains, and Diana in the forests. Of course, this is what they're seeing through Roman eyes. They recognize it as nymphs in fountains and Neptune in the sea. But of course, the reality on the ground is a little bit different for those indigenous religious traditions. But yes, seeing them through the eyes of Roman biographers. Now, there was a megalithic dolmen area, so you're talking these big stone monuments in the center of the Sella Valley, where Cancasteonis is situated, probably constructed all the way back between 4000 and 2000 BC. A little hard to date, but it's kind of thereabouts. Here, especially in the Santa Cruz dolmen, chieftains from neighboring areas were ceremoniously interred. Despite the Roman and Visigothic conquests, these customs seemed to have persisted. King Favila and the remains of tribal chiefs were interred there as early as the 8th century. Even though the Asturian monarchy helped Christianize this location by building a church, the Santa Cruz dolmen is still associated with pagan customs even to our modern era. Visitors are reported to see Zanas or Asturian fairies, and the local soil is said to possess magical qualities, but, well, open minds, but citation certainly needed on that one. Now, a vate named Asterio presided over its consecration in 738, according to an inscription in a discovery in the Santa Cruz Church. Catholic epitaphs and documents, and the words vate or vates is rarely used. Instead, presbyteros for Christian priests is a little bit more common and preferable. Now, the ancient Greek authors Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, and Posidonius claimed that the vates were one of the three classic of the Celtic priesthood, along with the Druids and the Bards. But in Latin terminology, the term vates was used to refer to a more clairvoyant kind of poet. Of course, through the modern filtration of using these words, especially with Druids and Bards and vates, well, it takes on a little bit of a different meaning. Now back to Asterio. He may have been associated with the Brythonic refugees that arrived in Bretonia or Galicia in the 6th centuries, according to some historians, while others believe that he held a religious position that blended aspects of paganism and Christianity together. According to the Parochia Suevorum, an administrative document from the kingdom of the Suebi, the Bretonian See owned the Asturian lands, and elements of the Celtic Christianity made their way to northern Spain. The Celtic tonsure, which the Visigothic bishops who took part in the Fourth Council of Toledo denounced, serves as proof of this. Like other medieval kings,
like Penda of Mercia, or Witikund. Asturian kings promoted Christianity while simultaneously basing their authority on indigenous religious traditions. They also drew on Christian sacred texts, particularly the Book of Revelations, Ezekiel and Daniel, as well as the writings of the Church Fathers. These provided the foundation myths for the new monarchy. Since the arrival of the new influences such exiles and prisoners from the central region of Al-Andalus in the 770s, along with their mixed Berber, Arabic and Gothic heritage, the Visigothic Code has served as a referential document, negating the need for them to draft new laws. This was coupled with the religious and political concepts brought from the Frankish kingdom of Charlemagne. Gothic Arianism, which denied the divinity of Jesus, and Hellenistic religion, which featured heroes like Heracles, who achieved apotheosis after death, served as the foundation for the adoptionist theology. Now, Beatus was a direct participant in the adoptionism debate, and we have mentioned his name before, which maintained that Jesus was born only as a man, but only after his crucifixion and resurrection did he receive divine adoption. He disputed this theological stance, which was supported by individuals like the Toledo Bishop Elipanto. The development of adoptionism was also impacted by Islamic beliefs that actually did recognize Jesus as a prophet, but not the Son of God himself, since Elipantus's bishopric of Toledo was then a part of the Muslim Caliphate of Cordoba. However, Beatus from his abbey in Santa Toribio delle Liabana fiercely opposed this adoptionist theology. The Pope and his friend Baldwin of York, the Anglo-Saxon scholar who had settled among the Carolingian court at Aachen, helped Beatus in his theological struggle, while also fortifying ties between Asturias, the Holy See, and of course the Carolingian Empire. The Italian author Umberto Eco once remarked, "Their splendid images gave birth to the most relevant iconography happening in the history of mankind." Beatus's commentaries to the Apocalypse were his most transcendental works, and they were later copied into manuscripts. He gives them his own interpretation of the Book of Revelation, complete with intriguing illustrations, quotations from the Church Fathers, and even some throwbacks to the Old Testament. One of the best examples of mappa mundi of the high medieval culture is the Beatus map, which is included in the prologue to the second book of the commentaries. This map was intended to depict the apostles' diaspora during the early decades of Christianity, but not to provide a cartographic representation of the world. Beatus used information from the Bible, Ptolemy, and Isidore of Seville's writings, put it all together, and tried his best to piece the paths of the apostles. Asia was shown as the upper semicircle, Europe as the lower left quadrant, and Africa as the lower right quadrant of a land disk encircled by the ocean. The boundaries between the various continents were established as the Mediterranean Sea, the Nile River, the Aegean Sea, and the Bosphorus. Beatus also thought that the Antichrist would rule for 1290 years after the Apocalypse, which was prophesied in the Book of Revelation, and he thought that this was just about to happen, right around the corner. He shared the opinions of Augustine of Hippo, whose book, The City of God, shaped the commentaries, which predicated on the idea that the world's history was organized into 6 different ages. The first 5 took place between Adam's creation and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, while the 6th, which came after Christ,
concludes with the fulfillment of the prophecies found in the book of Revelation. For Beatus, the events in Hispania, Islamic domination, adoptionist heresy, and the Mozarab's slow assimilation were all signs of the impending end of the world. The abbot of Santo Toribio even went as far to proclaim that his fellow countrymen the arrival of the end of time on Easter of the year of 800, as Elipandus details in his letter from the bishops of Spain to their brothers in Gaul. I can only imagine how that would have been taken. Imagine the panic. Very irresponsible. Well, hundreds of peasants gathered around the abbey of Santo Toribio at the break of day, fearfully anticipating the prophecy's realization. One of them, Ordonius, cried out, "Let us eat and drink, so that if the end of the world comes, we are full," after they had been inside without food for a day and a half. The Chronica Prophetica, written circa 880s CE, foretold the eventual collapse of the Emirate of Cordoba and the conquest and redemption of the entire Iberian Peninsula by King Alfonso III. Beatus's prophetic and millennialist visions left a lasting impression on the evolution of the kingdom. The main symbol of the Asturian kingdom, the Victory Cross icon, which derives from a section of the Book of Revelation in which John of Patmos describes a vision of the Second Coming, is another example of millennialist imagery found within the kingdom. Since Constantine the Great used the labarum as a symbol during the Battle of Milvian Bridge, you know that it's kind of like a P with a cross down the bottom of it, you know the one. It was also true that this was not simply limited to Asturias, and you see it everywhere in Asturian iconography. However, the Cruz de la Victoria gained widespread usage in Asturias, where it is engraved in almost all pre-Romanesque churches. The construction of the Camino de Santiago, one of the most significant routes of cultural transmission in European history, is another of the Asturian kingdom's greatest spiritual legacies. The Breviarius de Hierosolima, a document from the 6th century that claimed that the apostle was buried in a mysterious location known as Aca Maramachia, is the first source that makes reference to St. James's preaching in Spain. Isidore of Seville provided evidence in favor of this theory. In the Maurigato era, 150 years later, St. James was portrayed as the golden head of Spain, a protector and national patron. His sermons in the early decades of Christianity in the Iberian Peninsula are also mentioned. But there is a debate as well whether Beatus is the true author of this hymn. I suppose we just don't know. Now, for the kingdom of Asturias, the establishment of the purported St. James' tomb was a huge political triumph. Asturias could now claim the honor of possessing the body of one of Jesus' disciples, a privilege that is only shared by Asia, in, Ephesus in particular, where John the Apostle was buried, and of course Rome, where the bodies of St. Peter and Paul were interred. Along with Rome and Jerusalem, Santiago de Compostela became one of the 3 holy cities of Christianity by the early 12th century. Through the way of St. James, numerous Central European cultural influences, from the Gothic and Romanesque styles to the Occitan lyric poetry, made their way to Iberia in later centuries. But nonetheless, there are some mysterious aspects to the account of this discovery of the apostles' remains. The body might have belonged to a well-known local figure because the tomb was discovered in an area that had been used as a necropolis since the late Roman Empire. And the remains of Priscillian may actually be in Compostella's tomb. According to one historian, Roger Collins, the identification of the relics, at least nothing approaching a complete body, with St. James has to do with the translation of the remains discovered beneath a church altar from the 6th century in Merida, which lists several saints' names, including St. James. Several Galician locations, including Pico Sacro, Pedra de Barca, and San Andres de Teixido, were already popular destinations for pagan pilgrims in pre-Roman times, according to other academics like Constantino Cabal. According to pagan beliefs, these locations were gateways to the Celtic otherworld. The pilgrimage routes were gradually converted to Christianity following this discovery of St. James's tombs. Of course, amazing tales abound about the Covadonga region, including one that is said to have taken place in a shepherd village where Lakes Ainol and Ergina now stand. It is said that Mary, the mother of Jesus, went to that village while posing as a pilgrim and begged every home for food and shelter. Everybody treated her rudely, with the exception of a shepherd who took her in and generously shared everything he owned. The very next day, a flood of divine origin ravaged the village, covering everything except the good shepherd's cottage as a retribution for their lack of hospitality. The enigmatic visitor began to cry in front of him, and when her tears hit the floor, they turned into flowers. Subsequently, the shepherd knew this pilgrim was indeed Mary herself.
Vlad the Impaler, born Vlad III around 1431 in Wallachia, modern-day Romania, is renowned for his brutal but effective methods of maintaining power and deterring foreign enemies, of course most notoriously through his epithet impalement. His reigns in 1448, later in 1456 to 1462, and briefly in 1476, were all marked by fierce conflicts, particularly against the Ottoman Empire to the south. Now, while he's often viewed as a figure of harsh justice in Romania, Vlad's legacy is colored by tales of extreme cruelty, so much, of course, it inspired the modern-day Dracula of Bram Stoker, written in 1897. But either way, even after the impalements and nailing of turbans to messengers' heads, if you ask a lot of modern-day Romanians, they'll tell you that he's a ruler who valiantly defended his principality's serenity and instilled a lasting legacy of resilience. Maybe you'll make up your own mind once you get to the end of the video. But for now, let me welcome you to the channel, as is the style. If you're new here, good to meet you. Those coming back, great to see you again. Now, you may have watched my first video on Vlad the Impaler, but that was a long time ago and I wanted to do another one, because no doubt there's probably a few people who were unaware of my first video on him and were probably waiting for me to do one. So here I am, doing a somewhat updated version. Now, you know the whole like and subscribe thing if you want to. But with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed, nice and comfortable, and let's begin. And where do we begin? Well, of course, we know where to begin. That is in the region of Wallachia, which is, I believe, pronounced that way in the Romanian, despite its spelling, or starting with a W. So some pronunciations will be with that Romanian-style phonetics. But the time period that we're looking at for Vlad's birth is going to be between 1428 and 1431. We don't quite know for certain, but there's a general scholarly consensus around these 3 to 4 years. We're not going to harp on too much about that. Now, what you do need to know is that Vlad was the second legitimate son of Vlad II Dracul, himself being an illegitimate son of Mircea I of Wallachia. Now, what about this moniker, Dracul? Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Well, Vlad II earned that through his membership in a little militant fraternity called the Order of the Dragon, which was actually founded by the old king of Hungary, Sigismund of Luxembourg. Why was it founded? Well, it was dedicated to halting the Ottoman advance into Europe. Remember, at the time, if you know your mid-15th century history, you'll know that it was not a good time, especially for the Eastern Roman Empire. Well, they weren't around too much longer to complain about it, but, well, that's a story for another video, isn't it? Now, after settling in the region known as Transylvania in 1429, Vlad II resided in the Transylvanian Saxon town of Sighisoara, which was then part of the Kingdom of Hungary, from the years 1431 to 1435, living in a quite lovely 3-story stone house. And this is the house where Vlad was most likely born. Now, we have a Romanian historian who chimes in on this one, Radu Florescu, who actually shares the same name with another character we'll talk about soon. That's just a coincidence. But he supports his birthplace. But there are modern historians who debate Vlad's mother's identity, suggesting that she was either a daughter or relative of Alexander I of Moldavia, or Vlad II's unknown first wife. Of course, questioning the identity of the mother also questions the legitimacy of the succession. Once again, perhaps an argument for another time. Now, let's talk now from 1436. This is following the death of his half-brother, Alexander I Aldea. Vlad II Dracul seized control of Wallachia. There is a charter dated 20th of January 1432, which marks the first recorded mention of Vlad III, being Vlad the Impaler, of course, who obviously wasn't impaling people at this point, and his elder brother, Mircea, referring to them as their father's firstborn sons. But it's not just that either, they also appear in 4 additional documents between the years of 1437 and 1439, with the last also mentioning their younger brother, Radu. Now, Radu also had quite an interesting moniker as well, Radu the Handsome. Of course, that's in the eye of the beholder. Now, in comes John Hunyadi, the voivode of Transylvania. Now, a voivode is kind of the same as like a local king of one of these small kingdoms, one of these small regions. We also have the word in Hungarian, ban, which is the same thing, I do believe, in terms of the level of what it is in terms of how much power that ruler has. Now, this is a meeting in March of 1442, and when they had this meeting, they were discussing this Ottoman problem, and at the time, Vlad II Dracul chose not to support an Ottoman invasion of Transylvania. Of course, the Ottomans were not very pleased with this. Sultan Murad II of the Ottoman Empire summoned him to Gallipoli to affirm his loyalty, give him a bit of a shakedown. Now, of course, can't go away on business without the two boys in tow, so along came Vlad and Radu. Unfortunately, it would have been quite unpleasant to see your father locked up and thrown in prison as soon as you arrived to your holiday destination, but that is what happened. And upon his arrival, well, Vlad II got a surprise that he did not want. No, he was released before the year's end, so that's good news. But the bad news is, the Ottomans wanted hostages. And, well, you can guess who became the hostages. That's right, poor old Vlad and Radu. So they remained there to secure allegiance, make sure he doesn't get too out of line, kind of like a bargaining chip. Pretty common back in the day. They were held in this old fortress in Emit, according to an Ottoman chronicler of the time. Now their situation grew pretty perilous when their father supported Vladislaus, King of Poland and Hungary, against the Ottomans during the Crusade of Varna in 1444, fearing his sons would be butchered for the sake of Christian peace. Vlad II Dracul nonetheless saw neither Vlad nor Radu harmed following his rebellion. In fact, they were reportedly treated quite well when they were in Ottoman custody. Apparently they loved to play chess. They did that quite a lot all day. And they just studied and learned as much as they could. They had good tutors. Living conditions were okay. They weren't thrown in prison or anything like that. Well, at least that's what we know from the sources. Now, back to Vlad II Dracul. By around 1447, he reaffirmed his loyalty to the Sultan, and he agreed to pay an annual tribute. In November of that same year, John Hunyadi, now regent governor of Hungary since 1446, actually invaded Wallachia. Now, Radu and Vlad actually fled to the Ottoman Empire, implying that the Sultan had allowed their return to Wallachia after their father's homage. So there was this brief period where they could go home after their father had promised to, well, grease the wheels with a bit of tribute, as always. But then, of course, when home becomes a place you don't want to be, well, you may as well go back to the Ottomans. Now, both Vlad II Dracul and his eldest son, Mircea, were killed at this time, and Hunyadi installed Vladislav II, son of Vlad II Dracul's cousin, Dan II, as the new ruler of Wallachia. So, where does this leave Vlad? Well, with the deaths of his father and his brother, that being Vlad II Dracul and Mircea, Vlad actually found himself as a contender for the throne of Wallachia, which, well, that changes everything. In September 1448, as Vladislav II joined Hunyadi's campaign against the Ottomans, Vlad seized his opportunity. Leading an Ottoman army, he entered Wallachia in early October. Though he had to concede the Ottoman capture and fortification of Giurgiu fortress on the Danube. Well, you give a little, you get a little. The Ottomans did, however, defeat Hunyadi's forces at the Battle of Kosovo between the 17th and 18th of October. Hunyadi's deputy, Nicholas Vizakny, urged Vlad to meet in Transylvania, discuss things, try to come to a bit of an agreement. But Vlad was not having it. He declined. On the return of Vladislav II to Wallachia with his remaining troops, Vlad was compelled to flee back to the Ottoman Empire by the 7th of December 1448. Now, we're fortunate enough to have a little bit of a letter that was written by Vlad himself at this time that elaborates on the situation. It goes like this. We bring you the news that Nicholas Vizakne writes to us and asks us to be so kind to come to him until John Hunyadi returns from the war. We are unable to do this because an emissary from Nicopolis came to us and said with great certainty that Murad II had defeated Hunyadi. If we come to Vizakne now, the Ottomans could come and kill both you and us. Therefore, we ask you to have patience until we see what has happened to Hunyadi. If he returns from the war, we will meet him, and we will make peace with him. But if you will be our enemies now, and if something happens, you will have to answer for it before God. Well, after this downfall and this hasty retreat away, Vlad first settled in Edirne, within the Ottoman Empire. Soon after, he moved to Moldavia, where his father's brother-in-law and possibly, we're not sure, but there's a possibility, that it was his maternal uncle Bogdan II had taken the throne with John Hunyadi's support in the autumn of 1449. Now in October of 1451, some 2 years later, poor old Bogdan was assassinated by Peter III Aron. Following this, Bogdan's son Stefan fled with Vlad to Transylvania to seek aid from Hunyadi. However, on the 20th of November 1451, Hunyadi established a 3-year truce with the Ottomans, acknowledging the right of the Wallachian boyars to elect Vladislav II's successor upon his death. Now, Vlad is said to have attempted to find refuge in Brasov, a center for the Wallachian boyars expelled by Vladislav II. Yet, on the 6th of February, 1452, Hunyadi prohibited the townspeople from offering him sanctuary. Consequently, Vlad returned to Moldavia, where Alexandrel had overthrown Peter Aron. Now, the events of his life during the subsequent years unfortunately aren't very well documented, so we're going to have to skip past a few of them. It is inferred that he must have returned to Hungary sometime before the 3rd of July 1456, however, because on that date, Hunyadi informed the citizens of Brasov that he had appointed Vlad to defend the Transylvanian border. Now, all the specifics of timing of Vlad's return to Wallachia remain pretty mysterious. He invaded Wallachia with Hungarian assistance in either April, July, or perhaps as late as August in 1456. Vladislav II perished during this invasion. Well, on the 10th of September in that same year, 1456, Vlad dispatched his inaugural surviving letter as voivode of Wallachia to the burghers of Brasov. He pledged to safeguard them in the event of an Ottoman incursion into Transylvania, while simultaneously requesting their support should the Ottomans seize Wallachia. It sounds like a pretty good deal. In the same correspondence, he asserted that when an individual or a sovereign is robust and influential, he can dictate the terms of peace. However, when he is weak, a more powerful entity will impose its will upon him. Well, this shows a little bit of an authoritarian disposition, but hey, if you're holding the cards, you're in control of the game, aren't you? Numerous sources, including that of the Chronicle of Launikos Chalkokondyles, documented that hundreds, or thousands even, of individuals were executed at Vlad's command as soon as he came into power. It states that he initiated a purge against the boyars who were involved against the assassination
of his father and elder brother, as well as those he suspected of conspiring against him. Well, Laonikos asserted that Vlad rapidly investigated a significant transformation and completely revolutionized all matters in Wallachia by bestowing the money, property, and other assets of his victims upon his retainers. While the records of the princely council members during Vlad's reign indicate that only 2 individuals maintained their positions from 1457 to 61, so certainly doing some spring cleaning there, it looks like. Well, Vlad did dispatch the traditional tribute to the Sultan, following the death of John Hunyadi on the 11th of August 1456. His eldest son, Ladislaus Hunyadi, assumed the role of Captain General of Hungary. He charged Vlad with lacking any intention to remain loyal to the King of Hungary in correspondence to the burghers of Brasov, simultaneously instructing them to assist Vladislaus II's brother, Dan III, to oppose Vlad. Well, the citizens of Sibiu endorsed an alternative claimant, a Romanian priest who asserts that he is the son of a prince, going for a third party. Well, the latter, recognized as Vlad's illegitimate brother, Vlad Kalugarul, acquired Amlas, traditionally held by the rulers of Wallachia in Transylvania. Now, we got Ladislaus V of Hungary, who ordered the execution of Ladislaus Hunyadi, the son of John Hunyadi, remember, on the 16th of March, 1457. Now, Elizabeth Zilagi, Hunyadi's mother, and her brother, Michael Zilagi, incited a rebellion against the king. Exploiting the civil war in Hungary, Vlad aided Stefan, the son of Bogdan II of Moldavia, in his attempt to capture the region in June of 1457. Vlad also invaded Transylvania and pillaged the villages surrounding Brasov and Sibiu. While the earliest German narratives regarding Vlad detailed that he transported men, women, and children from a Saxon village to Wallachia and subjected them all to impalement. And that's without any exception. Apparently, even the youngest of them were subject to the worst of tortures. At least, that's what the Germans tell us. Now, Vlad's assault on the Transylvanian Saxons, who remained loyal to the king, fortified the standing of the Zilagis. Representatives of Vlad engaged in peace negotiations between Michael Zilagi and the Saxons, and per this treaty, the burghers of Brasov consented to expel Dan from their town. Vlad assured that the merchants of Sibiu could freely buy and sell goods in Wallachia, in return for the equivalent treatment of Wallachian merchants who wished to do business in Transylvania. On the 1st of December 1457, Vlad addressed Michael Zilagi as his lord and elder brother in a correspondence. That's pretty respectful. Well, of course, in we have Matthias Corvinus. What a cast of characters this video has, huh? From Vlad to Hunyadi to Corvinus, we got everybody. Well, Matthias Corvinus was the younger sibling of Ladislaus Hunyadi, and he was crowned the King of Hungary on the 24th of January 1458. And not long after that, on the 3rd of March, he directed the burghers of Sibiu to maintain peaceful relations with Vlad. By the 20th of September 1459, Vlad declared himself as the lord and ruler over all of Wallachia and the duchies of Amlas and Fagaras, signifying his control over these traditional Transylvanian fiefs historically held by Wallachian rulers. It seems like things were going pretty well for Vlad. Now, we get into March of that same year of 1458, where Michael Zalagi allowed the boyar Michael, an official under Ladislav II of Wallachia, and other Wallachian boyars to settle in Transylvania. But was there somebody you forgot to ask? Vlad eventually orchestrated the assassination of this boyar Michael. Now in May, Vlad requested the burghers of Brasov to send craftsmen to Wallachia. However, by the end of that year, his relationship with the Saxons had deteriorated. One scholarly theory suggests that the conflict arose when Vlad barred Saxon merchants from entering Wallachia, forcing them to sell their goods to the Wallachian traders at compulsory border fairs. And, well, one can imagine that the prices would not be a fair market rate, that's for sure. Now, although we don't have any records, at least none that we've found, of Vlad implementing protectionist policies or border restrictions, in 1476 he did assert that he had always supported free trade throughout his reign. Well, it's one thing to say it. Now, back to the Saxons. The Saxons seized steel, purchased by a Wallachian merchant in Brasov, without compensating him. And this, of course, goes quite against free trade. Now, according to a letter dated the 21st of January 1459 from Basarab Lyota, the son of Dan II of Wallachia, Vlad plundered and tormented several Saxon merchants. Basarab established himself in Sigisaura and staked his claim to Wallachia. Nevertheless, Matthias Corvinus supported Dan III, who had once again taken up residence in Brasov to oppose Vlad. Now, Dan III accused Vlad of impaling or burning alive Saxon merchants along with their children within Wallachia. Of course, public opinion. People either fear you or they love you. That's the main two ways for rulers to get respect. And it seems with impalement, well, nobody wants to go through that. So, in comes Dan III to invade Wallachia. But it did not go as planned. Vlad executed him prior to the 22nd of April 1460. Well, after this, Vlad invaded southern Transylvania, devastated the suburbs of Brasov, and commanded the impalement of every single captured man and woman. Well, during the subsequent negotiations, Vlad insisted on the expulsion or punishment of all Wallachian refugees from Brasov. Things finally calmed down on the 26th of July 1460, when Vlad referred to the burghers of Brasov as his brothers and friends, and peace was, well, at least a fragile peace was observed. Well, on 24th of August, Vlad invaded the area surrounding Amlas and Fagaras to retaliate against the local populace that had helped Dan III in his plans. Now, there was a janissary in the Sultan's army, Konstantin Mihailovich, who documented that Vlad declined to pay homage to the Sultan in an unspecified year. We have a Renaissance historian, Giovanni Maria degli Angiolelli, hope I pronounced that right, similarly noted that Vlad had neglected to remit tribute to the Sultan for 3 years. Of course, the Sultan would not be very pleased about this. Well, both accounts indicate that Vlad disregarded the suzerainty of the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II as early as 1459, although both documents were composed decades subsequent to these events, so we're not quite sure. And just quickly, this Sultan Mehmed II, that was indeed the one that broke down the walls of Constantinople. So probably not the most popular figure on this channel, I'd say. Well, Tosun Beg, a secretary in the Sultan's court, asserted that Vlad only rebelled against the Ottoman Empire during the Sultan's prolonged exhibition in Trebizond in 1461. That's right, after Constantinople, was taken. Mehmed did quite a lot of conquering in the subsequent territories. Not a huge amount, but he didn't quite stop at Constantinople. Now, Tosun Beg reports that Vlad initiated new negotiations with Matthias Corvinus, but the Sultan had his own spies watching in every place that he could and was promptly alerted. Thus, Mehmed dispatched his envoy, a Greek one at that, Thomas Katobelinos, also referred to as Yunus Bey when the Ottomans are talking about him in their history. He dispatched him to Wallachia, instructing Vlad to immediately proceed to Constantinople. He also dispatched covert directives to Hamza, the Bey of Nicopolis, to apprehend Vlad following his crossing of the Danube. Of course, Vlad was not very keen to go. It was pretty obvious what was happening. He discovered the Sultan's duplicity and cunning, and he then apprehended Hamza and Katibolinos, and both of them were executed. Comes the old saying, don't shoot the messenger, right? Well, subsequent to the execution of the Ottoman officials, Vlad issued commands in, reportedly proficient Turkish. Remember all that study he did? To the commander of Girgu fortress to open the gates, allowing the Wallachian soldiers to infiltrate and seize the fortress. He invaded the Ottoman Empire after this, ravaging the villages along the Danube. On the 11th of February, 1462, he communicated the military action to Matthias Corvinus via a letter, asserting that over 23,884 Turks and Bulgarians had been slain under his command during the campaign. This is interesting because, the number is quite precise, isn't it? So, somebody was counting, and that's quite a big number to count. Well, he requested military aid from Corvinus in the same letter, asserting that he had violated the peace with the Sultan for the honor of the king and the Holy Crown of Hungary, and for the preservation of Christianity and fortification of the faith. By 1462, the relationship between Moldavia and Wallachia had turned pretty cold, as indicated from a letter from a Genoese governor of Kaffa. Well, upon learning of Vlad's invasion, the equally frosty Mehmed II assembled an army, and quite a big one too, reportedly exceeding over 150,000 men. Reportedly second in size only to the one that besieged Constantinople in 1453. Well, there are some other historians, like the aforementioned Radu Florescu, that indicate the army's size implies that the Sultan had the intention to completely occupy Wallachia, put the nail into the coffin, this sort of thing, and just annex the region into the Ottoman Empire. Well, conversely, Mehmed had bestowed Wallachia upon Vlad's brother Radu prior to the invasion, indicating that the Sultan's primary objective was merely the alteration of Wallachia's leader. So there is that too. Either way, an alteration of the leader would only be an alteration in the favor of the Ottomans. When you're paying that much tribute, well, you may as well just be annexed, I suppose. Now, in the May of the same year, 1462, we're talking about here, the Ottoman fleet arrived at Braila, the sole Wallachian port on the Danube. Now, the principal Ottoman army traversed the Danube under the Sultan's command at Nikopol, Bulgaria, on the 4th of June, 1462. Outnumbered by adversaries, Vlad implemented a scorched earth strategy and withdrew to Targovist. On the night of June 16th to 17th, Vlad infiltrated the Ottoman camp in an effort to apprehend or eliminate the Sultan. Kind of a covert action. Now, the imprisonment or death of the Sultan would of course have been incited panic among the Ottomans, and that would potentially allow Vlad to come in and just vanquish the entire Ottoman army. Cut off the head of the snake, this sort of thing. Nonetheless, the Wallachians overlooked the Sultan's court and assaulted the encampments of the viziers Mahmud Pasha and Isaac. Well, after failing to assault the Sultan's encampment, Vlad and his followers departed from the Ottoman camp at dawn. Mehmed arrived in Targovist at the conclusion of June, but when he got there, he realized that the town was abandoned. But there was something else that they didn't expect. When the Ottomans came over that hill, they found what they called forest of the impaled. Thousands of suffering individuals on stakes. Suffering, if not dead, that is. Now we have it reported by Laonikos Chalkokendiles, and I'll read from there. The Sultan's army entered into the area of the impalements, which was 17 stades long and 7 stades wide. There were large stakes there which, as it was said, about 20,000 men, women and children had been spitted. Quite a sight for the Turks and the Sultan himself. The Sultan was seized with amazement and said that it was not possible to deprive of his country a man who had done such great deeds, who had such a diabolical understanding of how to govern his realm and its people. And he said that a man who had done such things was worth much. The rest of the Turks were dumbfounded when they saw the multitude of men on stakes. There were infants, too, affixed to their mothers on the stakes, and the birds had made nests in their entrails. End of the account from the histories of Laonikos Chalkokendiles. Now, if that wasn't unpleasant enough, the Ottomans also faced severe heat in the summer, and also dehydration that comes along with it during the campaign. All of this prompted the Sultan to withdraw from Wallachia and move towards Braila. Now, at the same time, Stefan III of Moldavia hastened to Chilia, which is near present-day Kilia in Ukraine, I believe, now aiming to seize the important fortress held by the Hungarian garrison. He moved with his large army. Vlad also headed to Chilia, leaving behind a force of 6,000 soldiers to slow the Sultan's advancing army. But it did not go well. the Ottomans defeated the Wallachian troops. Stephen also sustained injuries during the siege of Chilia and retreated to Moldavia before Vlad had a chance to arrive. While the main Ottoman forces exited Wallachia, Vlad's brother Radu and his Ottoman unit remained stationed in Baragan Plain. Radu sent envoys to the Wallachians, warning them of the potential for another Sultan-led invasion. Well, despite Vlad securing victories against Radu and his Ottoman allies in the two subsequent battles, a growing number of Wallachians defected to the other side. Facing diminishing support, Vlad withdrew to the Carpathian Mountains, hoping for assistance from Matthias Corvinus to reclaim his throne. In the mid-August of that same year, Albert of Istemezo, deputy of the Count of the Seceles, recommended that the Saxons recognize Radu. Now, in turn, Radu offered the burghers of Brasov a reaffirmation of their commercial privileges and compensation of 15,000 ducats. Well, Matthias Corvinus arrived in Transylvania in November of 1462. Despite weeks of discussions with Vlad, he was unwilling to start a war with the Ottoman Empire. Under the king's orders, Czech mercenary leader John Giska of Brandis arrested Vlad near Rukar in Wallachia. Of course, you can't just arrest people for no reason, so to justify their imprisonment to Pope Pius II and the Venetians, who had funded the campaign against the Ottomans, Corvinus presented 3 letters that were allegedly written by Vlad on the 7th of November 1462 to Mahmud Pasha, Stephen of Moldavia, and Mehmed II himself. Now, in the letters, Vlad had purportedly proposed an alliance with the Ottomans against Hungary in exchange for reclaiming his throne. Now, you don't really believe this, don't you? In fact, not many people do. It's pretty obvious that they were forged just to legitimize his arrest. Well, either way, he was in prison anyway. Now, we do have Radu Florescu as well, who did argue that the letters' submissive tone and also their poor Latin, which you wouldn't have gotten from Vlad, that's for sure, indicate that they were simply just not authored by him. And they think that maybe a Saxon priest from Brasov may have forged them. Well, Chalkok and Diles reported that Vlad was imprisoned in the city of Belgrade, which is now Alba Iulia, Romania, and later moved to Visegrad, where he was held for 14 years. There are no records of Vlad between 1462 and 75. In the summer of 75, Stephen III of Moldavia sent envoys to Matthias Corvinus requesting Vlad's release to fight Basarab Leoita, who had submitted to the Ottomans. Stephen wanted Wallachia governed by someone who opposed Ottoman rule, noting that the Wallachians were akin to the Turks, from the Moldavian perspective at least. Probably don't tell the Wallachians that. Now, Slavic tales suggest that Vlad was released only after converting to Catholicism, but once again, we're not quite sure about that. If he was going to convert to Catholicism at all to be released, he probably would have done it a little bit earlier. 14 years is a long time to be making your mind up on that. While Corvinus acknowledged Vlad as the rightful prince of Wallachia, he didn't provide military support to reclaim his throne. Vlad resided in Pest, where, according to Slavic narratives, he executed a commander whose soldiers entered his home without permission while pursuing a thief. Well, in June of 1475, he moved back to Transylvania, intending to settle in Sibiu, and sent an envoy to arrange for accommodations. Meanwhile, Mehmed II recognized Basarab Leoita as Walachia's ruler. On the 21st of September, Corvinus ordered the burghers of Sibiu to grant Vlad 200 golden florins, but Vlad left Transylvania for Buda in October. He then purchased a house in Pécs, known as Dracula's House in Hungarian. In 1476, John Pongrak of Dengeleg, the voivode of Transylvania, urged the people of Brasov to send him Vlad's supporters, due to a treaty between Corvinus and Basarab Leoita. Relations between the Transylvanian Saxons and Basarab remained strained even at the best of times, with the Saxons sheltering Basarab's enemies. Early in 1476, Corvinus sent Vlad and Serbian ally Vuk Gurejevic to fight the Ottomans in Bosnia. They captured Srebrenica and other fortresses in February and March. During the campaign, Vlad once again used these tactics of terror, mass impaling captured Turkish soldiers, and in general just massacring as many people as he could, and in as much of a public manner as he could. He also effectively destroyed the cities of Zvornik, Kuslat, and Srebrenica. Now, following this, Mehmed was back in action, and he invaded Moldavia, defeating Stefan III at the Battle of Valia Alba in 1476, roughly on the 26th of July. Well, according to a letter from Matthias Corvinus himself, Stefan Bathory and Vlad invaded Moldavia, forcing the Sultan to abandon the siege of Târgu Neamt in late August. Contemporary accounts also note that Vuk Gurejevic and a member of the Jaksic family participated in the conflict against the Ottomans. Now, moving on, in that same year, 1476, to the 6th of September, Corvinus instructed the Transylvanian Saxons to assist Bathory's planned invasion of Wallachia, and informed them of Stefan of Moldavia's impending invasion. By the 7th of October, Vlad was in Brasov, confirming trade privileges for local merchants. Bathory's forces then captured Targovist on the 8th of November. The 16th of November saw Stefan and Vlad formalize their alliance, and Bucharest was taken, forcing Basarab Leoita to flee to the Ottoman Empire. Vlad then informed the Brasov merchants of his victory and encouraged them to come to Wallachia, join in the party. Thus, he was crowned before the 26th of November. Now, as for Basarab Leoita, he returned to Wallachia with Ottoman support, and Vlad was killed fighting them in the late December 1476 or 1477. I bet you didn't see that coming, didn't you? Well, it all has to end sometime, doesn't it? Well, in a letter dated 10th of January 1477, Stefan III of Moldavia reported that Vlad's Moldavian entourage had been completely wiped out, and we do have other credible sources that suggest that Vlad's force of about 2,000 was surrounded and destroyed by a 4,000-strong Turkish Basarab army near Snagov. Of course, the exact details remain pretty unclear, and, well, perhaps we'll never know exactly what happened.
There was one ambassador from Milan, however, Leonardo Botta, that reported that the Ottomans had captured Vlad's body and dismembered it rather unceremoniously. And there was another, Bonfini, wrote that his head was sent to Mehmed II and then displayed on a stake in Constantinople. Reportedly, his decapitated head was also exhibited and buried on Voivod Street in Karakoy. Some allege that Voivod Dahan at Bankala Kadesi No. 19 became the final resting place of the skull of Vlad the Impaler. But, of course, there is the local legends that claim that monks from a nearby monastery found his remains in the marshes of Snagov and gave them a more proper burial. But that burial is still unknown. Well, there was in 1933 an unmarked tombstone in a monastery church that was supposedly belonging to Vlad, but this one man Rossetti stated that beneath the tombstone that was ascribed to Vlad, there was simply nothing there, only a bunch of bones and horse jaws, and Vlad was certainly not a horse, as far as we know. Now, historian Konstantin Resechevici suggested that Vlad was likely buried in the original church of the Komana monastery, which he founded near the site of his death. Once again, hopefully one day we'll find out the truth. Perhaps one day Vlad will simply rise from the dead. Who knows? We'll have to probably wait a little bit longer for that option to happen. But until then, we can talk about a few of the little myths and legends while we're sort of skirting that speculation. Of course, during his lifetime, and of course after his lifetime, stories of his ruthless deeds began to spread. Now, after his arrest, if you do remember, he was locked up for 14 years, these accounts were further disseminated by the courtiers of Matthias Corvinus. By 1462, the papal legate Niccolo Modrosiense had already relayed such tales to Pope Pius II, who actually incorporated them into his commentaries 2 years later. Now, whether or not they were true, well, that's also a point of contention. There was even a rather malicious rumor going around, which I think is pretty unbelievable, that Vlad would actually, when he was eating his bread, dip the bread into the blood of the impaled victims and then eat it. I mean, come on. That seems a little bit far-fetched to me. I mean, there's no way to prove it wrong, and I suppose we can't ask any of the impaled victims if it was true, but come on. Well, Michael Beerheim composed an extensive poem of Vlad's actions. Now, reportedly, it was based on conversations with a Catholic monk who had actually escaped captivity. Now, it was titled Story of a Despot Called Dracula, Voivod of Wallachia. So we sort of know exactly where it's going. The poem was performed at the court of Frederick III, the Holy Roman Emperor, during the winter of 1463, so not too long after the events. Now, in one account, Beerheim describes how Vlad ordered the impalement of 2 monks to aid their ascent to heaven, and even had their donkey impaled for braying after their deaths. Beheim also accused Vlad of duplicity of sorts, alleging that he pledged to support both Matthias Corvinus and Mehmed II, but when push came to shove, he threw them both under the bus. Well, always politics, of course. There was also that little incident of the turbans. Now, I did mention at the start of the video about this. Well, basically what had happened was one day 2 Turkish messengers had come to see Vlad, a normal, polite manner, passing on messages, coming to collect the tribute, this sort of thing. But there was a problem with dress codes. You see, when they came into the palace and had their chat with Vlad, they refused to remove their turbans. Of course, Vlad asked very nicely for them to do so, but since it is their religious custom, they preferred not to. Well, this was not very wise. Of course, Vlad was not very pleased with it, and he thought that if they liked their turbans so much, that they should wear them all the time. So he nailed the turbans to their heads. Of course, they won't be taking them off any time soon. Now, of course, the Germans had a lot to say about it, especially after the fact. I mean, giving that talk to the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, well, things got a little bit out of hand, I think. You know the story about how big the fish was? Well, it keeps getting bigger and bigger every time people tell it, so take it all with a grain of salt. Of course, literary works depicting his brutality were disseminated in Low German within the Holy Roman Empire, even prior to 1480, and they were purportedly composed in the early 1460s. They detail Vlad's campaign along the Danube in 1462, but they make no mention of Mehmed II's incursion into Wallachia in June of that year, which is rather interesting that they left that out. They do offer a pretty comprehensive account of the disputes between Vlad and the Transylvanian Saxons, however, indicating that these conflicts originated in the literary imaginations of the Saxons. Well, maybe so, but there were certainly a lot of dead Saxons with pretty active imaginations, if that is the case. Now, there is another narrative regarding Vlad's marauding incursions in Transylvania that were evidently derived from eyewitness accounts, and they have precise details, including enumerations of the churches ravaged by Vlad and the dates of the incursions. He's characterized in these accounts as a demented psychopath, sadist, a gruesome murderer, and masochist. Well, some even say that he surpassed Caligula and Nero in his cruelty and malevolence, which is quite a title. Nevertheless, the narratives that show these sorts of brutality need to be approached with skepticism. I know I've said it once, and I know that everyone wants to view Vlad as this psychotic person with just no feeling, just going around murdering everyone he sees. But we can't just run away with that narrative. This isn't a horror movie. Right, so we also had this advent of movable type, which helped disseminate these stories around this time. We're talking at the dawn of the 16th century. Now, actually, the works involving Vlad became bestsellers in Europe, if we're going to use that term, popular works. Of course, you know how all the top-rated documentaries on Netflix are those serial killer ones and all of the horrible, violent things. No, times have not changed that much. All of my top videos are of the most horrible times in human history. really makes you think. Well, one German source wrote of something very interesting and very graphic, and it goes like this. Vlad had a big copper cauldron built and put a lid of wood with holes on top. He put people in the cauldron and put their heads in the holes and fastened them there. Then he filled it with water and set a fire under it and let people cry their eyes out until they were boiled to death. And then he invented frightening, terrible, unheard of tortures. He ordered that women be impaled together with their children on the same stake. The babies fought for their lives until they died. Then he had the women's breasts cut off and put the babies inside head first. Thus he had impaled them together. End of the account. Yikes. Not good. Of course, it's important to hear what the actual Romanians think about him. I mean, he's their guy. What do you have to say for yourselves, Well, there is one chronicle, the Cantacuzino Chronicle. It's regarded as the first Romanian historical work to actually tell the story of Vlad the Impaler, specifically detailed how he impaled the elder boyars of Târgoviste in retaliation for killing his brother, Dan. Now, this account describes how Vlad forced the younger boyars, along with their wives and children, to construct the Poenari Castle. The legend surrounding Poenari Castle was later mentioned in 1747 by Neofit I, Metropolitan of Ungro-Wallachia, who added the tale of Mesterul Manol, a craftsman who allegedly entombed his own bride within the walls to prevent the structure from collapsing during construction. Now, many Romanian poets and writers have portrayed Vlad as a just ruler, and a despot, yes, but a pragmatic one, who punished wrongdoers and executed disloyal boyars to strengthen the central authority, doing what had to be done. Now, Ion Budai Deleanu authored the first Romanian epic poem focused on Vlad. Now, his work, the Gypsy Epic, completed nearly a century before its publication in 1875, depicts Vlad as a hero, battling the boyars, the Ottomans, and even vampires for some reason, which is quite ironic, considering that just a few years later after its publication, he would be depicted as an actual vampire, or at least his namesake would be co-opted as such, and of course other malevolent forces, leading an army of gypsies and angels. Rather interesting, isn't it? Well, mid-19th century poet Dimitri Bolenteniu emphasized Vlad's victories in his work Battles of the Romanians, viewing him as a reformer whose violent actions were necessary to prevent tyranny of the boyars. Mihai Eminescu, one of Romania's most esteemed poets, wrote a ballad titled The Third Letter, praising the valiant princes of Wallachia, Vlad being among them. Now, we have a very interesting line, which I think is a great way to end the video, from this actual poem, The Third Letter, and it goes like this. You must come, O dread impaler. Confound them to your care. Split them in two partitions. Here the fools, the rascals there. Shove them into the two enclosures from the broad daylight. Then set fire to the prison and the lunatic asylum. And finally, in the latest of times, 1999 to be exact, a poll in Romania showed over 4% of Romanians viewed Vlad as a most important historical personality who had influenced the destiny of Romanians for the better. And now, just before we go, we're going to do two little bonuses about Vlad that I remember just from memory. Now, there are two little stories that are most likely apocryphal, but we're going to tell them anyway. They may be true, they may not, but since it is the bonus section at the end of the video, I'll relay the information from my memory. Now, there are two stories. The first one being of a certain golden cup, or some kind of golden ornament. Now, as a test of the people in Wallachia, when Vlad was up there in his fortress, he had a little idea to see how the people respected or feared him, or perhaps a little mixture of both. So, he went down to the village that was under the big balconies and towers of the fortress, and in the middle of the town square he placed a golden ornament with a little note, so everyone would know that this belonged to Vlad the Impaler. Well, after that he just left it there, and not a single person dared to touch it. Well, after a while, it was collected, and I suppose everybody passed the test. Now, there is also another story that I remember about how Vlad would deal with the homeless problem. Well, around the castle, there was many people complaining about the amount of vagrants and downtrodden people wandering, this sort of thing. So, they were to petition Vlad about what to do about this. Well, he had a great idea to fix the homeless problem. There wouldn't be any homeless people left. So he invited them all to a nice little banquet, made sure everybody was nice and warm and having a nice little meal within this big banquet hall that he had constructed for that very purpose. And while everyone was feasting and drinking and thanking God for the great luck they had had to be brought to such a wonderful place by such a wonderful, charitable ruler, Vlad and the guards snuck out, locked all the doors, and lit the whole place on fire. Of course, it technically fixed the problem. Homelessness was no longer an issue. Well, perhaps it's true. Perhaps it isn't. What do you think about Vlad the Impaler? Do you think they made up a lot of these things about him? Who do you think made them up? The Germans? Corvinus? The Ottomans? Who knows? Maybe people just start making things up for fun after a while. Who knows what the actual man was like? Well, at this point we end the video. I'd like to thank you for watching or listening. In whatever way you're doing it, that's fine. I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons and subscribers. That is Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fizarbo, Legitmus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuronerd, Cameron, Alexander, and Nicholas. Thank you very much. And I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night, everyone. As always, lots of love to you all.